Chapter 94. Little Star. The snow-white palace was illuminated by the icy blue moonlight, giving off a faint coolness. Under the pitch-black night sky, the stars shone brightly, their light penetrating through the distance, crossing the galaxy and falling on this part of the sky. At night, the stars were densely packed, as if it was daytime. Yun Nuoshing sat alone on the top of the snow-white palace. It was rare for him to have no one by his side tonight. He was already used to having people around him, so he was not used to this. Just as he was feeling a little melancholy, a gentle voice came from behind him, interrupting his melancholy thoughts. Turning his head around, he saw Yuin, who was dressed in snow-white clothes, slowly walking towards him with light steps. "Big brother." Ming poked his head out from behind Yun's back, then hurriedly slid down from the former's back. He ran over quickly and called out in joy, throwing himself into Yun Nuoshing's arms. He acted like a spoiled child with all his might, causing Yun Nuoshing's clothes to become crooked. Reaching out to hug Ming, Yun Nuoshing dotingly stroked the little girl who had grown a lot taller. He smiled and said, "Ming has also grown up. Big brother is old now." When he first came to the Red Star Academy, Yun Nuoshing had thought of asking Xianyin to help find Ming's family. However, Xianyin looked at him strangely, thought for a while, and said that there was no need and that he could take care of them himself. Although Yun Nuoshing was puzzled, seeing Xianyin's strange expression, he did not ask any more questions. Anyway, the little girl did not make a fuss about going home. He also liked little Ming, so it was fine for him to stay by his side, as long as she did not say that she did not like him. Therefore, Yun Nuoshing temporarily dismissed the idea of helping Ming find a home. Big brother is not old. Big brother is still young. Originally, Yun Nuoshing was just lamenting the passing of time. She didn't expect Ming to take it seriously. Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but laugh when she saw the serious look on his little face. It had been almost 3 years since he first met Ming. The little girl should be about 7 or 8 years old now. She was full of life, and her petite figure was like a top-grade jade carving. Her long, silky, purple-black hair reached her slender waist, and her purple eyes shone with a pure light. Girls generally grew faster than boys. At this time, Ming's height reached Yun Nuoshing's waist, but when she curled up, she was still a small ball. She curled up in Yun Nuoshing's arms like a bird, her small hands wrapped around his neck. She still looked cute and needed someone to dote on her. Yun Nuoshing laughed out loud and scratched Ming's nose. She then turned to Yuin and smiled. "Are you here for comfort because you're lonely and empty?" "To hell with your loneliness and emptiness." Yuin rolled her eyes at him and said, "I'm just afraid that a certain little brat is too lonely, so I reluctantly came up to take a look. All right, I'm indeed lonely and need someone to accompany me." Yun Nuoshing nodded and agreed straightforwardly. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing didn't bicker, as usual, Yuin didn't react for a moment. However, she still strode over to Yun Nuoshing and sat down next to him. Silence ensued. None of the three said a word. This was different from how they usually got along. Usually they would be noisy, happy, and happy. Unlike today, this strange atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. "What's the matter? Shouldn't you be cultivating that hard-earned Xian technique now?" Just when the three of them couldn't sit still anymore, Yun Nuoshing finally spoke. Humans were actually quite complicated. Today, he unintentionally thought of something that made him depressed. However, he didn't want his emotions to infect others, so he still spoke up. Speaking of which, Yuin suddenly clapped her hands and took out a fiery red scroll from her ring. The air became a little hot because of this, and rich fire elements flowed in the surroundings. However, she didn't open it. Instead, she directly threw it to Yun Nuoshing. This. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He didn't know why Yun threw this thing over. This was the result of her hard work. Could it be that she didn't want it? Here, you can learn it first. Your soul-burning mantra can accommodate and absorb thousands of techniques. This Xian technique of the fire element should be of great help to you. Yun smiled as she spread out the hair in front of her forehead. Then you don't want to learn it? You didn't get so many things just for me, right? Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He had told Yun about the soul-burning mantra when he was bored. However, he didn't expect her to remember it. TSK, don't be so smug. Yun rolled her eyes and said, I'm just letting you learn it first. There's no other meaning. Do you want to learn it or not? If not, I'll take it away. After saying that, she reached out to take the flame demon burning sky mantra back. Hey. Yun Nuoshing hurriedly dodged and hid it behind his back. He smiled and said, How can I take it back after giving it away? Of course I want to learn it. At this moment, Ming suddenly tugged at Yun Nuoshing's lapel. His little mouth moved closer to Yun Nuoshing's ear and laughed softly. Sister Yun once said that she wanted brother to be the first to learn it. Ah, Ming, you little traitor. You said you wouldn't say it. Of course, this soft voice didn't escape Yun's ears. Her pretty face immediately flushed red as she said angrily. Yun Nuoshing raised his eyebrows and glanced at Yun. He laughed so hard that his back started to shake. However, his expression remained the same and nothing could be seen. Don't think that I don't know that you're laughing. Seeing Yun Nuoshing trembling slightly, Yun frowned and said angrily. Tilting his head, Yun Nuoshing didn't hesitate and stuck the flame demon-burning sky mantra on his forehead. A huge amount of information turned into a fiery red light that surged into the space between Yun Nuoshing's eyebrows and illuminated his face until it was a little red. His head was a little dizzy from the sudden, huge amount of information. However, fortunately, it was only a mystic technique. Although its level was very high, the amount of information was far less than mystic techniques and mystic techniques of the same level. He was only dazed for a while before he recovered. He quickly threw the scroll back to Yun. Then he crossed his legs and began to organize the huge amount of information. He mixed it with the core of the burning soul mantra, combined it, and strengthened it. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing had entered the cultivation state so quickly, Yun also stuck the scroll on her forehead and began to absorb the unimaginable amount of information. In the hall, Xian slowly paced around. Her rosy lips curved into a beautiful arc. Her eyes carried some reluctance as she looked at this place. From time to time, she would sit down on a chair and rub her jade-like hands against the wall. However, the place where her mind was most focused was still the top of the palace. Let's wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow will be fine. Xian looked at the 5 people behind her and said with a smile, Sigh. The 5 of them nodded but sighed. They looked at Xian with lonely eyes. After a long while, they shook their heads and sighed before leaving. Seeing the 5 of them leave the hall, Xian also sighed. She raised her head and looked at the top of the palace. Her figure trembled and disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already beside Yun Nuoshing. Seeing the red glow on the 2 of them, Xian was stunned for a moment. Then she reacted and slowly sat down while leaning against him. Big Sister Xian. Seeing her suddenly appear, Ming, who was nestled in Yun Nuoshing's arms, also raised her head and looked at Xian with a crisp smile. Xian smiled and waved at her, indicating for her to come over. Ming understood and carefully got down from Yun Nuoshing's arms. She slowly walked to Xian's side and raised her head. Her ethereal eyes looked at her with a curious glow. Xian Yin pulled Ming and patted her head. She smiled and said to herself, I'm so envious that you can always be by Big Brother's side. Isn't Big Sister Xian Yin also by Big Brother's side? Ming blinked her big eyes and said innocently, Hee hee. Xian Yin smiled and shook her head. Her slender finger tapped on Ming's forehead. A rich silver-white light surged out and entered the latter's mind. It turned into rolling energy that filled the petite body. Ming stared blankly as the energy entered her body. She didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, she felt a little warm. It was as if something in her body had been connected. After the energy was transferred, for a while, Ming suddenly yawned and slowly stopped. Seeing that her eyes were becoming more and more lively, Xian Yin smiled with satisfaction. She held Ming in her arms and let her slowly fall asleep. Xian Yin. When Ming fell asleep, Yun Nuoshing, who had completed her Xian technique, also woke up. Looking at the girl sitting in front of her, she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then she smiled. Big Brother, what do you think? Seeing that he had woken up, Xian Yin moved closer and asked with a smile. Naturally, she was asking about the flame demon burning the heavens mantra. Very good. It's very powerful. This Xian technique contains a trace of divinity. When necessary, it can control the fire elements outside the body. Together with the burning soul mantra, the effect is even better. Yun Nuoshing nodded. She didn't hide the admiration in her voice. It seemed that she was very satisfied with this Xian technique. Xian Yin narrowed her eyes and looked at him with a smile. She didn't say anything. What's wrong? Seeing her smile, Yun Nuoshing was stunned. She reached out and touched her head. She tilted her head. She only had this habit when she was with Yun Nuoshing. Xian Yin looked at Yun Nuoshing for a long time. She hesitated for a long time and thought for a long time. Then she opened her red lips and said, Big Brother, if one day I do something overboard to you, will you forgive me? Yun Nuoshing was stunned by this sudden and nonsensical question. However, after reacting, he still smiled and said, Yinin won't do anything harmful to me. So there shouldn't be anything. Yun Nuoshing's words were not nonsense. If Xian Yin really regarded him as the most important person in her life, then how could she bear to hurt him? So this overboard thing was probably just a small matter. Okay, I got Big Brother's answer. Xian Yin burst into laughter. Her smile was like a flower. It was as gorgeous and dazzling as a blooming rose. It moved people's heartstrings. Little girl, what are you thinking about? Yun Nuoshing was baffled. However, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. So he didn't delve into it. Hee hee. Xian Yin smiled mysteriously and then said, Big Brother, accompany me to go shopping and play tomorrow. Okay, but you've already finished shopping in Red Star City. Where else do you want to go? Without thinking, Yun Nuoshing agreed. In the past year, he didn't know how many times he had gone out shopping. Although Yun Nuoshing didn't like shopping, he also went shopping for Xian Yin's sake. He seemed to be quite interested. Xian Yin was also very happy. And anywhere is fine. For example, Star Moon City. In short, Big Brother is fine. Xian Yin shook her head and replied casually, Is everyone going shopping together? Yun Nuoshing suddenly glanced at Yuyin. His eyes turned, and then he asked, Idiot Big Brother. Hearing him ask like this, Xian Yin couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. She muttered in a voice that only she could hear. What? Yun Nuoshing didn't hear it clearly. His face was blank. With a slight smile, Xian Yin grabbed Yun Nuoshing's hand and gently clasped it together. She smiled and said, I said, Only Big Brother, and I will go together. Chapter 95. The next morning, the sun was high up in the sky. It was the midsummer season, and even the sunlight was scorching hot, making people sweat profusely. Yun Nuoshing woke up early in the morning, and just as he finished washing up, he was kicked out by Chuan Yun Yuin and the others. At the same time, Xian Yin also came out. She said that she wanted Yun Nuoshing to accompany her shopping today. Looking at the tightly shut palace door with a strange gaze, Yun Nuoshing felt that everyone was acting strangely today. They were acting strangely. Not only did they shut the door on him, but they also kicked him out the moment he woke up. Even Ming had abandoned him. It made him feel as if he had become an evil person after a good night's sleep and was then abandoned. "Brother, let's go." Seeing Yun Nuoshing's depressed face and his stomach full of doubts, Xianyin covered her mouth and laughed, then urged him. Yun Nuoshing turned his head, looked at Yuyin, and couldn't help but whistle. Today, Xianyin was wearing a snow-white dress. Her snow-white hair swayed gently in the breeze, making her look ethereal and otherworldly. Her deep silver eyes sparkled with starlight, and her smooth and slender legs were dazzling under the sunlight. Her graceful and exquisite body was wrapped up in a way that moved people's hearts. Every frown and smile of hers was enough to make people's hearts beat faster. "What are you looking at?" Sensing that Yun Nuoshing was staring at her, Xian Yin waved her hand in front of his eyes, amused. Looking at a beauty, licking his lips, Yun Nuoshing smiled slightly and let Xian Yin lead him as they strolled into the sky in high spirits. The distance between Star Moon City and Red Star City was considerable, although it wasn't like the distance between other cities where ordinary people couldn't reach. It would take at least a few years to travel this distance. Back then, Yun Nuoshing used the light element and desperately shortened their 1-month journey to 2 days, allowing Yuyin to make it in time for the Red Star Academy's registration. Han Lin, who had some grudges with Yuyin during the registration, had tried to find trouble with her in the Scarlet Star Academy. In the end, he was sent flying with a single slap, along with the people he brought with him. This was one of the reasons why Yu Yin's reputation had spread far and wide. However, what made her feel strange was that she had brought out her divine artifact during the assessment. Logically speaking, no one should have found trouble with her. It was no wonder that some boys were stupid. On the second day, Han Lin became one of Yu Yin's many pursuers after hearing this news. Yun Nuoshing only said with a black face, "Damn it, this man is simply dragging down the EQ of all the male comrades." Looking for trouble to show off? His brain was in overdrive. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at Star Moon City. It was still a bustling scene, and the flow of people was no less than that of Red Star City. Because of its unique situation, many people came to see the difference between Star Moon City's starry sky and the moon. Of course, among these people, couples occupied the majority. Therefore, Star Moon City was also known as the Holy Land of Love. Yun Nuoshing had lived in the Red Star Academy for more than a year and more or less knew about this. He always felt that Xian Yin's purpose in coming to this place was very specific. However, seeing Xian Yin's excited look, he didn't want to say something awkward. Whatever she wanted to think, let her be. Although it was said that they were out shopping, the main reason was that Xian Yin was helping Yun Nuoshing to prepare for a long journey. The God world was a big place, and not every place was filled with cities. In reality, there were still many undeveloped areas in the God world. It was normal to not see a city for a few years. Therefore, they had to be prepared to be a monk. After all, the Red Star Academy doesn't belong to me alone. I can't be too ruthless. Although Xian Yin controlled the entire Red Star Academy, she couldn't be unscrupulous. Too ruthless? What do you mean by too ruthless? Hearing Xian Yin's words, Yun Nuoshing's face suddenly darkened. His finger gently twirled the silver-white ring. Thinking of the elder's heartache, Yun Nuoshing felt embarrassed. He had taken away more than half of the herbs, ores, metals, and other things. And this girl actually said that he wasn't ruthless enough. Well, since we're going out, we have to prepare everything. So, let's go to the auction house first. Xianyin pursed her lips. Holding Yun Nuoxing's hand, she ran straight to the auction house in the center of the city. Outside the auction house, Xianyin took out a purple gold card. On it, the word VIP was written clearly. It seemed that Xianyin was a frequent customer of the auction house. She even had a VIP card, which could save them a lot of trouble. The guards outside the door looked at the purple gold card. When they saw Xianyin, their expressions changed. One of them flew into the palace behind him at the speed of a gust of wind, and then jumped out at the speed of lightning. Another person came out with him. The principal of the Red Star Academy has graced our humble auction house with your presence. Your presence brings light to our humble shop, but we did not make any preparations. Why don't you let me accompany the two of you? This black-haired youth. Although his tone was very calm and he looked refined, Yun Nuoxing could see that he was panting. It seemed that he had rushed all the way here. Holy radiant water, demon flame crystal, spirit dragon fire vine, 9 blood heavenly Ganoderma. In the spacious room, the youth's eyes were wide open. His heart tightened and his breathing stopped. His brain was about to explode as he read the piece of paper that Xianyin handed over. His hands were trembling and his mind was about to fall apart. Yun Nuoxing looked at the dozens of things that he had never heard of before on the paper. He felt dizzy. The things that Xianyin needed were definitely not simple. It could be said that they were rare and precious. Thinking of this, Yun Nuoxing shuddered. This girl wanted to rob the auction house, right? No wonder they said that she was merciful in the academy, because she didn't. 5,000 kilograms of fire element, top-grade glazed crystal essence. Divine light glazed crystal. 1 square meter. The youth's face was ghastly pale. Although he tried very hard to pretend to be calm, his cold sweat showed that his state of mind was in turmoil. It seemed that he was about to lose control of his bladder and bladder. The top-grade glazed crystal essence was a divine item. Its rarity was comparable to a heaven-taboo divine weapon. She casually asked for 5,000 kilograms of glazed crystal essence. Did she really think that glazed crystal essence was cabbage? There was no need to talk about divine light glazed crystal. There was no news of its appearance. Especially divine light glazed crystal. It was rare in the world. My lady, even if we sell our humble auction house, it won't be worth this price. The youth's face was ghastly pale. Sweat poured down like rain, and his handkerchief was soaked. What's the hurry? I asked you to prepare what you can. I didn't ask you to gather everything. Xianyin waved her hand lazily and said faintly, 10 minutes. I will do my best. The youth hurriedly replied and ran out like a wisp of smoke. Seeing the youth stagger out of the door, Yun Nuoxing retracted his gaze and looked at Xianyin. He asked, Lass, why do you need so many shocking medicinal ingredients? To refine medicine. Xianyin stuck out her tongue and smiled mischievously. I want Brother Wei to refine some medicinal pills. They can help Brother collect divine flame and devil thunder. Yun Nuoxing sighed and reached out to touch Xianyin's head. He said helplessly, Lass, you have done too much. You don't have to go to this extent for me. He always felt that he owed Xianyin too much. Although this girl didn't care at all, it wasn't good for him to always be under her care. Brother, compared to what you did for me in the past, this is still. Xianyin smiled disapprovingly, but before she could finish, her mouth was covered by a finger. The past is the past. I think it's enough. I owe you too much. How can I repay you in the future? Yun Nuoxing sighed. I don't want you to repay me. Xianyin pouted. Seeing her like this, Yun Nuoshing was speechless. He thought of a saying that might be very suitable for this situation. Knowing you has been my greatest happiness. Just as Yun Nuoshing was sighing, the door was gently opened. The youth, who was like the wind, had returned. He was holding a jade plate in his hand, and on it was a resplendent golden ring. My lord, I have tried my best to find what you want. Those that can be taken out, and those that can't be taken out are all here. The youth respectfully put down the jade plate and bowed. Xianyi nodded slightly. She left behind a sky-blue card and sucked the ring over. She held on to Yun Nuoshing's hand and disappeared from the spot. Leaving behind the youth, who heaved a sigh of relief, he collapsed onto the ground. Let's go. In the sky above the auction house, Xian Yin looked around. She held on to Yun Nuoshing's arm and smiled sweetly. Then they flew into the distance. After shopping in Xingyue City, Xian Yin brought Yun Nuoshing along. She didn't stop. Under the latter's dumbfounded gaze, she broke through the void with a palm and brought him to an unknown place. They traveled all over the world. Xian Yin held on to Yun Nuoshing's hand and hurriedly passed by many places. They stopped at mountain peaks to experience how small the mountains were. They traveled all over the ocean and felt the endless river. No matter where they went, Xian Yin broke through the void and traveled to the next place. Basically, they didn't spend much time on traveling. They traveled all over the world at such a fast speed. They even rushed into the starry sky. In the universe, they walked among the stars and passed by many galaxies. Finally, they landed on an unknown planet and found a patch of grass. Deities could really go anywhere in the world. However, they didn't expect that they could travel all over the starry sky as if there was no one there. It seemed like nothing in the world could stop them. They were the heavens and the earth. This was a slightly sloped grassland. The lush green grass was like a green carpet that extended as far as the eye could see. A faint layer of mist floated on the surface of the grass, making it look like a fairyland. Yun Nuoshing and Xian Yin lay quietly on the grass. The lazy sunlight covered their bodies, giving them a warm feeling that made them sleepy. Xian Yin tilted her head slightly. Mei Mao, whose eyes were as bright as stars, looked at the youth beside her. His eyes were closed, and his breathing was calm as if he was sleeping. Her lips curled up slightly. After a while, she seemed to have thought of something. Her eyes dimmed slightly, and she said gently, "Brother, the swirling zither can only be used 3 times now. When you reach the god level in the future, you must treat it well." Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes slightly when he heard the gentle sound of nature. He patted Xian Yin's head with a smile and said, "How could I spoil something that Xian Yin gave me?" Xian Yin smiled sweetly when she heard that. Her laughter was like a clear spring flowing through a mountain rock, crisp and pleasant to the ear. Yun Nuoshing stared straight at Xian Yin's smiling face and suddenly said, "Lass, you seem a little strange these days. You're helping me prepare equipment for a long journey, and you're also helping me speed up the progress of my cultivation." Xian Yin was slightly taken aback. She tilted her head and looked straight into his pitch-black eyes. She said softly, "Brother is about to go on a long journey. How can I not prepare?" All right. Yun Nuoshing was helpless. Yu Yin had already obtained the flame demon burning the heavens mantra. It was time to continue their delayed journey. Xingming City was just beside them. They would reach it in a single step. The two of them leaned against each other quietly, enjoying what might be the last moment of peace in a short period of time. A gentle breeze blew, and their hair intertwined with each other, alternating between silver and black. "Brother, it's time to go. It's getting dark." After a long time, the half-asleep Yun Nuoshing heard a gentle voice. He opened his eyes in a daze. The sky was still bright and white, and there was no sign of dusk approaching. It's getting dark in the god realm. We have to go back. Xian touched his face and said softly when she saw the trace of doubt in his eyes. Oh, Yun Nuoxing stretched lazily and placed his palm in Xian palm. Then, in the blink of an eye, he came back to his senses. He was already outside the snow-white palace. The surroundings were dark, and the crescent moon hung high in the sky. At this moment, Xian was looking at him excitedly and proudly. Mei Mao glanced at the door, then pulled Yun Nuoxing over slowly. Shoo! The corner of Yun Nuoxing's mouth twitched as he whistled. He looked at the proud Xian and shrugged. He reached out and gently pushed the door open. Pa! Suddenly, a series of crisp and small explosions sounded. Dozens of ribbons fell from the door and landed on the head of Yun Nuoxing, who did not react in time. A few voices of laughter sounded at the same time. Happy birthday! Chapter 96. The snow-white hall was filled with red and green ribbons. Small lights twined around the ribbons and shone with colorful lights. The ceiling had been transformed into a starry sky. The stars shone brightly, enveloping Yun Nuoxing like a spotlight. The entire hall was filled with a joyous atmosphere. At the door, Yun Nuoxing had dozens of ribbons draped over his head. He looked at Chuan Yun, Yu and the others who were holding the colorful firecrackers. For a moment, he didn't react and looked like he was in a daze. Brother, happy birthday! Just as Yun Nuoxing was in a daze, Ming jumped out from the side and jumped onto him. She pulled out a wreath made of snow-white petals and put it on Yun Nuoxing's head. Then she kissed him on the face and chuckled. What's going on? Yun Nuoxing pushed some of the ribbons to the side, reached out and hugged Ming and laughed bitterly. He had been bombarded the moment he entered, causing him to be baffled. Now, there were still strings of ribbons hanging on his head, covering half of his face. Brother, happy birthday! Xian took out a bouquet of flowers from behind and stuffed it into his arms. She hugged one of his arms and shook it gently. An unbelievably beautiful smile appeared on her face, as if thousands of flowers had bloomed in an instant. Mine? Birthday? Yun Nuoxing took the snow-white flowers and glanced at their faces in astonishment. He asked doubtfully, Brother doesn't remember, but I remember it clearly. Xian nodded with a smile. Then you threw me out today for this? Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and looked at the newly decorated hall. Then he looked at the 5-foot cake on the table and pointed at himself. Finally, he looked at Xian and asked, Yes, it's a surprise. Do you like it? Chuan Yun, who was holding a large candle, walked forward and poked his head with a smile. I like it. Yun Nuoxing was very excited and happy, but he couldn't show any expression. He just smiled stiffly and nodded. All right, don't stand at the door like a fool. Come in and talk. Yu grabbed Yun Nuoxing and pulled him into the hall. She threw him on the main seat of the table while she stood at the side and looked at him with a smile. Chuan Yun gently placed the 18 candles on the cake and snapped her fingers. The candles immediately lit up, and the red flames swayed gently. I should be more than 18 years old, right? Looking at the 18 snow-white candles, Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and asked. Xian waved her hand and smiled without saying a word. With a light wave of her jade-like hand, the hall dimmed. Only the 18 candles on the table gave off a bright light. Yun Nuoxing lowered his head and glanced at the cake. He was startled for a moment and smiled. There was a huge snow-white palace drawn on the cake. There were many people inside and outside. There was Yun Nuoxing, Xian, Yu, Ming, Chuan Yun, Yen Xian, and many other people he didn't recognize. They were all drawn with cream and looked like a family portrait. However, it didn't look serious at all. In the painting, Ming was lying on Yun Nuoxing's head. Xian Yin was hugging his arm, and Yu Yin was squatting at the side. When he looked at the painting carefully, he was suddenly stunned. Beside Yu Yin, there was a girl in red who looked very clear. It was Yun Nuoxing's second identity. Yu Xian. Yu Yin covered her mouth and smiled. She seemed very satisfied with Yun Nuoxing's expression. "Brother, make a wish." Xian Yin walked behind Yun Nuoxing and put her hand on his shoulder. Yun Nuoxing blinked. He tilted his head and thought for a while before nodding. He clasped his hands together and placed them in front of his chest. He lowered his head slightly. "I wish that my family and friends can be happy." As a cultivator, he naturally didn't believe in things like wishes. He just kept a beautiful wish. He didn't have anything he wanted and didn't have anything he wanted to do. He could find his origins by himself. Therefore, this wish was the product of his lack of desires. Everyone would live well if they were happy. Phew. After making his wish, Yun Nuoxing opened his eyes and blew out the 18 candles in one breath. The hall lit up at the right time. However, the sky was still full of stars. Light, it was naturally the light of the stars. However, when cutting the cake, how do I cut it? I can't bear to cut any of the pieces. Looking at the painting made of the entire cake, Yun Nuoxing raised his knife and gestured in several directions. He didn't cut it for a long time. After all, every cut would cut a character. It was really difficult for him to cut it. However, as if they had expected this situation, Chuan Yun and the others took out a big cake from the side with a smile. It only had the words "Happy Little Star Birthday" written on it. It was a cake with a few words. Looking at the familiar handwriting, it was beautiful and gentle. It was obviously made by Yu Yin herself. This time, he didn't hesitate and put the painting away. Then, he cut the cake and distributed it equally to everyone. However, when he was dividing the cake with the words "Little Star," Yu Yin and Xianin fought over it. In the end, he had no choice but to cut it in half and give it to the two of them. Only then did they reconcile. Although the half-foot cake was delicious and fragrant, it was too greasy. Of course, they couldn't finish it. As for the rest, smack! A piece of cake the size of a palm suddenly swept through the air, drawing a beautiful arc, and with a smack, it covered Yun Nuoxing's face. A crisp sound rang out in this celebratory hall. "Chuan Yun, how dare you sneak attack Big Brother?" Xian Yin was the first to react. She stood up and wiped Yun Nuoxing's creamy face clean. Then she wrapped her entire hand with God power. She reached out and stirred the cake. She grabbed a big lump and threw it at Chuan Yun, who was holding his stomach and laughing. Smack! Another crisp sound rang out. Chuan Yun almost didn't have time to react. That lump of cake directly hit his face as if it had teleported. There was another cake monster in the hall. As the saying goes, a slight move in one part will affect the whole body. When the second sound rang out, everyone stood up with a bang. They grabbed a piece of cake and threw it at anyone they saw. Instantly, the hall was filled with crackling sounds. "Little Star, take this." Yu Yin smiled as she came behind Yun Nuoxing. She held a 1-foot cake in her hand and smacked it over Yun Nuoxing's head. The cake crumbs scattered in all directions. Pieces of cake of different sizes flew around the hall. They hit the walls, the floor, the chairs, and the sofa. The entire hall was filled with the fragrance of cream. The bright white color was very lively. Big Brother. Just as Yun Nuoxing was having a good time, Ming suddenly called out from behind him. He quickly turned around. In the end, he was greeted by a huge piece of creamy white cake. He had bumped into it himself. Hee-ha, hee-ha. Ming ran away happily after her successful attack. Her purplish-black hair was also covered with snow-white cake. "You little girl, stop right there." Yun Nuoxing laughed loudly and grabbed a small piece of cake. His figure flashed, and he directly appeared in front of Ming Ming, giving her a fright. Then, taking advantage of the moment when she opened her small mouth in shock, he directly stuffed the cake into it. With her mouth stuffed, Ming couldn't speak for a moment. She couldn't spit it out or eat it. She ran around the room with her mouth wide open. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Little girl, take this." Yun Nuoxing attacked continuously and grabbed a piece of cake. However, he always had a tender heart when dealing with girls, so he didn't slap it directly on their faces. Instead, he slapped it into their mouths. Suddenly, there was a sweet taste of cream in her mouth. Xian Yin chewed twice and swallowed it. Then, she wiped the corners of her mouth clean and licked it. Then, she smiled at Yun Nuoxing and said, "Big brother, I want more." Everyone, after playing crazily for a long time, everyone was sprawled on the ground, looking like corpses. Their bodies were more or less stained with many white cakes. And as the birthday boy, Yun Nuoxing was patted until his entire body was white. His two white eyes looked bright and full of spirit. The cake stuck to his body, and it was very uncomfortable. After lying down for a long time, everyone laughed again. After laughing for a long time, they helped each other up and cleaned up the messy hall. After the hall was restored to its original state, they slowly walked to the bathroom to clean the cake on their bodies. However, when they were bathing, Ming suddenly suggested that he wanted to bathe with Yun Nuoxing. This made his jaw drop. "Ming, be good. Go bathe with big sister, okay?" Yun Nuoxing patted Ming's head and pointed at Yuyin and Xianyin with a smile. "No, I want to bathe with big brother." In the end, Ming refused directly and jumped onto Yun Nuoxing's body. He pulled his long hair and refused to let go. Yun Nuoxing thought about it and felt that it didn't matter since she was just a little girl. Then, under everyone's strange gazes, he helplessly brought Ming into the bathroom. "Everyone, beast." Yun Nuoxing. After taking a good bath, Yun Nuoxing carried Ming back to the room and used a towel to rub his soft long hair. This scene happened to be seen by Xian Yin, who had just finished bathing. She ran over energetically and stuck her head in front of Yun Nuoxing. "You're just like a child." Yun Nuoxing was helpless, but he still wiped his hair carefully. The night was silent. Everything returned to peace. A gentle breeze blew, and the surroundings were peaceful. At the top of the palace, Yun Nuoxing leaned against the edge of the wall and looked up at the silent, starry sky. Although he had washed himself clean, there was still the fragrance of soap and cream coming from his body. The scene from earlier surfaced again, and it made him feel a little happy. Ever since he was conscious, he had never played so happily. "Big brother." Just as Yun Nuoxing was recalling the happy scene from earlier, a soft voice quietly sounded behind him. It was so gentle that it seemed to reach into his heart. It warmed his heart slightly, and he turned his head with a smile. Xian Yin was wearing a plain white dress. Under the ice-blue moonlight, she was covered with a thin layer of silver gauze. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and it was hazy like a dream. This scene was peaceful and beautiful. Yun Nuoxing admired her for a while. Suddenly, he turned his gaze back with a red face. The plain white dress made her look very ethereal, like a fairy who was not tainted by a trace of smoke. She could be seen from afar, but not touched. The low-cut dress had a deep cleavage, and Yun Nuoxing almost fell for it. "Why did you suddenly come up? Aren't you going to sleep?" Yun Nuoxing turned his head and reached out to touch her head with a smile. Xianyin bit her red lips. She hugged Yun Nuoxing quietly and didn't say anything. She seemed a little dispirited and unhappy. Yun Nuoxing seemed to have sensed Xianyin's unhappiness. Although he was a little puzzled, he still didn't say anything. He reached out a hand to hold her weak shoulder and let her be alone. "Big brother, I have to go." After a long period of silence, Xianyin sucked in a breath and turned to look at Yun Nuoxing. Only then did she speak softly. Her voice contained some gloominess and unwillingness. "Huh." Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He hurriedly turned around and lowered his head to look at Xianyin. His eyes were filled with shock as he hurriedly asked, "What happened? Why so suddenly?" Xianyin smiled bitterly and shook her head. She stroked his back with her jade hand and leaned her head into his broad and warm embrace. She murmured, "I was supposed to leave the day before yesterday. I just wanted to spend this birthday with Big Brother so that I can feel better in the future." Xianyin, Yun Nuoxing sighed and reached out to hug her. He didn't know what to say. How many people were willing to experience something like parting? The girl in his arms was very soft and warm. Yun Nuoxing didn't have a trace of lust in his heart. He just hugged this girl very quietly and let her snuggle in his arms, giving her the hug she wanted. "Big brother, do you still remember what I said at that time?" Xianyin suddenly said, "Huh, what did you say?" Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. She had said so many things to him. Although he remembered everything, he didn't know which sentence it was. That is, if one day Yinin did something overboard to you, would you forgive Yinin? Xianyin raised her head and revealed a soul-stirring smile on her beautiful face. However, one could see her helplessness from her slightly furrowed brows. Her heart wasn't as calm and beautiful as it seemed on the surface. "You won't." Yun Nuoxing smiled and shook his head. His palm gently caressed her face. Hearing this, Xianyin bit her red lips with her white teeth. Her willowy brows were knitted together as if she was hesitating and struggling with something in her heart. "Big brother, I still have a birthday present to give." Xianyin took a deep breath and made up her mind. She looked at Yun Nuoxing and smiled. "Do you need it?" Yun Nuoxing raised his brows and smiled. Xianyin nodded and said in an unquestionable tone, "Of course I need it. Big brother, quickly close your eyes now." After saying that, she gently moved away from Yun Nuoxing's embrace. Her beautiful face was calm and nothing could be seen. Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and nodded. He slowly closed his eyes and said with a smile, "You're still so mysterious. If not, it might be difficult for me to give out my present," Xianyin muttered to herself. She glanced at Yun Nuoxing, who had his eyes tightly closed. She took light steps forward, one step after another, until the distance between the two of them was less than an inch. "Big brother, I'm sorry." Xianyin took a deep breath and slowly opened her arms. She muttered and tiptoed. Her jade-like arms suddenly wrapped around Yun Nuoxing's neck. Her tender red lips gently imprinted on Yun Nuoxing's lips. Chapter 97. Yun Nuoxing's head suddenly exploded when his lips touched something warm and soft. He opened his eyes in astonishment and looked at the beautiful face that was slightly blushing. His heart suddenly trembled, and his entire body froze. He didn't know what to do. Yun Nuoxing blankly reached out his arms and hugged Xianyin's slender waist. His lips moved slightly as he responded to her. Under the icy blue moonlight, the two silhouettes seemed to be melting together. Their deep feelings for each other made even the bright moon quietly hide behind the dark clouds. When the moonlight gradually dimmed, the two people who were tightly pressed together slowly let go. Yun Nuoxing looked at Xianyin, whose face was flushed red and looked especially alluring. He licked his lips and shook his head with a smile. Hearing Yun Nuoxing's low chuckle, Xianyin suddenly reacted. She pushed Yun Nuoxing with her jade-like hand, and her delicate body hurriedly turned back, wanting to escape in a hurry. However, Yun Nuoxing grabbed her back and pulled her into his embrace. Yun Nuoxing pulled Xianyin into his embrace and lowered his head to look at her bashful appearance. He couldn't help but tease her. "Little girl, you want to run away after molesting me? You're dreaming, aren't you? You're still pretending to be innocent after taking advantage of me." Hearing Yun Nuoxing's teasing voice, Xianyin's body trembled, and she rolled her eyes at him. However, she forgot that her face was flushed red and looked quite charming. It made one's heart beat faster. Yun Nuoxing smiled and pretended to ponder for a while before saying, "Is this what you meant by sorry?" "Oh, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry to the point where I don't know what to do." Xianyin blushed and struggled, trying to escape from Yun Nuoxing's embrace. However, the ability to pierce through the void with her palm yesterday seemed to have disappeared. No matter how hard she tried, she was firmly restrained by Yun Nuoxing. "Lass, you tell me what to do." Yun Nuoxing scratched her head and hugged Xianyin even tighter. Their bodies were pressed tightly together, and the two mounds in front of her chest were compressed into a flat ball. "Brother." The body temperature that came from Yun Nuoxing's body made her feel hot all over. Xianyin felt her whole body go numb and weak. Other than leaning on his body softly, she seemed to be unable to do anything else. The dignified deity, the headmaster of the Red Star Academy, at this moment had turned into a soft and weak girl. She did not even have the strength to struggle. "It's no use pretending to be pitiful and aggrieved." Yun Nuoxing chuckled evilly as she reached out and scratched Xianyin's nose. "That was my first kiss, and you're still not satisfied." Xianyin lowered her head shyly, and a blush spread from her neck to the tip of her ears. Her watery eyes were filled with panic. Although she had once prepared herself, in reality, she was very nervous. "It was also my first kiss, so we'll cancel it out." Yun Nuoxing tilted his head and continued to laugh. Then, "Brother, what do you want?" Xianyin lowered her head even more, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "I don't know." Yun Nuoxing shook his head. "If you don't know, then let go of me. My intuition tells me that I can't let you go just like that." "Brother," Xianyin muttered, feeling wronged. In the end, Yun Nuoxing did not do anything. Of course, it was impossible for him to do anything. He only used his hand to rub her head, and his heart was filled with inexplicable joy. Suddenly being kissed forcefully, he felt that this feeling was very fresh. Xianyin's red lips were soft, and there was a faint fragrance that made people want to indulge in it. "Brother, I'm leaving." Being stared at by Yun Nuoxing, Xianyin's face became even more shy. This time, she successfully escaped from Yun Nuoxing's embrace. Mei Mao fixed her messy long hair with her jade hands and stared at Yun Nuoxing, and said in a reluctant voice, "Do you have to leave immediately?" Although there was no true love involved, there was still a trace of kinship. To be honest, the two of them were like siblings, Therefore, when he heard Xianyin suddenly say that she was leaving, Yun Nuoxing was quite reluctant. "Yes. After all, it's already been delayed for 2 days. If there's a chance in the future, I'll come out and look for brother." Xianyin nodded and rubbed her hands gently. She lowered her head uneasily, like a child who had done something wrong, and said, Also, I don't know how to face brother now." In her mind, she had always thought that what she did was going against Yun Nuoxing's wishes, and she had violated it. At this moment, she felt that she did not have the face to face him. As soon as she finished speaking, without waiting for Xianyin to immediately move and escape, a shimmering golden chain suddenly wrapped around her slender waist. In the instant that she was stunned, Yin Nuoxing fiercely pulled back and pulled the warm and soft jade back into his embrace. Just face it however you want to. Everyone has the right to pursue their own happiness. I don't blame Yin. I was just shocked because I didn't come back to my senses. I didn't expect that's what you meant when you said sorry. Yun Nuoxing hugged Xian Yin tightly and said softly. His hand gently caressed her soft, snow-white hair. There was a hint of helplessness in his voice, but he wouldn't really blame her for anything. As punishment, sleep with me for a while. If you want, you can leave when I'm asleep. It won't be so sad. Yin Nuoxing patted her head and smiled. Okay. Xian Yin nodded shyly and allowed Yin Nuoxing to princess carry her and slowly walk towards the door at the top of the palace. The next morning, the sun shone on the ground, passing through layers of mountains and shining into the snow-white palace. It landed on the eyelids of the young man on the bed. The blinding light woke the boy up, but he didn't open his eyes. His hands groped around his body, but he only touched an ice-cold mattress. His hands didn't grab anything. It seemed like he was the only one on the huge bed. Has she left? Withdrawing his arm, Yun Nuoxing felt a little disappointed. He laughed at himself. He didn't expect that when it was time to part, he wouldn't be as strong as he claimed to be. He couldn't help but think about the people who had left. He couldn't help but feel lonely in his heart. He wanted to cry alone. Nope. Just as Yun Nuoxing was mocking himself and was about to cry, a gentle and amiable voice came from his arms. It made him suddenly tremble. He didn't expect that Xian Yin really hadn't left. Brother is right. It might not be so sad to say goodbye alone, but it's only for a moment. After that, I'll definitely feel empty in my heart, because I've already experienced the feeling of suddenly losing my brother once. My heart hurts so much that it feels like my body is about to be torn apart. So this time, even if it's a long goodbye, I want to leave without regrets. It can't be rushed. The girl in his arms slowly woke up. She gently retracted her hand from her back and caressed Yun Nuoxing's face. Xian Yin said with a gentle smile, "Yin." Heaving a sigh of relief, Yun Nuoxing reached out and hugged Xian Yin. This complicated feeling made him very distressed, but he couldn't do anything about it. It was just like how he was an extremely complicated person. Finally, let's spend some more time together. Xian Yin smiled sweetly. All right. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Just like yesterday, the two of them hastily washed up and began to tour the scenery outside. However, perhaps because they knew that they were going to part soon, the two of them weren't in the mood. They just walked silently and occasionally praised some magical things. Then, they fell silent again and didn't say anything. Although they didn't say anything, they knew what each other was thinking. They just let themselves hold each other's hands and walked slowly. After walking for a long time, it was already close to noon. As the saying goes, happy times are always short. However, at this moment, Yun Nuoxing really hated this saying. He couldn't wait to stop time so that it wouldn't move forward. Thank you, Xian Yin. The two of them returned to the palace and separated for a while. At this moment, Yu Yin came to Xian Yin's side and softly thanked her. Xian Yin turned around and looked at Yu Yin in confusion. She smiled and said, "Sister, why are you suddenly saying this? Flame, demon burning the heavens mantra. I know that you were the one who arranged for it to be given to me. However, it is impossible for me to obtain this mysterious technique with just my ability alone." Yu Yin played with her fine black hair as her bright eyes stared at Xian Yin as she spoke. "I'm doing this because I have some selfish motives." Xian Yin looked in the direction Yun Nuoshing left. Mei Mao looked at Yuan with longing and said, "I'll be leaving soon. Brother will be disappointed. I won't be able to accompany him in the future. I want to find someone who can accompany and protect him." "You're leaving?" Yuan was stunned, and then sighed. After living here for so long, she more or less knew a little about things. She just happened to know about this. However, she didn't know when Xianyin would leave. When she heard that she was leaving, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Xianyin smiled slightly. Her jade-like hands brushed her snow-white hair. Her beautiful eyes suddenly stared seriously at Yuan. She said, "After I leave, brother will be in your care. I hope you can always stay by his side and not leave him." "Don't worry." Yuan nodded seriously. She placed her slender hand on her chest and said confidently, "Just leave everything about little Xingxing to me. Don't worry. The next time we meet, I'll definitely return a brother that's hundreds of times more perfect to you." Xianyin nodded, although she didn't know when they would meet again. In the worst-case scenario, they might never see each other again. Sister, there's still Ming. Ming will always be by brother's side." Ming suddenly jumped out from behind Yuan. His little hand tugged at the hem of Yu Yin's skirt. He raised his crystal-clear little face and looked at Xianyin with a smile. "Good girl, Ming." Xianyin squatted down and touched her face with her jade-like hands. Outside the palace, no matter how hot the sun was, it couldn't dispel the melancholy atmosphere. Yuan, Chuanyun, and the others stood at the back and looked at the two people who were talking nonstop. As they were about to leave, there were many things that they wanted to say. However, after talking for a long time, they realized that a lot of it was nonsense. They couldn't say what they really wanted to say and could only talk about their reluctance. "It's time to leave." Xianyin raised her head and looked at the tall, snow-white palace. She had been waiting for him here for a long time. Now that he was here, she thought of the times that she missed him. The south wind blew in the middle of the night, waking up from a dream with a wet pillow. Thousands of years seemed like an illusion. The mortal world was vast. When would they meet again? After waiting for a lifetime, they finally bid farewell. "I'll look for you." Yun Nuoshing nodded. She held her hand and said solemnly, "Ha ha." Xianyin forced a smile and looked behind her. Mei Mao looked at them one last time and said bitterly, "If it wasn't for that dam, I wouldn't have left brother." "Little girl, you're always relying on your brother. When do you plan to grow up?" Yun Nuoshing patted her head and smiled helplessly. "Now." Xianyin smiled brightly. She hooked her hand around Yun Nuoshing's neck and kissed Yun Nuoshing's lips fiercely. Behind them, Yuan, Chuanyun, and the others hurriedly turned around. Ming covered his widened eyes with his hands and peeked through the gaps. After being ambushed again, Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. He felt a little helpless. However, at this moment, he had to sacrifice himself to fulfill Xianyin's wish. There was nothing to say. Boys might not really care about these things, but girls did. He knew that, so he couldn't bear to interrupt them at the end. "Goodbye. Let's meet again. Let's meet again." Her hand caressed Yun Nuoshing's face one last time. She kissed him one last time and gently pushed him away. Mei Mao looked at him reluctantly. Her delicate body floated backward. A blue light appeared and enveloped Xianyin. Suddenly, it released a dazzling light that shot into the sky. When the light dissipated, the graceful and moving figure was no longer there. Only Yun Nuoshing was left. He looked ahead in disappointment, and his eyes were a little lonely. Chapter 98. Sigh. She left in the end. Everyone looked at Yun Nuoshing's dejected back. Before they could go up to comfort him, he sighed heavily, as if he was trying to pull himself together. He scratched his head and grinned, pretending to be bright and sunny. "Little star." Yu-in slowly walked up and patted his shoulder with her jade-like hand, wanting to comfort him. She knew that in the heart of this little brat, who always had a smiling face, he was actually very afraid of parting. However, he didn't have the ability to make everyone stay, so he could only send them off with a dejected expression. Who had the ability to make someone stay by his side? Who could say that he couldn't live without someone by his side? In the end, he just couldn't let go. "Forget it, we'll meet again in the future." Yun Nuoshing put his hands on his hips and sighed. He looked at Yu-in and smiled, indicating that she didn't need to worry about him. "How do you know?" Yu-in couldn't help but ask, rolling her eyes at his nonchalant expression. "Hee." Yun Nuoshing smiled and turned to walk towards the snow-white palace. His refreshing laughter echoed in the air. "It's a kind of intuition. As for what would happen in the future, he would leave it for the future. Right now, he still had a lot of things to do. Darkness invaded the sky, and the endless night enveloped the god realm. In the distant sky, a scarlet moon the size of a wash basin slowly climbed up from the horizon, illuminating the earth with its crimson moonlight. Perhaps everyone thought that Yun Nuoshing was forcing a smile, but no one went to look for him for an entire day, as if they wanted him to be alone. At this time, Yun Nuoshing was standing at the top of the palace in the same position as last night, leaning against the wall. He turned around to look behind him, but there was no snow-white figure, as he imagined. He reached out and touched his lips. The scene from last night kept replaying in his mind. Yun Nuoshing smiled, helplessly. He didn't think that he would confusedly throw away his first kiss. After laughing for a while, Yun Nuoshing straightened his expression and took out the map that was several hundred feet wide. He found the location of the Taiyuan region and looked at it carefully. He discovered that there were many flame, lightning, and demon beast markings on it. It seemed like something was there. When he found his current location, Red Star City, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. There seemed to be a purple flame mark next to it. It wasn't very far. According to the scale of the map, it was only 10,000 miles away. Is this some kind of divine flame? It's just a little to the north of Red Star City. However, if it's really there, it's impossible for Xian-Yin to not discover it. At their level, the entire Taiyuan region should be within their detection range. Then why? Yun Nuoshing tilted her head, somewhat unable to understand. That's right. This map has been here for many years. Things have changed with the passage of time. The markings that were left behind back then seem to be of little help now. Perhaps it has already been taken away. Nodding slightly, Yun Nuoshing was about to put away the map, but she hesitated, looking at the purple mark not far from Red Star City. Her heart was a little restless. What if it was really not taken away? After thinking for a long time, he suddenly chuckled and said to himself, it's on the way anyway. It's not a big deal to make a trip there. Why are you laughing so disgustingly in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? While he was laughing, a soft voice full of contempt suddenly sounded in his ear. Then a red dress was draped over his back, and a pair of soft jade, hands pressed on his shoulders. Elder sister is the one who's not sleeping in the middle of the night. Staying up late will cause wrinkles. Hearing this voice, Yun Nuoshing smiled. He guessed that Yu-in was worried about him and had been waiting for her to come over. TSK, I'm so young that I won't have wrinkles. Yu-in rolled her eyes at him and stood side by side. She turned her head to look at the handsome face with a smile and said, You're smiling so happily. Did you find something? Yun Nuoshing nodded and pointed to the purple flame mark next to Red Star City on the map to her and smiled. You don't want to go there, do you? Seeing his smile, the corners of Yu Yin's eyes twitched. As smart as she was, she naturally recognized what it was at a glance, but was there really such a thing? This map seemed to have existed for many years, right? Don't worry, I'm just going to take a look. If there isn't anything, then forget it. Anyway, it's on the way to Xingming City. It's not a big deal to take a detour. Yun Nuoshing spread his hands. If there wasn't anything, he could just go directly to Xingming City. There wouldn't be too much loss. Okay, Yu Yin sighed and agreed, asking, when are we going? Now, Yun Nuoshing licked his lips and looked to the northeast with a little expectation in his eyes. Traveling at night. Yu Yin was startled for a moment and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She didn't expect him to be so anxious, but she didn't say anything. She lightly nodded and went downstairs. She had to take Ming with her so that when the little girl woke up the next day and saw that they were gone, she wouldn't cry until the sky turned dark. Leaning against the wall, Yun Nuoshing hugged the fiery red clothes and felt a little warm in his heart. At least there was someone by his side. This was enough. He couldn't make everyone stay, so he would try his best to make the people he had now stay with. Are you planning to set off? A voice quietly sounded from the side. Damn! Ghost! Yun Nuoshing was startled and jumped a few meters away. He looked at Chuan Yun and Yen Xian, who appeared as if nothing had happened, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Can't take a scare. Yen Xian laughed. You're scaring people to death. Taking a deep breath, Yun Nuoshing slowly walked back and stood beside the two of them. He looked at them and didn't say anything. Purple Night Flame, ranked 90th on the Divine Flames list. Chuanyan also looked at him and smiled. He seemed to know what he was planning to do. The Divine Flames list recorded a total of 150 types of flames that were born from heaven and earth. After countless years of accumulation, they all had destructive power. Mortals would be extinguished with just a touch. Could it still be there? Hearing this sentence that seemed to have a deeper meaning, Yun Nuoshing was startled. Then he looked at the two of them excitedly and asked anxiously, Enchantment! Yen Xian opened her red lips and only said 2 words. Then Chuanyan added, There's trouble. Be careful. Yun Nuoshing's mouth was wide open. He looked at the two of them echoing each other and didn't feel strange at all. They patted his shoulder and looked at him. Then they smiled and left. Scratching his head, Yun Nuoshing didn't understand what there's trouble meant. However, he didn't think too much about it. He took out the Divine Sun bow and expanded it to 1,000 feet in length. Then he jumped onto it and left behind a golden chain. After a while, the chain was pulled. Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes and looked down at Yu Yin, who was waving at him. There was a little girl sleeping soundly in her arms. The golden chain wrapped around her and pulled the two of them up. With a laugh, the Divine Sun bow turned into a golden bolt of lightning and rushed into the sky. The next day, Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes under the sunlight. He first looked at Ming, who had burrowed into his arms. Then he looked at Yu Yin, who was using him as a pillow. Then he looked down at the lush forest below. He felt an inexplicable sense of irritation. It seemed that if he looked at too many trees, the originally peaceful environment would also give him negative emotions. How long have we been flying? Tilting his head, Yun Nuoshing couldn't figure out his current position because he slowly fell asleep as soon as he got on the Divine Sun bow. Although it was not a problem for cultivators to not rest for a period of time, the 3 of them deliberately adjusted themselves to the state of ordinary people. Therefore, it was now equivalent to staying up all night, he operated his primary power a little to expel his fatigue. He took a deep breath of the refreshing air of the forest and slowly took out the treasure map. He controlled the divine sun bow to fly into the sky. Then he opened the map and fixed his gaze on the upper left corner of the map. However, he didn't see any special terrain near the purple mark. Not only that, there didn't seem to be any other place. There were only some famous big cities and obvious landforms marked. There was nothing else. How am I supposed to find it? Yun Nuoshing was speechless. He couldn't fly back to Red Star City and locate it again, right? Hey! The depressed Yun Nuoshing glanced at other places on the map, but his gaze was attracted by a flashing red dot. He looked over and found that the red dot was quite close to the purple night flame, but he was sure that this red dot didn't exist last night. However, it didn't seem to be drawn. After all, it was flashing slightly, as if something was shining on this place. He looked at the direction behind the treasure map doubtfully, but he didn't see anything. He looked at it horizontally and vertically, but he didn't know what was special about it. Could it be? A guess suddenly flashed in his mind. Yun Nuoshing smiled slightly and didn't put away the treasure map. He just let it float in front of him and flew forward quickly with the divine sun bow. If his guess was right, it should save a lot of trouble. After flying for a distance in a hurry, Yun Nuoshing's eyes stared straight at the red dot when he saw that it was getting closer and closer to the mark of the purple night dark flame. It was not an illusion. Finally, he smiled and rubbed his sore eyes, but he had an answer in his heart. That red dot seemed to be the location of their current location. Not bad. At least we don't have to worry about not being able to find our way in the future. He nodded and made sure that there was no mistake in the direction. He sped up a little, put away the treasure map, and closed his eyes to rest. He didn't rest for long. It seemed like only 1 or 2 hours had passed. Yun Nuoshing felt that someone was gently patting him. He had no choice but to reluctantly open his eyes again. Little star, wake up. There is a town below. Put away the divine sun bow. What entered his eyes was Yu Yin's delicate and beautiful white face. At this time, the sun god bow had already stopped, and the surroundings were filled with white clouds. From time to time, 1 or 2 faintly discernible shouts reverberated in his ears. Big brother, wake up. Seeing Yun Nuoshing in a daze, Ming reached out and pinched his face. She gently pulled his face and called out to him with her little mouth. Blinking his eyes and feeling the delicate little hand pinching his face, Yun Nuoshing suddenly had a naughty idea. He smiled and said, "Give me a kiss, and I will wake up." "Go to hell." Yuin rolled her eyes at him. Her long, shapely eyebrows furrowed, and her jade-like hands formed into claws. She was about to place them on Yun Nuoshing's head. Big brother is being a hooligan. Ming lowered her head and mumbled. Her pink little face was filled with shyness. After hesitating for a moment, she lifted her soft little mouth and gently tapped Yun Nuoshing's face. Yu Yin, who was watching from the side, was speechless. Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes in satisfaction and pinched Ming's blushing cheeks. He stuck his tongue out at Yu Yin, who was harboring evil intentions. He wasn't in a hurry to put away the divine sun bow. Instead, he opened up the treasure map and looked for the red dot near the purple mark. We're already here. When he saw the red dot flickering slightly in the mark, he immediately knew that they had arrived at their destination. But why was there a town? He explained in detail to Yu Yin. She also looked at the flickering spot in surprise and said, "This is a map left behind from a long time ago. Maybe there wasn't any town built here back then. Maybe it was built in recent years." Yun Nuoshing nodded in agreement. However, he frowned. If there was a town, then it was really a little troublesome. Maybe it had already been discovered and subdued. The divine flame can't be subdued so easily. Also, use the fire element to feel it. Yue knew what he was thinking. She patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Yun Nuoxing looked at her suspiciously. He closed his eyes, and the fire element surged in his body, causing his soul energy to surge out. It merged into the void and spread throughout the land. After a long time, Yun Nuoxing suddenly looked at a certain spot in the sky. That area was mysteriously surging with abnormally dense fire element energy. Under this kind of blazing energy, even his soul felt a little scorching pain. Moreover, this blazing heat faintly contained a terrifying destructive energy. Could it be that it's still here? The purple night flame hasn't been taken away by anyone? Yun Nuoxing didn't understand. Since even he could sense that area, there was no reason why others couldn't sense it. But why wasn't it taken away? He didn't believe that no one would be interested in the divine flame. It's a barrier. Suddenly recalling what Yen Xian said last night, Yun Nuoxing also understood. It seemed that it had been sealed. He could see it but couldn't take it away. Let's go down and take a look first and collect some information. After thinking for a while, Yun Nuoxing said. He brought the two of them and retreated a little. Through the thick clouds, he saw the scene of the town below. Although it wasn't as big as Red Star City, it was still of a certain scale. Moreover, the flow of people wasn't any less than that. He sensed that many people in the city possessed fire element. That kind of unique, blazing aura was easy to recognize. It seemed that they were all here for the purple night flame. The divine flame could be absorbed into one's body for one's own use. Its power was incomparably huge. That kind of terrifying power was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Moreover, if an alchemist used it to refine medicine or make jewelry, the quality would be improved a lot. Its attractiveness was equal to or even greater than that of a top-grade weapon. It had an irresistible attraction to everyone. However, although the divine flame was very tempting, it was also dangerous. Even a demigod practitioner would be burned to a sorry state, let alone people of other ranks. Moreover, to subdue the divine flame, one had to absorb it into one's body and refine it. The body was the weakest part of the human body. Usually it could only be slowly cultivated. It couldn't be strengthened by much. Once some messy things were stirred up inside, other than God-level masters, it was very easy for them to end up in a miserable state. Although everyone knew this, they couldn't resist that kind of temptation. Whenever they heard of this kind of news, they would desperately rush over like moths to a flame. They would bloom with a moment of brilliance and burn themselves to ashes. Nothing would be left behind. It was because that kind of power was worth everyone's pursuit. Chapter 99. Yuyan City. Just from this name, one could tell that this city that did not appear on the map was definitely related to the Purple Night Dark Flame. It seemed like the predecessors knew that there was such a terrifying item here, and they seemed to have built this city with this in mind. Yuyan City had a very long history. It seemed to have existed since the remote antiquity era. There were once peerless experts who came here to search for the Purple Night Flame, but they were not able to find it. Although they could sense the energy seeping out from the space, they were unable to find its exact location. That barrier was constantly operating, isolating the city from the outside world. Of course, even though there was a barrier, there were still many people who came to Yuyan City. They wanted to wait until the barrier was worn down by the power of time, and the Purple Night Flame would erupt to subdue it. However, even until today, there was still no progress. A city built under the Purple Night Dark Flame. Hearing this news, Yun Nuoxing's group of three froze for a moment, feeling a bit strange. Although they hadn't personally experienced it, they knew a bit about how terrifying the power of the so-called divine flame was, not only were these people not afraid of it, they were actually rushing over it like a flock of ducks. It's really troublesome. On the second floor of the restaurant, Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. If something like the purple night dark flame erupted, this city would be instantly destroyed. It's a divine flame after all. Many people want to get a taste of it. That kind of power is enough to make people go crazy. Even if they know that they might lose their lives, no one would stop. If someone really managed to subdue the purple night dark flame, that person's strength would take a qualitative leap. If it was subdued by an alchemist, it would be equivalent to creating a legendary alchemist. It's very tempting, Yu-Yin said with a smile as she took a sip of tea. In a place like a restaurant, news circulated the fastest. They were used to leisurely collecting information in this kind of place, so they couldn't help saying something when they heard some news. According to the Yuyan Pavilion's previous prediction, that ceiling barrier has already been worn down. In half a year or two, the purple night dark flame will erupt. If it erupts, a world-shaking battle will be unavoidable. Don't look at how there aren't many major forces in Yuyan City. In fact, they are all secretly watching this place. If something happens, they will attack. Tisk TSK, Divine Flame, I wonder if I have a chance to get involved. Are you crazy? Who would dare to touch those predetermined things? I'm just saying. But if anyone can get it, that would be a great opportunity. It was noon, and the restaurant was filled with people. There were layers upon layers of noisy discussions. There was as much information as the hairs on an ox, and every sentence was related to the purple night dark flame. It seemed like everyone already knew about it. I didn't expect that the news had already spread here. However, I didn't hear this news when I was in Red Star City. Shaking her chopsticks, Yun Nuoxing perked up her ears to listen to some important or irrelevant information. She had a rough idea of what was going on. Many people are paying attention to this. I guess that if not for the fact that too much time has passed and no one has given up waiting for hope, there might be even more people in Yuyan City. Yui nodded and said, there are various major forces paying attention to this, and there are people from the Yuyan Pavilion guarding this place. What should we do? Yun Nuoxing looked out of the window. Somewhere in the sky, there was a floating platform. It was full of people standing on it, and all of them were breathing heavily. Anyone who approached the platform would be scanned inch by inch. Let's wait for the purple night dark flame to erupt on its own. It's impossible to snatch it by force. Yu-Yin also looked at the floating platform in the sky and said, if only the Netherworld Ruins sword was still here. Speaking of barriers, Yun Nuoxing's first thought was the Netherworld Ruins sword that could break all barriers. Back in the ruins of Star Spirit City, it was the sword that had unintentionally broken the barrier, allowing Yun Nuoxing to take advantage of it. Is there anything you need to prepare in half a year? Yu-Yin looked at Yun Nuoxing and asked. Nothing. Shaking his head, Yun Nuoxing smiled. Xian-Yin had already prepared a lot of things for him back then, so there was no need for him to prepare anything himself. All he had to do now was to have a real battle. While Yun Nuoxing and Xian-Yin were talking, the voices downstairs had lowered, and there were fewer vulgar words in their words. There seemed to be some reverence in their words. Ninth King, Divine Prefecture, Divine Temple, hearing some intermittent and somewhat familiar words, Yun Nuoxing was stunned for a moment. These words were a little familiar. After taking a sip of tea, Yun Nuoxing raised his head and looked at the entrance of the restaurant. He saw a dozen people walking in side by side. Their clothes were very eye-catching. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. One word, a variety of colors, and one word, a mixture of radishes, vegetables, and chicken. Uffed. With just a casual glance, Yun Nuoxing's face twitched, his eyelids trembled, and his heart tightened. Immediately after, he fiercely spat out a mouthful of water. His voice was as loud as a clear spring, spreading throughout the entire restaurant, causing everyone to break out in cold sweat. Who was so bold to cause trouble at this moment? Did they not know how to spell silence? The sudden outburst of sound also stunned the dozen people. They slowly turned to look at the source of the sound, and then they were stunned. Their faces were filled with astonishment and shock. Taiyuan, F***CK, you stinky fart man. Almost instantaneously, the man in white standing at the side released 1,000,000 decibels, and his horrified screams overturned the roof. However, before he could finish shouting, a cup and a slap directly hit his face, blocking the last two words he was about to say. His whole body flew out of the room. Sister Yusin. Yusin! It was also at this moment that the other dozen people called out in joy. They directly ignored the person who was sent flying and quickly walked to the second floor. The restaurant was silent. Everyone was scared silly. They looked at Yun Nuoshing and the others in horror. They all took a deep breath. They clearly saw the action of him slapping the man in white, but the others didn't pay attention to it. It was as if they didn't care at all. Moreover, they had a friendly appearance, as if they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Could it be that they knew each other? Long time no see. Yun Nuoshing changed his face the moment he spat out the water, so the people of the Temple of Elements could recognize him. At this time, he looked at Mu Ling and the others who were walking up and smiled dryly. Brother is gone, sister is back. Ming on the side saw Yun Nuoshing change into Yusin in the blink of an eye and couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Long time no see, Sister Yusin. Even Yuin was trembling with laughter. Yun Nuoshing fiercely glared at the two of them. He also greeted everyone to sit down and said with a smile, "Why did everyone come?" "Yes, we came for the purple night flame. We heard that the enchantment seal was about to break, so we rushed over." Jin Jinwang spread his hands and pointed to the platform in the sky. He helplessly said, "Sister Yusin, long time no see. I hope you have been well." The wood spirit sat down beside Yun Nuoshing, her jade-like hands holding his arm and gently swaying it. Her smiling face was very moving. "Hello, you two." His arm was held in her arms, so it was inevitable that he would rub against some warmth and softness. Although Yun Nuoshing had transformed into Yusin, he was still a man after all. His heart couldn't help but tremble. "Hello, brothers and sisters." On the side, Ming stood up and greeted them with a silly smile. The smile on everyone's face became bigger. Yuin also greeted them symbolically. "Have you been well these past few years?" The beautiful woman from the divine wood palace looked at Yun Nuoshing lovingly. She carefully sized him up as if she was looking at her own junior. "I've been fine. I leisurely wandered here. It's not far from Xingming City. When I heard that there was news of the divine flame, I came here on the way." Yun Nuoshing smiled. It had been more than 2 years since they parted in Xingming City. After knowing that they had no ill intentions, he didn't continue to be hostile, of course, except for a certain person. "Could it be that you are also here for the purple night flame?" Huaji glanced at Yun Nuoshing and smiled. He knew that the latter had fire elements in his body, so he naturally guessed in this direction. Yun Nuoshing nodded. Before he could say anything, he glanced to the side and narrowed his eyes slightly. Everyone raised their eyebrows. Then they tacitly ignored him and continued to chat with Yun Nuoshing. That, Sister Yun Nuoshing. Yao Hua, who was in a sorry state, rushed up to the second floor from the door. He looked at Yun Nuoshing and scratched his head embarrassedly. "Who's your sister?" Yun Nuoshing narrowed his eyes into slits and stared at him fiercely. A wave of energy quietly condensed in his palm, and the energy wave reverberated in the restaurant, giving everyone a fright. Although it looked like they knew each other, what was going on with this posture of facing an enemy? That, I, what did I do wrong? Seeing that Yun Nuoxing was about to start a fight, without saying a word, Yao Hua was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole to hide in. He couldn't help but blurt out his old lines. Go to hell. Seeing his ignorant look, Yun Nuoxing was furious. Willow eyebrows were filled with killing intent, and the five-colored energy turned into a huge palm that directly blasted towards Yao Hua. The speed was so fast that he couldn't react at all, and directly slapped it. Ah! Although they were both light element controllers, Yao Hua's light element wasn't as pure as Yun Nuoxing's, and its speed couldn't compare. Almost in an instant before he could react, the scenery in front of him flew past rapidly. Then, he felt a pain on the top of his head. His vision suddenly brightened, and only a miserable scream was left in place, echoing for a long time. Looking at Yao Hua, who disappeared from the top of the restaurant, the people of Lookout only observed a moment of silence. Then, they shook their heads and ignored him. Shueixia, on the other hand, widened her eyes. Her soft and gentle face was filled with fear. Her lips were slightly parted. The man in blue beside her also widened his eyes. He stared at the energy that flew out. They felt an unusually familiar energy fluctuation. Water element. After a moment, the two of them clenched their teeth, and the two words uncontrollably came out from between their teeth. They looked at Yun Nuoxing in disbelief. They remembered that the latter's four elements didn't seem to be the water element, right? Shoo! Yun Nuoxing put a white finger on her lips and gently shushed them. She smiled and revealed an expression that said, "You know what I mean? You can contain the water element." When Jin Wang heard this and saw Yun Nuoxing's appearance, his handsome face suddenly distorted. His voice also became sharp due to shock, but he still suppressed his voice and didn't let it out. The others also noticed this at this moment. They all looked at Yun Nuoxing with a faint smile on her face, and their mouths were wide open. They didn't know what to say. "It's a secret." Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and smiled slightly, indicating that they shouldn't be agitated. "This is 5 elements." Everyone's face twitched wildly when they saw her admitting it. This guy. Chapter 100. After reminiscing for a while, everyone went straight to the main topic, Purple Night Dark Flame. The news of the upcoming seal breaking was released by the Hidden Flame Pavilion, so it was highly credible. Therefore, it attracted a lot of people to come here. There was still half a year left, but the number of forces gathered here was not small. Some of the older forces also put down their so-called face and came in a hurry. In addition to our 9 great elemental temples, there are 8 other forces and 12 star palaces. As for the older forces, they probably won't participate. Although Purple Night Dark Flame is a kind of divine flame, it's only ranked 90. It has a fatal attraction to many people, but for some people, it can only be regarded as just right in their eyes. They probably won't actually make a move. Jin Wang sorted out his thoughts and said some important information. Is the Fire God Temple also interested in Purple Night Dark Flame? Yun Nuoxing looked at Huiji and asked, "Yes, our Fire God Temple doesn't have dozens of divine flames, like what outsiders said. Purple Night Dark Flame is also a great attraction to our temple that specializes in fire element." Huiji nodded and said, "In fact, the Fire God Temple doesn't have a single divine flame. Dozens of them are just rumors." Air. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. He believed what he had heard during the journey. The Fire God Shrine had dozens of divine flames. When did he plan to go over to play with them and see if he could take one or two away? The fire god temple used to have several kinds of divine flames, but they were all lost with the passing of the ancestor. The red-haired man explained, the 9 great elemental temples were very famous forces in ancient times. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were unparalleled in the divine world. At that time, the 9 great elemental temples were all insufferably arrogant. They stood in the clouds and looked down on all living things. However, one day, the 9 great elemental temples were chased and killed in the Ganyuan region. The main forces of the 9 great elemental temples fell, and their strength decreased a lot, but it didn't decline for long. Almost in the same year that the first temple master disappeared, a new temple master stood up and carried the entire temple. The 9 great elemental temples were still the 9 great elemental temples that people looked up to. Their reputation had increased a lot because of this. Do you have any plans? Wood Spirit looked at Yun Nuoshing, who had been rubbing the teacup, and asked. No. Yun Nuoshing shook his head. He had just arrived here and didn't know anything. He only knew that there would be many people coming to snatch the treasures. Naturally, he didn't think of any countermeasures. Then, do you have any ideas? Yun Nuoshing put down her teacup and said with a smile, You can say that. Jin Wang nodded, his fingers scratching his forehead for a while as if he was organizing his thoughts. After a long while, he said, It's impossible to forcefully seize it. On the day the purple night dark flames erupt, there will be powerhouses from all over the world rushing over. Among them, there will definitely be people who are on par with us, or even slightly stronger. If we were to forcefully seize it under their noses and then take it away, it would be troublesome even for light elementals. As for defeating all of them, it's not feasible either. The experts of the 8 ancient clans will also come out. At that time, we will most likely be restrained by them. In that case, the only way left is to use a barrier. Use the barrier to create a plane, bring the purple night dark flames in, and subdue it. However, we have to pray that we don't encounter anyone who can break the barrier. But old water isn't here. As for the barrier, Jin Wang paused and looked at Shueixia and the elder. The two of them also shook their heads with a troubled expression. Their water god temple specialized in magic circles and barriers, but it seemed that they still couldn't weave a magic circle that could stop gods. Barrier? Yun Nuoshing nodded. He also thought that this was the only way. With his current speed of controlling light elementals, it would be easy for others to catch up with him. Even if he went all out, he would only be able to reach the speed of light. Those god and underworld level powerhouses could also reach this speed with their own strength. Moreover, if his speed reached the speed of light in an instant, it would exhaust him. It wouldn't be good if others took advantage of this opportunity to catch up with him. As for barriers, Yun Nuoshing had 4 divine artifacts on him, including the high-grade divine artifact that he had obtained from Tian Bingzi. He had 5 of them. Yu Yin had another one on her, and there were more than 10 of them lying in the pendant. With his current strength, he should be able to defend against a heavenly god-level god with the help of these divine artifacts to form barriers. The initial god level was also divided into 10 levels: Son of God, King of God, Emperor of God, Supreme God, God of Heaven, King of Hell, Emperor of Hell, and Emperor of God. The difference between each level was like heaven and earth. If it weren't for Yun Nuoshing's uniqueness, he wouldn't have been able to reach this level. It's a pity that I don't know where Su Ming ran off to. Thinking of this, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but touch the purplish-black pattern on his right forearm. He didn't know where the Su Ming sword had run off to. There had been no news of it for so long. If it weren't for the fact that he had a direct connection with it, Yun Nuoshing might have thought that the Su Ming sword had run off on its own. The sword pattern is still faintly glowing, so there's definitely no problem with the Su Ming. However, I don't know where it is. With the Su Ming sword, I can break the barrier now and take the Purple Night Dark Flame. Yun Nuoshing sighed and scratched his head in distress. There's no rush. There's still half a year to 2 years before the Purple Night Dark Flame erupts. We can prepare well. Before that, why don't you follow us? Jin Wang saw him sigh and thought that he was troubled and didn't know what to do. So he smiled and said, Yun Nuoshing was stunned. If he could get their help on this trip, it would save him a lot of trouble. When the time came, he would only need to focus on taking the Purple Night Dark Flame. The problem was, yes, if it erupts, I'll look for you. Right now, I have to prepare for some things. Yun Nuoshing nodded. However, he muttered in his heart, Are you kidding me? I don't want to be a girl forever. Jin Wang nodded and said, All right, just look for us if you need anything. Be careful. Yuyan City has been chaotic recently. If there's anything you can't deal with, just look for us at the manor in the east of the city. We'll be staying there for a while and monitoring the Purple Night Dark Flame. All right, I'll definitely look for you guys if I need anything. Yun Nuoshing covered his mouth and laughed. The two sides discussed for a bit, and were on the same side. After all, when something happened, one more person meant one more force. It was also beneficial for the two of them to form an alliance. After sitting for a while, Yun Nuoshing left with Yin and the other two. The sky was about to turn dark, but they still had to find a place to stay, so that they wouldn't have to be homeless at night. Little Star, although you guys seem to have a good relationship, but in a luxurious hotel, Yin sat on a soft sofa and lazily stretched her body. She looked at Yun Nuoshing, whose appearance had changed back, and joked, You still don't plan to reveal your true appearance? How long are you going to keep this misunderstanding going? It's not that I don't wanna. Hearing Yu Yin's words, Yun Nuoshing bitterly smiled and said, If people find out that I'm cross-dressing, how am I going to face them? Damn it, if people find out, they'll think of me as a pervert. But it's not a good thing to keep this misunderstanding going. The way Yao Hua looks at you doesn't seem right. What if he gives you his heart? What are you going to do? Mei Mao spun around while Yin continued to laugh. Then I'll beat him until he loses his memory. Hearing Yin mention Yao Hua, Yun Nuoshing was so angry that she almost ground her teeth to pieces. Big brother, you're so violent. In Yun Nuoshing's arms, Ming tugged at his clothes and muttered softly, Ming, that's not violence. That's called discipline. Big brother is doing that for that person's good, so I have to discipline him. It's completely different from violence. Understand? Yun Nuoshing's eyelids twitched. In order to create a perfect big brother image for herself, she patted Ming's little head with her palm and quickly explained with a smile. Oh. Blinking his watery eyes, Ming nodded his head as if he had understood something. You're tricking little Ming again. Yin patted Yun Nuoshing's head and smiled as she transmitted her voice. This is called discipline. Yun Nuoshing said seriously. Her serious expression was met with a slap from Yin. It was late at night, and a cloud was lazily sleeping in the sky, blocking the starlight from the distant stars. A small crack appeared in the cloud layer, and the crimson moonlight passed through, shining on a gloomy, handsome face below. I can't see the stars tonight. Yun Nuoshing rubbed her sore neck and lowered her head. She leaned against the wall with her hands and sighed helplessly. Suddenly, she thought of something and nodded slightly. Fire elements quietly emerged from her body, and her vision changed. Countless fiery red lines stretched across the sky, densely extending into the distance and covering the entire sky. It was as if the main element in the sky had been silently occupied by the crimson fire elements, and the other elements had been knocked out of the sky. There were no other elements in the crimson area. What a dense fire element energy! It has forcefully eroded the sky and assimilated or expelled the other elements. There are no other elements in the sky within a radius of 10,000 meters. The soul-probing waves spread out, sweeping back and forth within a radius of 100 miles. In the perception of Yun Nuwa planet, the arrangement and distribution of the elements were very abnormal. The sky was filled with dark red fire elements, flowing. Only in the sky 1,000 meters below did other elements exist, and the content was also abnormally high. It was as if the fine energy in the sky had been squeezed down and condensed here. Her gaze wandered around, following the hundreds and thousands of fire elemental energy lines, and found the most concentrated area. The fire elements, there were even traces of gorgeous light purple. The ripples spread out and peeled away the densely packed lines, revealing an empty space. All the energy seemed to have leaked out from the void, but it also seemed to have formed naturally. She couldn't see the source. Is it there? Withdrawing the fire elements from her eyes, Yun Nuoshing muttered in a low voice. After hesitating for a moment, the resplendent evil spirit eye slowly opened. Perhaps because of the newly formed water elements, the entire white of the eye was covered in gold, green, and azure colors. The two diamond-shaped eyeballs were silver white and fiery red. When the 5 elements were of the same purity, perhaps the entire color would be the same. When the evil spirit eye opened, Yun Nuoshing's brows instantly locked together. In the empty space that she had just seen, an enormous, complicated, and bizarre array appeared. It was so bizarre that Yun Nuoshing could guarantee that it was the strangest array he had ever seen. Ordinary arrays were formed by array cores, secondary cores, array patterns, energy matrices, and special ones would have some runes carved on them. However, once an array was carved, it was fixed. Other than increasing the range, it couldn't be changed. However, the array he saw was constantly changing. The array cores, array patterns, and even the energy matrices and runes were constantly changing. This is definitely not a superimposed array. Yun Nuoshing's brows were tightly locked together. Such an array was very difficult to analyze. Every time the energy matrices changed, it was equivalent to another array. The array that was analyzed a second ago was completely different from the array that was analyzed in the next second. This spirit design was alive. Chapter 101. There's no way to analyze it like this. This array cannot be destroyed or broken from the outside. It can only be destroyed from the inside. The evil spirit eye operated to its peak, and a dozen detection charms appeared in the surrounding space. Small arrays floated around the 2 eyes, but they were unable to see through the array that was constantly reforming. Little star, don't try too hard. Just as Yun Nuoshing was about to go all out and operate his evil spirit eye, a pair of soft jade hands quietly extended from his back, covering his eyes that were emitting a bright light. The surrounding talismans and small arrays also quietly retreated. Big sister, come take a look. Yun Nuoshing removed the pair of soft hands and used the evil spirit eye again. One of her hands covered her right eye, and the other covered Yu Yin's left eye. A strange energy flowed through her arms. Yu Yin was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, she received a warm and comfortable energy. She didn't need to control it as it entered her right eye on its own. That beautiful black eye that was flickering with playfulness suddenly turned into a dazzling 5 colors at this moment. Dozens of talismans and spell formations emerged around the 2 people's eyes and stacked on top of each other. A powerful penetrating gaze suddenly shot towards the sky. It was Yu Yin's first time observing the world through the evil spirit eye. Red fire elements, blue water elements, green wood elements, etc. The world seemed to be divided by invisible threads. making her feel that it was very beautiful and very fresh. However, at this moment, Yuin did not pay attention to any of this. Her gaze was locked onto the fiery red sky. There, an incomparably large array was spinning. Although it was called an array, it was actually a circular array made up of countless energy lines. The core was inside and could not be seen through. Furthermore, the array was constantly changing. Although there was a lot of information that was transmitted to Yin's mind through the evil spirit eye and automatically processed it, regardless of whether it was her own senses or the evil spirit eye's automatic senses, the final result of the feedback was that it was unsolvable. How could there be such a formation? I've never even heard of it. Mei Mao's eyes widened. Yuin stared at the sea of formations in disbelief. Her mouth felt dry. Calm down, calm down. Yun Nuoxing retracted his hand and closed the evil spirit eye. He rubbed Yin's head to calm her down. He knew that the array he saw today was beyond their imagination. Anyone who saw this scene would be shocked, and their state of mind would be shaken. However, after calming down, they would be fine. Shock was shock, but they had to accept reality. This looks like it's impossible to seize the purple night dark flame without waiting for it to destroy the barrier itself. Yuin ran her fingers through her hair and smiled bitterly. Although she didn't expect to be the first to seize the purple night dark flame, she didn't expect that it would be impossible to enter first. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. He came to Tiantai with the idea of taking a look and seeing if he could seize the purple night dark flame. With the soul-burning incantation's godly ability to swallow everything, it shouldn't be a problem for him to swallow the purple night dark flame. Now, the only problem was how to get it. Do we really have to wait until the city is in chaos before we can take action? Yun Nuoxing sighed. When the city was in chaos, the chances of seizing the purple night dark flame would be lower. After all, there were so many pairs of eyes staring at them. If they did anything wrong, they would be beaten to death. Can we summon the Netherworld sword back? Yuin turned her head and saw Yun Nuoxing's contemplative face. She raised her head. They had all seen the Nethervoid sword's ability to break through space. If they could regain control of the Nethervoid sword, things would be much easier. They might even be able to charge in right now. We can't. Yun Nuoxing shook his head. He looked at the pattern on his forearm and sighed. We tried to call it, but there was no response. The Netherworld sword is still fine, but it seems to be sleeping. No matter how hard we tried, there was no response. Can't we break it by force? With just the two of us at the 6th level of the mortal stage, even if we inject all the energy in our bodies into the Linghong sword and use all the support we can, we might not be able to break it. We might even be affected by the reflected energy. At that time, Yin City would be torn apart. Speaking up to here, Yun Nuoxing's expression became strange. He seemed to recall the time when the Linghong sword destroyed the city in Divine Weapon City. He wondered if he had caused public outrage. Moreover, the whole world is watching the Linghong sword. We can't reveal it unless it's absolutely necessary. With so many eyes watching, we'll be finished if our identities are exposed. This time, it won't be just a blurry shadow like last time. Once the Linghong sword is seen, it won't be just the Qi family. Maybe the 8 ancient families and 9 elemental temple will make a move as well. Then we can only wait for half a year later. Yuin pouted her small mouth, her jade-like hand pinched Yun Nuoxing's face, and said with a smile, "Sleep early, little Xin." After saying that, she ignored Yun Nuoxing's embarrassed face and walked straight back. Yun Nuoxing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he watched the red figure walk away. He lifted his feet and swayed as he followed. The red moon floated for a night. Finally, it was driven away by a ray of golden light at dawn. The night slowly receded, and light returned to the god realm. The aura of midsummer made the world feel anxious. Early in the morning, he was greeted by a jade-like foot that was used to wake him up. It mercilessly landed on Yun Nuoxing's waist and abdomen. An earth-shattering scream suddenly rang out in the inn. The people outside were so shocked that they stopped what they were doing. They all stopped to watch, not knowing what had happened. "Big sister, I can't bear your way of waking me up." Yun Nuoxing was like a dead worm lying on the bed and trembling nonstop. His hands were constantly rubbing his aching waist. He was in so much pain that he sucked in a breath of cold air. The hot summer air blew over, and his face was covered in cold sweat. My foot twitched. "I'm sorry." Yu'in was also shocked by her own method. She didn't know if it was because the weather was too hot, but she was a little annoyed and didn't react in time. She rushed forward and kicked him, sitting by the bedside. Her jade-like hands gently caressed the spot where Yun Nuoxing had been kicked. Today, Yu'in was wearing a light red robe and a pair of red trousers wrapped around that pair of round and slender jade-like legs. Her curves were exquisite, and her entire person looked valiant and formidable, beautiful and moving. Slightly bending over, a snow-white chest was about to appear, so white that it was dazzling. However, Yun Nuoxing did not have the fortune to see this scene. The impact just now had caused his old waist to sprain. "Hurry and get up. Big sister wants to go shopping." After rubbing for a while, Yu'in pulled Yun Nuoxing up. Her jade-like hands quickly stripped him naked. His snow-white, crystal-like body bloomed in the air like a high-quality jade. It would make any woman envious. What the hell are you doing?" Yun Nuoxing reacted to the fact that his upper body was naked. His face instantly turned red, and he hurriedly pulled the blanket to cover his body. Then, he moved back on the bed with all his might. Big brother is going to be taken away by big sister. Ming also woke up. When he saw this scene, his little face instantly turned red. He hurriedly covered his eyes with his little hands and turned his head to the side, not daring to look. He couldn't help but mutter, "Little star, don't run." Yu'in laughed sinisterly. She pounced forward like a wolf and grabbed Yun Nuoxing. Her jade-like hands tugged at his trousers with all her might. No, the inhuman shrill scream scared the people outside into shrinking their heads. After a short while, Yun Nuoxing, who wore clothes that were white as snow, had a peerless bearing and an arrogant aura, appeared at the entrance of the inn. He wore a large white cloak, and in his arms was a cute little Ming Ming who wore a pair of light purple clothes. Ming Ming's crystal-like eyes emitted an excited glow, and his little hand tightly grabbed onto Yun Nuoxing's clothes, and his face carried traces of a simple and honest smile. Let's go shopping." Beside him, Yu'in stretched out her jade-like hands that reflected the sunlight. She naturally held on to Yun Nuoxing, who was helpless, and walked straight ahead. 2 hours later, Yun Nuoxing was stuffing piles of things into the pendant. Looking at the excited Yu'in, he couldn't help but twitch his face. Speaking of which, Yun Nuoxing wasn't very enthusiastic about shopping. At most, he was there to accompany her. In his own words, "What's shopping? Can it be eaten? Where did this wild child come from? Get lost." Just as Yun Nuoxing was packing up, a fiery shout suddenly came from the front of the street. He raised his eyebrows and looked up. On the slightly dirty street, everyone stopped in their tracks and looked in the direction of the voice. Then they shook their heads and sighed as they walked away. Yun Nuoxing looked in the direction of the voice. Yun Nuoxing saw a dirty little girl blinking her big, pitiful eyes. Her purple clothes were tattered, and her little face was full of scars. She was looking up at a big man with a ferocious aura. "Uncle, I'm hungry. Buy me something to eat." I beg you." The little girl's purple blonde hair was clumped up with mud. Her little hands tugged at the big man's trousers as she begged pitifully. Perhaps it was because they were in a crowded place, but the big man couldn't bring himself to do it. He smacked his lips fiercely and pulled open his trousers with all his might. He glared fiercely at the little girl and walked away quickly. Yun Nuoshing couldn't bear to see this kind of scene. Every time he saw it, his heart would ache. Yun Nuoshing sighed and carried Ming into Yun's arms. Then, under the resentful and gratified gazes of the two girls, he jogged over and bought a few steaming buns. He ran to the little girl and stuffed them into her little hands under her timid gaze. Then, while no one was looking, he stuffed a bag of gold coins into her arms. He patted her head and strolled back to Yun's side. "I thought you were going to carry the little girl back again. I didn't even know what to say." Yun stuffed Ming into Yun Nuoshing's arms and smiled strangely. "Oh, what do you mean?" Yun Nuoshing looked at the little girl, who was still staring blankly at him with clear eyes. He waved his hand and walked to the side with Yun. "Little star, are you a lolicon? There's something wrong with your hobby." Yun held her breath and laughed. Me? Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing's mouth fell open. He stuttered for a long time, but couldn't say anything. His face turned red, and his teeth creaked as he ground them together. Unlike Yun's reaction, Ming was a little disappointed. She tugged at Yun Nuoshing's clothes and stared at him with her clear eyes. She mumbled, "I thought I could be an older sister. Big brother, can you carry her back?" And $dollar yen. Yun Nuoshing was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. On the other side of the street, the little girl slowly ate her buns in small bites. Her excessively clear purple gold eyes stared at Yun Nuoshing and blinked gently. Chapter 102. Yuyan City was not very big. Compared to Divine Weapon City, Constellation City, and Crimson Star City, its scale was only a quarter of any of them. However, this small city had 4 times more people than the other cities. Most of the people here possessed the fire element. It seemed like they were all here for the Purple Night Dark Flame. Actually, this was not a wise move. The divine flame was a terrifying thing born from the heavens and earth. The flame could be dispersed, but not blocked. Even if the barrier could seal the Purple Night Dark Flame for a while, it could not seal it forever. Furthermore, Yun Nuoshing had observed the barrier array last night. If it was destroyed from the inside, it would require an extremely terrifying energy. That kind of energy was enough to turn Yuyan City into ruins. Yun Nuoshing naturally knew this. Therefore, they planned to retreat to a safe distance before the Purple Night Dark Flame erupted and watch the brilliant fireworks. It will definitely be very beautiful. Thinking of this, Yun Nuoshing excitedly clapped her hands. Her innocent look made Yun want to reach out and pinch her a few times. The eruption of the Purple Night Dark Flame could be seen from millions of miles away. Its destructive power was shocking, although they did not know if Yuyan City had any special defensive measures. There is still the Yuyan Pavilion. Yuyan City should not be destroyed so easily. Yun patted Yun Nuoshing's head and said, "The Yuyan Pavilion was established in this century. Their purpose was obvious from their name. They were here for the Purple Night Dark Flame. No one knew why, or how they came to be. It seemed that such a city and such a force had appeared overnight. They claimed to be the first to discover the Purple Night Dark Flame and used the name Protector to guard the Purple Night Dark Flame. However, their actual purpose was questionable. Who would be so bored as to guard something that could only be seen but not taken? There must be something strange. If we can't blow it up, then don't. If we can't blow it up, Then let the people of the Yuyen Pavilion consume the energy of the purple night dark flame. We can try to reap the benefits. Tilting her head, Yun Nuoxing said, hopefully. This kind of thing had been condensed for thousands of years. The energy it contained was definitely not small. Trying to subdue it without consuming its energy was simply courting death. As for consuming its energy, it was impossible for her to be so stupid as to risk her life. I think that's what you want to say, right? Little star? Yu'in turned her head and looked at Yun Nuoxing. She smiled and said, so be it, but what if we're not the only fishermen? Yun Nuoxing's footsteps froze. He slowly calculated in his mind. If he was up against a god king, it would be fine. With his current means and the many divine weapons in his hands, even though he was a god king, if he put up a fight, he could still run away. Things like the swirling zither only had 3 chances. Xian Yin said that it was enough to kill a rebirth realm god. Yun Nuoxing was a little reluctant to use it to deal with people of this level. It was not worth it. However, if he did not use it, he would have no other way to deal with experts of this level. Even if he used the light element to escape, he would still be caught. With his full strength, he could only reach the speed of light. Gods who specialized in speed could reach it with their own strength. His only strength was equivalent to losing its effectiveness. It's a little troublesome to escape with the light element. Unless I can become a half immortal or immortal and maintain the speed of light, there's nothing I can do. Yun Nuoxing muttered. When the 10,000 spirits killing array is cultivated to its peak, it can also restrain experts of that level. However, I've only cultivated it to a small success now. I haven't even finished carving the talismans and can't use the array within the array. As for the Ling Hongjian, forget it. Furthermore, the Ling Hongjian is also incomplete. I've checked it, and its condition is the same as the Netherworld Ruins sword. Its spiritual root is destroyed, its spirituality lost, its talismans scattered, and its karma collapsed. Its power is very weak. It can only deal with gods of the heavenly god realm. Jin Jinwang also said that some people won't come, but he didn't specify which level of people won't appear. If it involves experts of the rebirth realm, Yun Nuoxing muttered to himself. At this point, he couldn't help but shudder. Forget it, pretend I didn't say anything. If you're so conflicted, why don't you just ask the people of the Temple of Elements? Since we have some friendship, it's fine to share this information, right? Yu'in nudged Yun Nuoxing's chest with her elbow and laughed. All right, the manor in the east of the city. Let's go. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Her voice hadn't faded away yet. Let's walk slowly over there. No, hurry. Yu'in smiled like a flower as she looked at Yun Nuoxing. Mei Mao slightly narrowed her eyes. All right, let's stroll over leisurely. Feeling the chill in Yu Yin's words, Yun Nuoxing shuddered. She couldn't help but tighten her grip on Ming's hand, causing the latter to chuckle softly. Big brother is being threatened. Yun Nuoxing's finger flicked on her smooth forehead. She smiled but didn't say anything, causing Ming to constantly mutter. Therefore, they walked and stopped along the way. They ate from one end of the street to the other, and bought things until their hands got cramps. Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but sigh. Going shopping with a girl requires great patience and great strength. Otherwise, you'll be exhausted to death. After throwing the things in his hand into the pendant, Yun Nuoxing stopped. His gaze inadvertently swept across the street behind him. He seemed to have caught sight of a small figure, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Little Star. Yu'in saw him stop, tugged at Yun Nuoxing's clothes, and called out in confusion. Then, her gaze followed his direction. In the crowd, the small figure seemed to have noticed them looking at her. She hesitated for a moment, then ran over barefoot. She passed through the crowd, squeezed through the small gaps, and timidly stopped a few meters in front of the two of them. She lowered her head and didn't dare to raise it. Yun Nuoshing and the other two looked at each other in dismay. Finally, they looked at the little girl with purple gold hair. They were a little confused. From the looks of it, could it be that he had chased after them for an entire street? Seeing that the little girl didn't dare to come over, Yun Nuoshing shook her head. She took a few steps forward, stopped in front of her, squatted down gently, and tilted her head to look at her. She smiled and said, "What's the matter?" When the little girl heard this, she lowered her head even more. Her clear eyes looked uneasily at her dirty feet, which were constantly rubbing. After a while, a purple jade stone appeared in her little hand. It was sparkling and translucent, and purple light flowed around it. She stuffed it into Yun Nuoshing's hands and whispered in a soft, almost inaudible voice, "Big brother, this is for you." Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. She took the jade stone and looked at it through the sunlight. She asked in surprise, "What is this?" "I don't know. Ever since I can remember, it has appeared on me from time to time. Last time, I woke up a dog." "Woke up a dog?" Yun Nuoshing was stunned. She turned the purple jade stone around and looked at it for a long time, but she couldn't figure out what it was. She only felt that it was a mysterious item. Yun Nuoshing looked at it for a while, then reached out to return it to the little girl. "Big brother, take it. Otherwise, Zihan has nothing to give you." The little girl hurriedly took 2 steps back and waved her hands. After being stunned for a moment, Yun Nuoshing looked strangely at the little girl named Zihan. He thought for a while and realized why. He sighed and said, "Everyone knows that gratitude is a virtue, but how many people really understand this principle?" Yun Nuoshing didn't expect that this little girl would understand this principle at such a young age. It made him feel sad and bitter. The little girl was very stubborn. She stuffed the sparkling and translucent purple jade stone into Yun Nuoshing's hands and refused to take it back. Her little hands were behind her back, and her little head was shaking like a rattle drum. Yun Nuoshing sighed. Seeing her like this, he had no choice but to accept it. He gently patted her head, then stood up and turned to leave. "Big brother." Seeing that he was about to leave, Zihan panicked. Her little hand suddenly grabbed onto Yun Nuoshing's sleeve. After a moment, she seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly pulled her hand back. She clutched at the dirty sleeve and lowered her head as if she had done something wrong. "What's wrong?" Yun Nuoshing squatted down again and looked at the little girl with a smile. Can I follow you?" The little girl tightly clutched at the corner of her sleeve. Her weak voice carried some hope as she said nervously, "Zihan knows how to do housework. She can learn anything." Yun Nuoshing froze. He looked at Yu-in and Ming, who was in his arms. The former was covering her mouth and laughing, while the latter had a face full of excitement and kept muttering, "I'm finally not the youngest anymore." Yun Nuoshing laughed bitterly. Seeing the little girl's pitiful expression, he couldn't bear to reject her. At this moment, he was so anxious that he didn't know what to do. Looking at the little girl's originally luxurious clothes with purple and gold embroidery, he thought that she should be the child of some large family. Although it was in tatters now, if he casually took her away, would he be accused of kidnapping a child? But if he didn't take her with him, he felt that his conscience wouldn't let him go. For a moment, Yun Nuoshing couldn't make up his mind and was hesitant. "I'm sorry, big brother. I've disturbed you." Seeing Yun Nuoshing's silence, Zihan thought that he was unwilling. Her little head was almost buried in her chest. She turned around desolately and was about to leave. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He quickly reached out and grabbed the little girl's arm. He laughed bitterly and said, I haven't said anything yet. Why are you leaving already? Emma, all right. I'm just afraid that I can't take good care of you. If you're willing, I don't mind. Really? Hearing Yun Nuoshing's words, the little girl's clear eyes instantly lit up. Her voice was filled with excitement. Her happy and lively appearance made Yun Nuoshing want to pinch her. Emma, Yun Nuoshing smiled and nodded. He reached out and patted her head. When Yun Nuoshing held Zihun's hand and returned to Yu Yin's side, he looked at him with a faint smile. Then, he looked at the timid little girl. Finally, he stared at Yun Nuoshing and said with a smile, "Little star, you have to admit that there's something wrong with you." In Yun Nuoshing's arms, Ming rubbed against him a few times and muttered softly, "Big brother found another little sister. When are you going to find a little brother?" "What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me?" Yun Nuoshing was flustered. Chapter 103. Little star, oh little star, not only are you a lolicon, but you're also a part-time nanny now. When are you going to pick up a teenager? Don't keep picking up kids. You might get sued for child trafficking. In the hotel, Yu Yin brought Purple Soul to the bathroom for a bath. She was currently wiping Purple Soul's long, purple blonde hair. She could not help but send a telepathic message to Yun Nuoshing, who was standing by the window and pretending to look at the sky. Since little Purple Soul had been taken away on the way, Yun Nuoshing and the others gave up on the idea of going to Dongqing Manor. They went straight back to the hotel and bought some clothes. Initially, they wanted to wear Ming's clothes, but when they saw the huge difference in height between the two girls, they had no choice but to give up. There are so many stars in the sky and so many white clouds on the ground. Yun Nuoshing rubbed the back of her head and wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. She looked at the dazzling white sky and said nonsense in a serious tone. Big brother was scared silly by big sister Yu Yin. Ming sat on the edge of the bed and rested her chin on her small hand. She looked at Yun Nuoshing and Yu Yin with a smile. When she heard Yun Nuoshing's nonsense, she giggled. After a long while, Zihun, who was dressed in a light purple robe, escaped from Yu Yin's claws. Her long purple golden hair that was as soft as silk fell to her calves. Her sparkling and beautiful face was cute and moving. A pair of excessively clear gemstone eyes flashed with an innocent and timid expression. It seemed that she had not yet recovered from the days of being on tenterhooks. Her little head hung low, not daring to look at others. "Ah, so cute. I can't help it." As soon as she tidied up little Purple Soul's clothes, Yu Yin's eyes lit up. She moved her fingers and hugged little Purple Soul, pinching her cheeks hard. "I lost." Ming felt defeated when she saw Yu Yin's reaction. She knelt on the bed and buried her head in her arms. Yu Yin was not even this excited when she first met her, even though little Purple Soul was only around 2 years old and looked cuter. Silly girl. Yun Nuoshing looked at the dejected Ming in amusement. She reached out and hugged her. She touched her face, causing the latter to grumble. In Yu Yin's arms, little Purple Soul's hands were clasped together. She looked at Yun Nuoshing with her big, watery eyes, pleading for help. She frowned and cried, "Big brother, all right, stop playing. You're hurting her." Yun Nuoshing shook her head and patted Yu Yin's head with a smile. After a quick check, Yun Nuoshing retracted her hand from little Purple Soul's head. She smiled and let her play with Ming Ming. Seeing Ming Ming holding little Purple Hun's hand like a big sister, the smile on Yun Nuoshing's face slowly disappeared. His long eyebrows furrowed, and he looked puzzled. This made Yu Yin's heart skip a beat. She carefully looked at the two little girls who were playing together. She took light steps and sat down beside him. She asked softly, "What's wrong?" "It's the same for little Purple Soul. Just like Ming, she has no memories. Her soul is very pure, and there's a faint trace of immortal qi flowing in her body." Yun Nuoshing said in a low voice. Immortal qi could only be produced in the body of someone who had reached the immortal rank. The energy contained in immortal qi was several times more than origin energy. It was also a sign of an immortal rank expert. She's an immortal rank expert? Hearing this, Yu'in was stunned for a moment, and a trace of astonishment appeared on her pretty face. She did not feel the vicissitudes of time from Little Purple Soul, so she was sure that she was only as young as she looked on the surface. A mere 3 years old immortal stepmaster? That was too ridiculous. Don't get too excited. There's only a trace of immortal qi. There's not a trace of energy anywhere else. Yun Nuoshing shook her head. Although there was a trace of immortal qi, it wasn't much. It didn't seem like it was cultivated. It seemed more like it was injected into the body or absorbed by accident. These two girls are very mysterious. Yun Nuoshing scratched her head and looked at the two little girls who were playing happily. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. If you want to talk about mysterious, there's someone who's even more mysterious. Yu'in smiled and looked at Yun Nuoshing. Who? It's this silly and funny little star. Yu'in rubbed Yun Nuoshing's head and sighed. Yun Nuoshing suddenly understood. She was still more mysterious. Her origins were unknown, and her identity was unknown. She knew many people, and even knew a legendary expert like Xianin. She didn't even know who she was. Shaking his head helplessly, Yun Nuoshing gently walked over and reached out to carry the two excited little girls. He then turned around and placed them on the bed. He rubbed the little girl's head and reminded her to get along well with the two of them. When she nodded obediently, Yun Nuoshing then smiled and said to the few of them, I'm going out for a while. You guys can stay here. There's no need to follow me. Big brother, where are you going? Perhaps it was because he had started playing with Ming Ming. Little Purple Soul was no longer as restrained as before and gradually let go of his childish nature. Now that he heard that Yun Nuoshing was about to leave, he hurriedly jumped down from the bed and grabbed Yun Nuoshing's clothes with his little hands, gently swaying as he said, I'm going to the east of the city. I'll be back soon. Yun Nuoshing patted her head and smiled. She looked up at Yu'in and said, I'll leave the children to you. I'll be back soon. However, when he finished saying this, a feeling of I am a father suddenly appeared in his heart, causing him to stare blankly for a moment. Then he looked at Yu'in, who was trembling with laughter, and his handsome face could not help but redden. With a dry cough, he directly jumped onto the windowsill, spread out his 6 wings, and rushed out with a gust of wind. Darling, be careful. Come back early. Yu'in held her belly and laughed. She didn't forget to tease him. She knew that Yun Nuoshing had gone to the East City Manor to collect information. Outside, Yun Nuoshing heard the words that came from behind her and almost fell from the sky. She quickly steadied herself, rolled her eyes, and increased her speed. In the large manor, the levels were clearly defined. It occupied an area of at least 10,000 feet, and the unique decorations showed that the owner of this place should be a very cultured person. On the plaque at the entrance of the manor, there were 2 simple and colorful words, 9th Highness. Could it be that he bought this place? I thought it was a temporary residence. Seeing this luxurious and grand door, Yun Nuoshing's face twitched. He did not push open the door and directly jumped in from the side of the wall. Looking at the magnificent and flourishing hall in the middle, his body flashed and he directly charged in. In the hall, Jin Wang and the other 2 stood on a high platform. They looked calmly at the 9 people from Yao Hua who were being attacked by many people. They kept clicking their tongues. Elder, as the saying goes. Yao Huan narrowly dodged an iron sword that was several meters long flying towards him, and the fierce wind directly sent him flying. In this kind of chaotic battlefield, the light element, which only focused on speed and not on agility, was really at a disadvantage. What's the saying? Jin Wang raised his eyebrows. His long golden hair fluttered in the wind. He waved his hand, and a huge golden palm appeared, pressing down on the 9 people in the hall. Don't go too far. Ah! Yao Hua looked up to the sky and let out a long roar. He only had time to let out a roar before he was slapped into the ground by the golden palm. All the bones in his body issued crackling sounds, as if they were about to shatter. Don't go too far. Next to Jin Wang, a sturdy man in a silver-blue robe scolded with a smile. His palm-sized palm was suffused with a silver light. Dozens of lightning bolts shot out from his palm and flew towards the 9 people in a strange arc. F***CK. You want to kill me? Lei Ming had just dealt with the iron sword from the flying coming peak, and now he was facing a group of lightning bolts. His scalp went numb, and he promptly used the lightning element of the same origin to hastily meet them. Hey, let me join in. The red-robed man laughed mischievously at this time. He waved his hand and threw out a sea of dark green flames. The flames spread to the horizon, causing the temperature of the hall to rise sharply. The air became abnormally dry, and the blazing flames licked the faces of the 9 people. Sweat poured down like a broken dam. Energy exploded, and imposing auras spread out. All kinds of energy flowed, covering the sky and covering the earth as they smashed down. The 9 young elites in the hall were exhausted from running for their lives. Their clothes were either burnt black or in tatters. They had a miserable appearance. They didn't look as spirited as when Yun Nuoxing saw them for the first time. Sure, it's so fun here. Just as Jin Wang and the other 2 were having a good time practicing, a heavenly laughter suddenly sounded from the high platform, causing them to stare blankly for a moment. You Xian, why are you here? Jin Wang was the first to react. He turned around and looked at the white-clothed girl who had appeared out of nowhere. He smiled and said, I have something to ask, so I came over. Yun Nuoxing shrugged. Before entering the manor, she had already changed her appearance. She looked down at the 9 people who were being tortured and said with a sweet smile, You guys are having so much fun. F***CK, which eye of yours saw that we were having fun. It's not fun at all. Damn it, awoo. When the 9 people heard Yun Nuoxing's words, thick black lines instantly drooped down from their foreheads. They dodged, but didn't forget to reply, and let out all kinds of earth-shattering cries of grief. Ha ha! Yun Nuoxing looked at them in amusement for a while, then her expression became serious. She looked at Jin Wang and said in a deep voice, Senior, can you tell me if the purple night dark flame erupts, what level of expert will appear on that day? Jin Wang, who was having a lot of fun, stopped when he heard this. He scratched his golden hair with his fingers, thought for a while, and calculated with his fingers, then slowly said, At most, there won't be anyone above the Underworld Emperor level. After all, those old monsters probably won't be interested in the divine flames below the 60th rank. Of course, we're about the same. It's just that the Fire God Shrine wants it, so we're here to help. Underworld Emperor level. After Yun Nuoxing heard this, her eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and her expression was a little serious. If it was the Underworld Emperor level, she could only use the swirling dragon zither. However, she felt that the swirling dragon zither was making a mountain out of a molehill. All right, Underworld Emperor level, I'll remember it. Sighing, Yun Nuoxing nodded. Could it be that you have a way? Seeing that she was deep in thought and didn't seem to be helpless, Jin Wang shuddered and laughed dryly. That was an underworld emperor-level expert, 3 levels higher than him. He could only run if he went up against her. What could he do? Tilting her head, Yun Nuoxing smiled and didn't say anything. However, she muttered in her heart, "Even if I have it, I can't bear to use it. Purple night dark flame, purple night dark flame." Chapter 104. After chatting for a while, as Jin Jinwang had said, Yun Nuoxing took over and trained the 9 of them. He gave Yao Hua special treatment and tortured him until he was hovering between life and death. After exhausting all of their Yuan energy, he clapped his hands and said goodbye to the 3 people on the platform before slowly leaving. Behind him, the 9 corpses looked at him with hidden bitterness as he leisurely walked away. His footsteps were light and graceful, completely different from how they were lying on the ground like dead dogs. The 9 of them bitterly smiled and quickly sat up. They circulated their Yuan energy to heal their injuries. The training was not over yet. If they did not recover their strength, they would be tortured to death. It was simply inhumane. After coming out of the manor, Yun Nuoxing did not rush back to the inn. He secretly glanced back and slowly wandered around the streets. Although he was wandering aimlessly, Yun Nuoxing was walking with the mentality of seeing if he could hear any special news. He was also looking for treasures that had not been discovered yet. The special terrain and special events of Yuyan City had gathered a lot of information from other regions. Being able to find out in advance would bring him unlimited benefits. After all, he would have to travel the entire God realm in the future. If there were no accidents, he would have to rush into the starry sky. Most of the information he gathered would be strange and rare. Every bit of information he could gather would be good. I wonder if there are any forces or places that are specially used to communicate information. It would be great if there were. It would save me a lot of effort. With his arms folded, Yun Nuoxing muttered to himself. After walking on the streets for a while, he had heard the most about purple night dark flame. The repetition rate of information was too high. Moreover, he could not understand some of the accents. It would be very difficult for him to make any progress if he continued to wander around like this. In a city with purple night dark flame as its theme, many of the things that were produced were more or less related to purple night dark flame. Pills, armors, weapons, arrays, talismans, jewelry, and so on. Perhaps they were specially designed to restrain the fire element. Many of the things were mainly made of the water element. It could be assumed that the concept of water restraining fire was the concept. The concept of water restraining fire is correct. However, will this law be effective on this mutated flame? Don't you know how to counter it? Yun Nuoxing squatted down and gently picked up an exquisite piece of armor. It was glowing with a bright blue light and looked extremely sturdy. Her palm even felt moist when she touched it. Perhaps the effect of ice would be greater. After putting down the armor, Yun Nuoxing stood up and looked around, trying to find something else in her line of sight. It was colder than water. Although it was called ice, there was actually no such element as ice because it was essentially water. It was just a mutation. Most of the mutations of this element were congenital, and a small part of it was acquired. The probability of its appearance was between the appearance of special elements and the appearance of light elements. It was also an extremely rare type. You're overthinking it. Yun Nuoxing scratched her head in distress. She looked around the entire street, but didn't see anything related to ice. The probability of it appearing was very low, and it was impossible for accessories to appear. Water prison pill, a high-grade pill. The user will condense a layer of water elemental armor on the surface of the pill, specially used to deal with fire elemental attacks. Water elemental magic tool, immortal rank, Magic water art, a high-grade water elemental mystic art. However, it's useless. Sighing, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but touch the 3 rings and pendants on her hand. Any one of these items could be used to buy this entire city. The quality was far superior to these items. However, there didn't seem to be anything related to the ice element. Xianyin said that she had prepared everything for me. Could it be that I don't need something like elemental restraint? Her finger gently turned the purplish-red ring. Suddenly, she paused. Thinking of a certain possibility, Yun Nuoxing stuck out her tongue. Then, was she doing something useless again? Blinking his eyes, Yun Nuoxing quietly looked back and threw a gold coin to the peddler beside him. Then, under the peddler's extremely shocked gaze, he took a stick of sugar-coated haws and put it in his mouth. He leisurely walked forward, ignoring the peddler's shocked gaze. A gold coin for a stick of sugar-coated haws. How extravagant! Even selling a few hundred of them wouldn't be worth this price. That peddler stared at Yun Nuoxing as she disappeared and muttered to himself. His tone sounded very excited, and he felt that he had made a huge profit. With a stick of sugar-coated haws in her mouth, Yun Nuoxing walked through several streets. She deliberately controlled her speed and didn't rush or slow. After such a long time, only one piece of the gourd was missing. Walking to a relatively remote alley, Yun Nuoxing lightly patted the wall. She glanced behind her and continued to calmly walk forward. When she reached a dead end, Yun Nuoxing crushed a stick of sugar-coated haws in her mouth. She slowly turned around and looked at the empty alley. Her soul force quietly gushed out. Then she softly said, 3 seconds. Come out or scram. Earlier, when he came out of the manor, he felt a faintly discernible gaze staring at him. At first, he thought that he was overthinking. Until he strolled on the streets, the feeling of being watched still didn't disappear. It seemed that he was being followed. Thinking of this, Yun Nuoxing's face couldn't help but twitch a few times. Why was he being followed again? There were quite a lot of stalkers this year, and they were quite professional. If it wasn't for his soul force being amplified by the 5 elements, he might not have been able to sense them. Speaking of which, he didn't have any relatives or enemies. Why was he always being followed? It was impossible for anyone to recognize him. The heaven-defying ultimate god also seemed to recognize him. Those bad probing should have been eliminated by him. Moreover, the Linghong sword on him also blocked the probing of heaven's secrets. Unless one was a profound celestial master, they shouldn't be able to divine his situation. Just as Yun Nuoxing's face gradually darkened, at the corner, a fiery red little fellow poked its head out. Its bright eyes carefully looked at Yun Nuoxing, and then it shrank back. Narrowing his eyes, Yun Nuoxing stretched out his hand and threw out a shining golden chain, detaining that sneaky thing. He glanced at it gloomily, and then his face became very funny. His face twitched for a long time, and he didn't know what to say. Chirp, chirp. The little fellow that was detained had a body of fiery red feathers. Its pitch-black eyes revealed an uneasy look, and it seemed to be a little uneasy when facing Yun Nuoxing. This is a phoenix? No, it's a phoenix descendant. Staring at the fiery little phoenix that was less than 2 feet in size and was surrounded by blazing fire elements, Yun Nuoxing was a little confused. Why was this little baby magical beast following him? He didn't have anything edible on him. If he wanted fire elements, he could find a few people on the streets who had better fire elements than him. Chirp, chirp. The golden chain was loosened. The little phoenix seemed to know that Yun Nuoxing wouldn't harm it, so it flapped its wings and circled around Yun Nuoxing as if it wanted to express something. Huh. Yun Nuoxing scratched his head. Looking at it circling around for a long time, he still couldn't guess what it wanted to express. Helplessly, He waved his hand and shook his head, indicating that he didn't understand. Chirp! The little phoenix looked at his confused look and became even more anxious. It jumped directly into his arms and pecked out the purple-red pendant. The bird's beak pointed to the pendant, and then pointed to the stone floor and cried out loudly. Yun Nuashing was confused, looking at it jumping up and down, pecking at his pendant for a while, and jumping on the floor for a while. He really didn't know what it wanted to express. He simply took out the things in the pendant, a piece of dark green jade that he got from Muingzi, and a blueprint that he didn't know what it was for. He had never studied these two things since he took them out. Chirp! The little phoenix shook its head, indicating that it wasn't. God-level weapons, various medicinal pills, various array diagrams, and all kinds of strange things, but they were all rejected one by one. Chirp! In the end, Yun Nuashing took out the stone egg that he brought out from the magma world. Only then did the little phoenix jump up and chirp excitedly. Then, without waiting for Yun Nuashing to react, it bumped into the stone egg, making the fiery red runes and array on the surface of the stone egg brighten a little, and then it disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the little phoenix disappeared, leaving behind a pile of things and the bright stone egg. Yun Nuashing was baffled. What happened just now happened in less than a second, and the phoenix rushed into the stone and disappeared. He couldn't stop it. Could it be that this stone is a phoenix egg? Picking up this somewhat warm stone, Yun Nuashing threw it in his hand twice, and found that there seemed to be many fiery red patterns on the stone egg, flickering rhythmically like a heart. The phoenix, one of the ancient mythological beasts, was said to be born in endless flames. It was immortal and indestructible. Every time it died, it would turn into a pile of ashes and condense into a phoenix egg, waiting to be hatched. The phoenix was reborn from the ashes. Its feathers were more plentiful, its voice was clearer, and its spirit was more profound. It could be said that it was the only mythological beast that obtained power from death, the purest phoenix, and there was only one in the world. Kacha! While Yun Nuashing was playing with this stone, the fiery red runes and array on the surface of the stone suddenly dimmed, and all the light and energy converged. The stone suddenly split open, and cracks as thick as a thumb appeared. Pink, scarlet, and purplish-black light penetrated through the cracks, and the dazzling light made Yun Nuashing close her eyes. She quickly spread out an energy shield in her hand, isolating the changes here so that others wouldn't discover it. Kacha! After the first crack appeared, it was as if there was a chain reaction. Cracks spread out in a crisscrossing manner, and strange runes appeared under the cracks. A moment later, many cracks wrapped around the entire stone egg. With a bang, stone fragments flew in all directions, and the light dimmed. Only then did Yun Nuo slowly open his eyes. What appeared in front of her was a 1-meter-tall, liquid-like egg. Half of the egg was deep black, and the other half was dazzling pink and scarlet. The colors were like flowing light, constantly mixing and combining. The three colors maintained a self-balance, and none of the colors were more or less than the original. The hot fire element flowed in the air, and the dense fire element energy in the sky seemed to be affected, falling from the sky and connecting to the top of the egg in the shape of a funnel. It really is a phoenix egg. Yun Nuashing was stunned. Her face twitched a few times when she felt the sudden surge of fire element energy in the surroundings. Who would have thought that the seemingly famous stone she casually picked up would actually be a phoenix in nirvana? No wonder it needs an altar to guide the energy in order to create a world of lava. If it wasn't for that phoenix descendant, it wouldn't have been able to break the seal so early. Yun Nuashing smiled helplessly as she gently stroked the scalding phoenix egg. The phoenix egg emitted a faint light, and under Yun Nuashing's astonished gaze, it turned into a ray of light, rushed into her forehead, and merged with her soul. Chapter 105. Ah! Yun Nuoshing was startled by the phoenix egg's sudden movement. He let out a small cry and staggered back a few steps. A red and black circular mark slowly appeared on his forehead, making him look very demonic. After being stunned for a moment, his consciousness quickly cut into his soul. There, a small ball of light was emitting a warm glow and settling down in a spot in his soul. The god's imprint that was carved by Xian Yin, which was wandering outside his soul, did not obstruct it in the slightest. It seemed to have divided it into a non-threatening part, allowing the phoenix egg to live in his soul. My body is not a treasure chest. Don't let everything in. Yun Nuoshing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why were there so many things in his body? A dozen divine weapons, a godhead weapon, a god's imprint. And now there was an egg in his soul. My value is getting higher and higher. Should I put something else in next time? Yun Nuoshing laughed self-deprecatingly as he touched the new imprint on his forehead with his finger. He did not understand why so many things liked to enter his body, but they all seemed to be strengthening his body intentionally or unintentionally. He was quite happy with this situation, as long as it was not harmful. No matter how many things entered his body, he would keep them all. Yun Nuoshing grinned as he thought of this. He put away the pile of things beside him, identified the direction, and skipped back in the direction of the inn. His cheerful appearance gave off the feeling of a deep well of ice. Little star, did something good happen? Why are you so excited? Yuyin could not help but ask when she saw Yun Nuoshing's warm and gentle smile as soon as she entered the room. About that, Yun Nuoshing could not help but laugh when he heard that. He pointed at the imprint on his forehead and briefly explained what had just happened. So, the main point is that you accidentally picked up a phoenix and brought it back. After listening to Yun Nuoshing's extravagant explanation, Yu Yin's Mei Mao was also excited. An ancient divine beast phoenix. Just the title alone was enough to move many people's hearts. Divine beasts were the same as other magical beasts and demonic beasts. They could take out the beast's soul and subdue it as one's own power. They could also connect directly with it, similar to a contract. They could obtain the beast's power without killing it, allowing the two to share and assimilate. They would share lifespan and power. This was countless times better than the first method of directly killing the beast and obtaining the beast's soul to transform into one's own power. As an immortal bird, the phoenix had been passed down for countless years. Its power was naturally not something that other beasts could compare to. At this moment, the phoenix's nirvana egg appeared in Yun Nuoshing's hands. How could he not be excited when he suddenly obtained such a powerful divine beast? It's just an egg. It won't hatch so quickly and become a phoenix. However, I'm very surprised that the seal was broken so quickly. I originally planned to throw it in a corner to collect dust, but I didn't expect. Yun Nuoshing spread his hands. With a thought, the 1-meter-tall phoenix egg that looked like it was flowing with colorful lights appeared in his hands. Surging fire elements filled the room. Big brother, what is this? Ming held little purple soul and ran over from behind Yuyin. He could not help but ask when he saw the colorful egg in Yun Nuoshing's hands. This is a phoenix egg. Yun Nuoshing tossed the egg in his hands. He smiled and threw it to Ming. The two little girls immediately surrounded the egg curiously. They looked left and right as they knocked on the blazing phoenix egg. Is there such a big egg? Ming's little hand was scalded. He hurriedly pulled it back and shook it with all his might as he muttered softly. From what he knew, an egg was not as big as a fist. This is the egg of a divine beast. Of course, it's different. Yun Nuoshing put the phoenix egg back into his soul. Then, she used the water elements to apply on Ming's scalded little hand and smiled. Yuin looked at Yun Nuoshing with a gentle expression and asked, "Did you find out anything?" She gently stroked little purple soul's soft and smooth hair. I have some information." Yun Nuoshing nodded and told Yuin about Jin Jinwang's speculations. Underworld Emperor. Yuin frowned when she heard this. The gap between the gods was huge, not to mention the gap between the great realms. It was already very difficult to fight someone of a higher realm. This could be seen from the fact that 4 divine artifacts could trap a divine underworld elite, but more than 10 divine artifacts were needed to trap a heavenly god elite. Although his strength had increased, his limit was probably only to deal with divine kings. As for the Emperor of the Underworld, there's still a way without the swirling zither. Yun Nuoshing smiled as he knew what she was thinking. He had just thought of a special method that was worth trying. Yun Nuoshing smiled meaningfully as he sat on the bed with Ming in his arms. The normal method of activating the array is to use divine weapons as the small array core. However, someone seems to be very good at analyzing and using weapons. He has some unique methods that surpass others. If we can use them as a reference, the combined array's power should increase by a lot. The unique methods you're talking about can't be referring to the sacred weapons shrine, right? Hearing this, Yuin immediately recalled the scene back in Constellation City when the sacred weapons divine hall had unleashed a weapon array that had actually trapped all the experts. It seemed that the large and small array cores were all weapons, right? Although there were many of them, if they were all replaced with divine weapons, even if there were fewer of them, the array's power might increase instead of decreasing. Do we have to make a trip to the sacred weapons shrine? Yuin nodded and asked again. The sacred weapons shrine was a very evil shrine. No matter what they did, they mainly used weapons. Moreover, that unique weapon control method was strictly forbidden to be spread to outsiders. If an outsider obtained it, they could only pray that it wasn't discovered. If the people from the sacred weapons shrine found out, they would definitely send someone to take it back. It was very simple to make that person unable to use this secret method again. They just had to kill him. Well, I haven't thought about it yet. The hand that was stroking Ming's head paused. Yun Nuoshing looked away and said calmly. However, he basically rejected this idea. The 9 elemental shrines and the 8 great ancient families didn't dare to casually provoke the sacred weapons shrine. This was enough to prove how powerful the sacred weapons shrine was. With his current ability, he would only be delivering a weapon to them. Let's wait. The Purple Night Dark Flame is such a big matter. I reckon they will also send someone over. Divine flames are born naturally. Not only are they helpful to alchemists, they are also very helpful to blacksmiths. If the sacred weapons shrine doesn't have a kind of divine flame, they will definitely find a way to obtain one. The Purple Night Dark Flame that is ranked 90th won't be noticed by powerful experts. This is an excellent opportunity for them. Yun Nuoshing thought for a while, since Jin Jinwang said that those old monsters basically didn't have any interest in those ranked 60th and above, then the experts that would come shouldn't be too strong. The difficulty of obtaining the Purple Night Dark Flame would also be relatively lower. Okay, Yuin spread her hands and nodded. But in order to increase the success rate, let's go ask Jin Jinwang for help. Looking at the still somewhat bright sky, Yun Nuoshing rubbed her palms with her fingers. After thinking for a while, she decided to ask Jin Jinwang for help. If she didn't succeed in the end, there would be someone to clean up the mess. Yuin nodded and didn't object. Yun Nuoshing immediately set off for the eastern city. Are you looking for someone from the Sacred Weapons Shrine? In the main hall of the Sacred Weapons Shrine, a dozen people were sitting casually. Suddenly, a person appeared in the middle of the hall. Their spirits were slightly lifted. When they saw that it was Yun Nuoshing, they all smiled. However, when they heard Yun Nuoshing's words, the smiles on their faces stiffened. Yes, the sacred artifact Divine Hall's unique weapon controlling secret method and formation will be of great help to me. If I can obtain them, it will be of great help to me in seizing the purple night dark flame. Yun Nuoshing nodded and was pulled to a seat by the wood spirit as he spoke softly. Tsk tisk. Jin Wang shook his head with a bitter smile. His bright golden eyes looked at Yun Nuoshing strangely. After remaining silent for a long while, he said, "You are too bold. Normal people would run away from the sacred weapons shrine as soon as they see it, but you still want to stick to them. Seriously, according to the information we received, the people from the sacred weapons shrine will indeed come here to join in. However, we don't know when they will come. Even if they come, they will most likely come prepared. There are more than a few people paying attention to the purple night dark flame. It won't do to not have a backup plan. Under these circumstances, it's not very appropriate to target them." Jin Wang said slowly. "Yes, I don't have any other ideas. I have to try everything. If it really comes down to it, I'll just use..." Yun Nuoshing tilted her head. Halfway through her sentence, she felt that she almost spilled the beans. She hurriedly stopped herself and changed her words. "At most, I'll just use a dozen god weapons to smash them to death." Hearing this, dozens of black lines appeared on everyone's forehead. Even if you have a lot of god weapons, you don't have to do this, right? Just throw them to smash them to death? Yes, combined with the killing formation, it should be possible to deal with god-level gods. I think it's worth a try. Yun Nuoshing rubbed her fingers on the armrest of the chair. She added in her heart, "At most, I'll just use Ling Hong's sword." Everyone shuddered when they heard this, especially Jin Wang, and the other two. Their faces twitched violently. God-level gods were a level higher than them. How could they kill them just like that? Since when did god-level gods sound so worthless? All right, if you insist on doing so, we can help you as well. Seeing the determination written on Yun Nuoshing's face, Jin Wang shook his head helplessly. How could he not know the purpose of the former's visit? Of course, she wanted to get them to help. Therefore, he agreed. After all, he might be that person's man. No matter what, he had to help. Then where are they? Hearing Jin Wang agree, Yun Nuoshing stood up excitedly. Everyone's faces twitched again when they saw her impatient look. "Why are you so excited?" Sensing that the atmosphere was not quite right, Yun Nuoshing laughed awkwardly and slowly sat down. She scratched her head embarrassedly. "They haven't arrived yet. When we receive the news, we will inform you. Now, let's start preparing. We also have to make some preparations." Jin Wang sighed helplessly and said to Yun Nuoshing, "The matter of attacking the Sacred Weapon Palace involved a lot of people. Although the 9 elemental palaces were not afraid of them, no one was willing to take on too much trouble. Therefore, it was better to do it cleanly." "Okay." Yun Nuoshing nodded. She also had to make some preparations for the operation that day. Chapter 106. After coming out of the manor, Yun Nuoshing did not directly return to the inn. Instead, he spread out his 6 wings and circled around Yuyan City. He observed some special positions and places so that he could make some preparations in case of any unexpected situations in the future. Yuyan City was only a few tens of thousands of miles long and wide. Although the number sounded very shocking, it was much smaller than other cities that were hundreds of thousands of miles long. The streets were like stars in the sky, and there were many buildings of various colors. Even though it was close to dusk, there were still many people coming and going on the streets. It was a peaceful scene, and it was impossible to tell that there was a purple night dark flame above the city that had the power to destroy the world. In the center of the city, there was a purple gold palace that was much larger than the other buildings. It was like a primordial beast that was quietly crawling on the ground. The majestic feeling made people feel deep veneration. Different from the other palaces, there was a slender spear at the top of this palace that was pointing at the sky as if it was going to pierce through the heavens. That's the Yuyan Pavilion. Looking at the 3,000-meter-tall building, Yun Nuoshing had an uncomfortable feeling. He faintly felt a sense of rejection in his heart. This feeling made Yun Nuoshing stunned for a moment. He had never felt this way before. Looking around, Ling Hongjian appeared in his hand under the control of his mind. The dislocated barrier automatically spread out and wrapped around Yun Nuoshing. His vision also changed. The city below became empty. The streets that were filled with people just a moment ago were now empty. In the sky, a huge magic circle formed by energy matrices was operating continuously. The dense magic circle completely covered the space behind. You can see the world like this. The barrier disappeared, and this change caused Yun Nuoshing to be stunned. His eyes carried a trace of surprise as he looked at the array in the sky that was used to cover the purple night flame. The array was still slowly wriggling, and countless threads automatically broke down and reassembled. At every moment, a new array was being formed, causing his evil spirit, I, to be defeated. Of course, this did not mean that his evil spirit, I, could not do anything to him, because Yun Nuoshing's cultivation was still too low, and his evil spirit, I, was not strong enough. If Mu Yingzi were to come here and take a look, although he might not be able to break through it, at least he would not be helpless, and this was the influence of his own strength. I really don't know who used this array. It's purely to embarrass people. Shaking his head, Yun Nuoshing did not go forward to take a look. His figure moved, and he quickly flew towards the purple gold palace. In just a few minutes, Yun Nuoshing stood in front of the purple gold palace. As Ling Hongjian had spread out a barrier, in an ordinary barrier world, it was not a unique space. Only when a barrier of the same strength was spread out could one see that he was in this barrier world. And with the power of Ling Hongjian, it was estimated that he was at the level of an Empyrean god. His footsteps slowly moved. His gaze did not idle as he sized up the palace. The swirling zither appeared in his arms. With the swirling zither in his hand, the uneasiness in his heart lessened a little. His body floated in midair. Yun Nuoshing circled around the palace. He did not find anything special, but he felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be a strange energy flowing, but he could not sense the source. He only felt that it was in the palace. He gently placed his palm on the wall of the palace. The place where he touched was icy cold. A strange wave drilled out from the wall, penetrated his arm, and went out again, disappearing into the air. Something strange. Yun Nuoshing frowned. He circled around a few more times, wanting to find out the reason. However, other than making him gasp for breath, he did not find anything. Now, he was just short of directly breaking the door to take a look. It's also very strange that I can't find anything strange. His face twitching, Yun Nuoshing raised his head to look at the palace that seemed to have a lot of history. He slowly turned around and looked at Yuyan's city. He wanted to take a look at it from the perspective of the founder. However, when he turned around, he saw some clues. The Yuyan Pavilion was built on a high ground. It was much higher than all the other buildings. In Yun Nuoshing's vision, there were still scattered streets. However, if he looked carefully, he would find that the end of these streets seemed to be this high ground. Blinking his eyes, Yun Nuoshing walked to the edge and looked down at the city. He slowly circled around the edge. Half an hour later, He stood in front of the palace gate again. He looked down at the streets and muttered to himself, "The center of this city is this palace. Even the arrangement of the streets is like this. Why? Is it an original design? Is it a whim?" Yun Nuoshing could not help but tighten his grip on the swirling dragon zither. He casually raised his head, and his eyes froze. He was completely stunned. The center of this barrier was facing the palace. Hey, it can't be. Thinking of those disorderly streets and this strange palace, who would be bored enough to build a palace on a high ground? Wouldn't it be stupid to do so, to make it so that people could not come up? Spreading out his 6 wings, Yun Nuoshing floated into the air as his bright evil spirit eyes slowly opened. Looking at the palace, then at the city, Yun Nuoshing grinned. So that's how it is. What a good serene flame pavilion. He landed back on the ground and looked at the array above his head. Yun Nuoshing lifted his feet and walked to the gate of the palace that was 1,000 feet tall. He lifted his leg and kicked it open. He stepped in with a single step. A gust of chilly wind rushed towards him. It was mixed with a hot gust of wind. It fiercely hit Yun Nuoshing, who had just stepped in. "There's a ghost." Yun Nuoshing smiled. He hugged the swirling dragon zither with his left hand, and the heavenly halberd appeared in his hand. He did not inject any energy and directly swept the halberd across. After that experience in the Ghost Chi Forest, Yun Nuoshing had not used the Sun God Bow. Last time in the Divine Weapon City, he had no choice but to use it. The Sun God Bow needed to be inputted with his own energy. With his current cultivation, even if he had a divine weapon, he would not be able to display the power of a large realm. Compared to this, it was more convenient to use the heavenly halberd's own energy. Moreover, it did not consume any energy. Of course, if he wanted to, he could also use the Sun God Bow to attack. Pong! The 2 forces collided and let out a low, muffled sound. The majestic force traveled up the heavenly halberd to his arm. However, Yun Nuoshing's shoulder only trembled for a moment before returning to normal. The heavenly halberd was placed horizontally in front of his chest. Mortal level, 6 yuan li broke out from his body. His evil spirit eye was also activated at the first moment, vigilant of the changes in his surroundings. Yun Nuoshing did not expect to be attacked as soon as he entered. According to his assumption, something would jump out only when he reached the deepest part of the palace. After making this attack, the thing that ambushed him did not move at all. Only then did Yun Nuoshing have the time to take a look at the palace. However, the interior was pitch black. There was not even a single lamp. It was dark and swarthy. It was not as high-end as it looked from the outside. His yuanli flowed out with his soul, illuminating the interior of the palace. At the same time, the divine mirror of light, the golden chain, and the Sun God Bow shot out together, protecting Yun Nuoshing from the left, right, and back. If there was one thing he wanted to say right now, "I'm afraid of the dark. Sister, Ming, Soul, who's going to save me?" At this moment, Yun Nuoshing was on the verge of crying. The hand holding the heavenly halberd was constantly trembling. His left hand hugged the whirlpool zither tightly. With a thought, the 18 divine artifacts stored in the pendant all appeared. The golden chain that tightly wrapped around Yun Nuoshing's back and head unfolded and wrapped around his entire body. Damn, at least there were lights in the ancient ruins. Forget it, it'll be over soon. Yun Nuoshing bitterly smiled, shook his head, and continued to walk into the palace. There was not a single sound in the quiet passage. The soft footsteps produced some echoes in the empty space. A thick layer of dust had accumulated on the floor. When he turned around, he could see his own footprints. After walking for a full 10 minutes, he finally reached the center of the palace. Only then did he have the time to look around. There was nothing inside the palace. There were no tables, chairs, or lights. Even the corridor and the walls beside it were covered in spider webs. It seemed like no one had cleaned this place for a long time. That's... His gaze paused for a moment. The narrow space lit up. Yun Nuoshing looked up and saw many statues placed on both sides of the walls. They were covered in dust. Statues? Walking to the wall on the right side of the door, Yun Nuoshing looked at the 10-feet-tall statue in front of him and was stunned. He gently exhaled and blew away the dust. Under the dust, there was a dull bronze color. Bronze statue. He wiped the shiny bronze area with his palm. After a moment, the dust was wiped clean. Under the dim light, there was a faint yellow glow. Yun Nuoshing's pupils shrank. Crack! A soft sound entered his ears, causing the heart of a certain person who was already afraid of the dark to suddenly shrink. Before he could turn around, he saw that the 3-meter-tall bronze figure in front of him suddenly trembled slightly, and the dust on its body fell off. Seeing this scene, Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He looked up and saw that the bronze statue had unknowingly raised a pair of thick and strong arms and smashed them down at him. He reflexively stomped his feet, and his figure hurriedly flew backward. The divine light mirror also shone a ray of light on his body. Bam! The bronze fist smashed into the ground. The huge force caused the entire Serene Flame Pavilion to tremble. Dust filled the air. 100 meters away, Yun Nuoshing looked at the dust in shock. His cheeks trembled. If he reacted a tenth of a second later, he would have died. Bam! A dull sound came from the dust. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He quickly stood up from kneeling on one knee. He held the heavenly halberd in his hand and looked carefully. A black shadow walked out of the dust with heavy steps. It was the bronze statue. Just now, Yun Nuoshing shuddered violently when his gaze met the bronze eyes. Then, he saw the bronze man rush towards him with earth-shaking steps. A pair of fists the size of praying mats swung through the air with a whistling sound. Bronze statue? No, this is a puppet. The huge pressure made Yun Nuoshing suck in a breath of cold air. His body rolled to the left, and then he felt a chill on his cheeks. At the place where he was just now, an air cannon hit the floor, blasting out a hole about 10 feet in size. Wow! Yun Nuoshing sneered as he turned his head to look at the hole. This pure physical strength. Yun Nuoshing looked over and quickly raised his halberd. Then he smashed it towards the copper fist that was whizzing towards him. Clang! The sound of metal colliding was mixed with a wisp of sound wave. It bombarded Yun Nuoshing's body, causing his face to turn pale. A trace of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. The heavenly halberd violently swept away the puppet, and he used the force to retreat quickly. A God King-level puppet, Yun Nuoshing casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He felt a little bitter. It was indeed a coincidence that he defeated Tian Bingzi previously. Chapter 107. Clang! The sound of metal vibrating entered Yun Nuoshing's body with a majestic force. Even though his body had been tempered by the string music and was extremely strong, he still felt that his organs were resonating with it. The heavenly halberd swept past. Yun Nuoshing gritted his teeth and waved his other hand. A golden spear came out of his sleeve and was thrown at the bronze statue with all his strength. This spear was the one that Tian Bingzi had impaled him with. After coming into contact with it, it had very consciously entered his body. Just like the golden chains and the others, it was a high-grade divine artifact. However, in his hands, it was difficult for him to use its original strength. The golden spear turned into a bolt of lightning and pierced through the air towards the bronze statue. The bronze statue did not dodge. Instead, It stretched out its right hand mechanically and slapped it. Clang! Two crisp sounds rang out at the same time. The golden spear was casually sent flying, and Yun Nuoxing also took advantage of this moment. The light elements brought him to the back of the bronze statue in a flash. The Fangtian halberd carried the power of the 5 elements and slashed the bronze statue's shoulder, but it made his hands numb. Who made this bronze statue? Why is it so hard? The light elements surged and brought Yun Nuoxing back quickly. He did not forget to curse along the way. When the divine weapon hit the bronze statue's shoulder, it was no different from hitting a rock. Ling Hong! Yun Nuoxing waved his left hand in the air and shouted. A blue light gradually formed in front of him. However, before he could grab the Linghong sword, he felt a sense of danger. Turning his head abruptly, he saw a dark yellow light the size of a praying mat rapidly approaching. Under the situation of promotion, he did not have time to think at all. The light element broke out of his body uncontrollably, bringing Yun Nuoxing's body along as it flew away like lightning. Boom! The golden fist landed heavily on Yun Nuoxing's shoulder, causing his blood to churn. His face turned pale, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His body brushed against the ground and flew hundreds of meters away. He could even feel that he had lost control of his right arm. Bam! Pucci! It rolled across the ground like a gourd for more than 10 rounds before heavily crashing into the wall of the palace. The terrifying force directly shook a hole in the wall, causing debris to fly everywhere and a cloud of dust to fall. Yun Nuoxing was expressionless. She pressed her left hand on her right shoulder and slowly stood up. Her face was covered in dust, and she looked extremely disheveled. She glared fiercely at the 2 bronze statues that were walking over together and spat fiercely. Treacherous brat, I've never heard of a dead person being able to launch a sneak attack. A 5-colored energy rose from his right arm, and his broken arm gradually recovered. In less than 10 seconds, it was back to normal. After being tempered by string notes, his recovery speed was terrifying. Given my current strength, I won't even be able to bring out 30% of my strength with a god artifact, Zhang Xian said with a frown. Ling Hongjian was broken before it even came out, and there was even an extra bronze statue. Looking at the dissipating Ling Hongjian in his left hand, Yun Nuoxing frowned. Could it be that Ling Hongjian could not be pulled out? I don't believe that I can't. Sneering at herself, Yun Nuoxing stomped her foot on the ground, and a roar came from her throat. The ground under the 2 bronze statues suddenly started to shake rapidly. Soon after, 2 huge blazing fire pillars erupted like volcanoes and bombarded the bodies of the bronze statues with lightning speed. Bam! Such a powerful impact directly sent the 2 bronze statues flying into the sky. At this moment, Yun Nuoxing's right hand released the heavenly halberd and swept it across the empty space in front of her. An azure light rapidly gathered in her palm. Qi! Just as Ling Hongjian was about to completely appear, the sound of wind breaking was clearly transmitted into Yun Nuoxing's ears. Immediately, he let out an evil laugh. The light elements that had gathered at his feet gushed out in all directions. His body also swiftly passed through space, leaving behind a golden streak of light that streaked across the original spot. Lin Hong's sword, Yun Nuoxing's figure streaked across space at lightning speed. She felt the icy cold sensation from her right palm and grinned. She stomped her foot on the ground and forcefully stopped her forward body, after which her right hand swung violently at the 3 bronze statues that were charging over. Clang! The sword arc, which was as fine as a needle, perfectly cut out a flat surface. Vast spatial energy surged out from Ling Hong's sword and instantly smashed onto the body of the bronze statue. Immediately, a clear knocking sound rang throughout the entire great hall. Faintly, a small hole was torn open in the space. Spatial rend. Yun Nuoshing's face darkened when she saw that only half of the bronze statues had been cut open. She clenched her teeth, and her right hand, which had just paused, suddenly swung down again. The power of the Linhong sword was completely unleashed at this moment. Clang, clang, clang. The thick silver crescent moon brought along a boundless power as it smashed against the bronze statues, emitting a deafening sound that shook the heavens. Soon after, with a loud bang, the 3 bronze statues completely exploded under Yun Nuoshing's relaxed gaze. Boom! At the same time, a huge crack abruptly extended across the entire great hall. Even a bottomless ravine had appeared in Yuyan's city. Thunderous rumbles that sounded like an earthquake were echoing across the land. Huff! After the bronze statues exploded, Yun Nuoshing completely relaxed. She sat on the ground and panted rapidly. She tilted her head and looked at the huge crack that covered the ceiling and the floor. She could not help but bitterly laugh. Luckily, this is the spirit formation world. The wounds caused by the Linhong sword will not appear in the real world. I don't know who was so vicious as to refine a corpse into a puppet. If that person knew about this, I'm afraid that he would be so angry that his coffin lid would lift up. Shaking his numb right hand, Yun Nuoshing sighed again. Feeling the yuan power in her body receding like a tide, Yun Nuoshing fiercely sucked in a breath of air. She hurriedly stood up and was about to rush towards the door. However, without waiting for him to take 2 steps, the Linhong sword in his hand suddenly dimmed and finally entered his arm. And around his body, a silver-blue energy shield also reappeared and was slowly disappearing. It's over, it's over, it's over. Seeing that his yuan power was no longer able to maintain the enchantment and was slowly dissipating, his swift footsteps came to an abrupt halt. A drop of cold sweat the size of a bean slid down his forehead and landed on his bitter smile, causing his complexion to become much paler. Crack! Oh my God! It's over! The sound of the spirit formation breaking was accompanied by a scream from the bottom of her heart. Yun Nuoshing seemed to have accepted her fate. She suddenly closed her eyes and even turned her head to the side. She seemed to have seen dozens of experts from the Serene Flame Pavilion rushing over like wolves and tigers. I originally thought that not many people would visit in the middle of the night. I didn't expect that I would be late. A clear voice sounded behind Yun Nuoshing. It was accompanied by the sound of fingernails gently scratching the long sword. There was even some admiration. Yun Nuoshing was stunned. Visit in the middle of the night. Arrived late. Shouldn't she be waiting to be chopped into pieces or tied up? This voice was a little strange, wasn't it? Thinking of this, she could not help but gently squint her eyes. What she saw was not a bright hall, nor were there any experts eyeing her covetously. In the hall, the only light was the moonlight that seeped in. She slowly turned around. A beautiful girl with a slightly pale face was standing behind her and smiling at him. Her jade-like hands were by her side, and she was holding a long sword that glowed with a silver light. The girl was dressed in snow-white clothes. Her eyebrows were slender, her eyes were phoenix-shaped, her lips were crimson, and her eyes were like the morning stars. The long silver sword swayed, slightly. Standing there, she was like a willow branch swaying in the wind. She had an indescribable charm. It was the middle of the night. Why did a beautiful girl come to this ghostly place instead of sleeping? Not to mention that it was full of dust. There were 70 to 80 dead people and ghosts in the corner. Even if she wanted to have sex, she had to choose a good place, right? Yun Nuoshing's eyes quickly looked around. Her expression suddenly changed. Something was not right. She was the only one here. It was lifeless and did not seem like a place where a living person stayed. Could it be that it was haunted? Although she did not know if she had encountered a ghost, Yun Nuoshing still trembled all over. She could not help but have goosebumps all over her body. She hurriedly took a step back. That beautiful girl saw that Yun Nuoshing did not speak for a long time and was only looking at her with a strange and frightened gaze. She was stunned and hurriedly called out softly, young master, she called out a few times. Only then did Yun Nuoshing return to his senses. He raised his head and met that pair of limpid eyes. He smiled and said, little girl, what's the matter? Little girl? Hearing Yun Nuoshing address her in such a manner, the exceptional beauty was clearly stunned for a moment. Her beautiful eyes looked at him strangely as she softly muttered, you don't look much older than me, acting like an old man. His ears twitched slightly. Yun Nuoshing did not mind and smiled. Ever since he met Xianyin, he had considered himself an old man. In his opinion, it was not wrong to say so. After thinking for a long time, he threw these thoughts aside. Looking at the beautiful girl, he smiled and said, little girl, why are you not sleeping in the middle of the night? Why did you come here? Could it be that you and your lover, especially when she covered her mouth and coughed at the end, it made the beautiful girl's sparkling face suddenly turn dark red. There was an indescribable charm in her eyes. She cursed in her heart and hurriedly turned her head away. She hurriedly said, I'm here to investigate the Serene Flame Pavilion. Oh, then what did you find out? Hearing this, Yun Nuoshing laughed heartily. Tell me and let me hear it. Maybe I can give you some pointers. Hearing Yun Nuoshing's strange way of addressing her, the beautiful girl stared at him in a daze. His miserable appearance with some bloodstains seemed to have just been through a fierce battle. However, when she sensed his cultivation, a trace of doubt flashed across her beautiful eyes. Yes, he appeared out of thin air. Could it be a boundary? Thinking of this possibility, the beautiful girl suddenly understood. It was difficult to weave a boundary without a certain level of skill and cultivation. However, seeing Yun Nuoshing's frivolous but calm, handsome face, the beautiful girl was at a loss again. No matter how monstrous he was only a mortal stage level 6. Could it be that he is an array master? Thinking of another profession, she suddenly understood. Seeing the beautiful girl's face change rapidly, Yun Nuoshing's cheeks could not help but tremble a few times. He said indifferently, so, did you think of something? Chapter 108. Through the moonlight, Yun Nuoshing could clearly see the appearance of the main hall. It was much clearer than in the boundary world, and there were no traces left behind by Ling Hongjian. In the corner, there were 70 to 80 puppets covered in dust. The main hall was still the same as before. Other than the addition of a beautiful girl in white, there was nothing different. Seeing that he had been holding his right shoulder, with blood flowing out from between his fingers, and a pair of black eyes staring at her in a daze, the beautiful girl finally reacted. She put the long sword back into the scabbard and pressed Yun Nuoshing to sit down. She took out a piece of cloth from somewhere and gently bandaged his right shoulder. I still don't know young master's name. A gentle voice came from behind. Yun Nuoshing raised his head and looked back slightly. Seeing the beautiful girl's focused and serious face, a strange feeling was born in his heart. Yun Nuoshing, little girl, can you tell me what you're doing here in the middle of the night? Yun Nuoshing turned his head back and asked with a smile, I have a name. Don't call me little girl. The beautiful girl snorted. Her two small hands that were holding onto the strip of cloth angrily pulled and tightly bandaged the wound. However, she saw that Yun Nuoshing only frowned and did not have any other reaction. She could not help but be stunned. Young master can just call me Xueqing. I came to the Serene Flame Pavilion to investigate the Purple Night Dark Flame. However, I did not expect that the Serene Flame Pavilion was already empty. Xueqing sighed. Purple Night Dark Flame? Yun Nuoxing turned his head in confusion. Those who came to the Serene Flame City were all here for the Purple Night Dark Flame. This was definitely true. However, he asked, Xueqing, you're of the water element, right? Why are you also interested in the divine flame? Xueqing was stunned. She did not reveal any aura at all. How did he know that she was of the water element? Yes, I was asked by someone to come and take a look. Young Master Yun also said that I control the water element, and the divine flame is not important to me. Someone in the sect is coveting the Purple Night Dark Flame and sent me to investigate, Xueqing said softly. But after coming here, I realized that there are many people who want the Purple Night Dark Flame. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Yuyan City. Not long after coming here, I've already discovered more than a dozen shocking major forces. I'm even thinking if I should go back and ask teacher to give up. Xueqing released her hand and sighed. Then she smiled and said, However, those are matters for teacher to decide. I don't care so much. I only care about investigating and reporting. Everything else is not my concern. Yun Nuoxing helplessly shook his head. There were indeed too many people in Yuyan City, and many people from large factions were here. He was also a bit worried, so he nodded and stood up. He looked around and was stunned for a moment, and his expression gradually became serious. Sir Yun. Seeing the change in his expression, Xueqing reflexively drew her sword. Mei Mao looked around warily. Shoo! Yun Nuoxing put his finger in front of his lips and made a soft shushing sound. He squatted down and looked at the place where he had just sat. Over there, the dust had been brushed away, leaving only a thin layer of dust on the floor. Under the moonlight, he could see the scarlet floor. However, what surprised him was not the floor, but under the floor there was a light blue, faintly discernible light. Xueqing also squatted down with him. Seeing the flickering blue lines, Mei Mao was astonished. This is an array. Yes, and it is a blood sacrifice array. Yun Nuoxing nodded. Blood sacrifice. Hearing this, Xueqing covered her mouth in shock and looked at him in shock. With a sigh, Yun Nuoxing stood up. He slowly gathered his essence force in his palm. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept out and blew away the dust. Xueqing immediately squinted her eyes. When the wind stopped, she opened her eyes. Then, her delicate body trembled. The cold moonlight passed through the roof of the palace and fell into the main hall. The scarlet light was reflected on the walls. On the wall at the front, there was a huge magic formation that covered the entire wall. It was not the normal blue magic formation, but a scarlet one. It gave off a sense of evil, and it flashed with light like a beating heart. Cough. It's not suitable for children. Xueqing, don't look at these. Yun Nuoxing also looked at the wall in shock. He quickly covered Xueqing's Mei Mao with his palm and moved his body in front of her. His gaze shifted to the wall. Huge light blue lines flickered incessantly on the wall, rhythmically beating like a heartbeat. His gaze followed these lines, and after a long time, his gaze returned to the wall. However, there was an additional trace of seriousness in his eyes. To use an array in a palace, the person who set up the array seems too extravagant. He placed his finger under his teeth and bit it lightly. After confirming that he wasn't dreaming, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. The light blue lines extended throughout the entire palace, from the walls to the floor. Junior sister Qing. Just as Yun Nuoshing was letting his imagination run wild, he heard a scream from afar. It came from the entrance of the hall and broke the silence of the night. Both of them were stunned. He raised his head and saw a figure rushing over. When he saw how intimate Yun Nuoshing and Xueqing were, he couldn't help but frown. He shouted, "Who are you?" He looked at the young man. He was wearing a luxurious robe. His long hair was tied up, his face was like jade. He looked like an elegant young master, but his face had a trace of coldness. The way he looked at Yun Nuoshing was filled with disdain. His posture was arrogant. "Young Master Yun, this is my senior brother, Cheng Tianxing. He's from the Li family of Yuyan City." Xueqing came on this trip because of senior brother's invitation. Xueqing said softly as she tugged on Yun Nuoshing's sleeve. Yun Nuoshing nodded and didn't say anything. Cheng Tianxing snorted in his heart when he saw how indifferent he was. He looked at Xueqing and said, "I felt the array being activated, so I rushed in. I'm relieved to see that you're fine." Xueqing shook her head and said to Yun Nuoshing, "Young Master Yun, what do you think this array is for?" She had been blindfolded the entire time, so she didn't see what the array looked like. Yun Nuoshing was taken aback, seeing his perverted hand covering her eyes. He couldn't help but laugh embarrassedly and put down his hand. He walked to the wall and looked up at the huge array. His evil spirit eye revolved silently. After looking at it for a while, he said softly to Xueqing, "I don't know either. This complicated array is at least of the demonic rank." However, he was a little conservative and didn't say that it was a divine rank array. Looking at its complexity, even an ordinary demonic rank array couldn't compare. "Humph, if you don't know, why are you still pretending to be a master of arrays?" Before he could take a closer look, he heard a discordant snicker behind him. "Oh!" The veins on Yun Nuoshing's forehead stiffened. He turned around and crossed his arms. Looking at Cheng Tianxing, he said with a smile, "Master Cheng must also know about arrays. I wonder if you can give me a few pointers?" Cheng Tianxing was taken aback. He stared at Yun Nuoshing with an unfriendly gaze. The status of an array master in the god realm was comparable to that of an alchemist. It required extraordinary comprehension, the ethereal will of elements, and the personal guidance of a teacher. Only then could one become an array master. As for the will of elements, it was completely comprehended by oneself. This was something that no one could help with. Seeing that Cheng Tianxing didn't speak, Yun Nuoshing curled his lips and didn't care. He turned around and looked at the huge array. His hand gently stroked the wall. Seeing that Yun Nuoshing ignored him, Cheng Tianxing sneered. In Yuyan City, there weren't many people who didn't take him seriously. Even those geniuses from other places would give him some face if they knew about Yuyan City. He didn't expect to meet a black-clothed man in this shabby Yuyan pavilion who didn't even care about him. If there's nothing else, you too should hurry home. This place isn't as safe as you think. A small array slowly appeared on his hand. Xueqing and Cheng Tianxing's eyes narrowed. The former seemed to be more certain. "Little guy?" Hearing this, Cheng Tianxing's face turned as black as charcoal. "Since it's dangerous, why doesn't young Master Yun come with us?" Xueqing was used to it and didn't mind. "Air." Yun Nuoshing's hand froze. He laughed dryly and pressed the small formation into the wall. Then he turned his head and smiled embarrassedly. "I'll leave after I finish looking at this formation. Then I'll protect young Master Yun." Xueqing smiled. As soon as she finished speaking, she took a few steps back with her sword behind her back. Mei Mao looked around vigilantly. "Junior sister, who is this guy? When we came in, you two..." Cheng Tianxing took a few steps forward and looked at Yun Nuoshing with displeasure as he whispered to Xueqing. Xueqing shook her head and said indifferently, "I only met young Master Yun by chance. Young Master was already here before we came." In her eyes, Yun Nuoxing's injured appearance was due to the backlash of breaking the array. "Young Master Yun?" Chung Tianxing frowned. His charcoal face was cold. He had never heard of such a person in Yuyan City. Junior sister, then this Yuyan pavilion. After a while, his charcoal face turned bright again. It made the person in front feel strange, and the array couldn't help but tremble. "As you can see," Xueqing said faintly. Her limpid eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked at Yun Nuoxing. She didn't say anything else, as if she didn't want to talk to Chung Tianxing. After a while, the array gradually disappeared with a soft hum. Yun Nuoxing also withdrew her hand. Her evil spirit eye closed automatically and only opened after a while. "Young Master Yun, how was it?" Xueqing came up with a hopeful look, which made Yun Nuoxing stunned. She took half a step back reflexively, and only reacted after a while. She scratched her head and said in a deep voice, "It was difficult. This array still contains a few types of energy that I can't control or analyze. Furthermore, it has been stained with countless fresh blood and is even more sinister. Now, I only know that this array has the ability to condense energy. I'm not too sure about the rest, so I won't say." After he finished speaking, he fell into deep thought again. His brows were knitted together. He did not explain clearly that the spirit design contained the power of space. He had felt that power countless times in Linghongjian and could recognize it. Along with it, there was also some energy that seemed to be connected. However, when he wanted to follow this energy to pursue it, the connection was broken again. Looking at his puzzled look, Xueqing couldn't help but smile. She said softly, "Young Master Yun, there's a banquet at the Juyuan Pavilion in the North City tomorrow. Are you going?" Hearing that she invited Yun Nuoxing, Chung Tianxing's face suddenly darkened, and he couldn't help but shout, "Junior sister!" "Banquet? Who's it for?" Yun Nuoxing raised her head and saw his charred face. She couldn't help but ask, "It's not specially organized by anyone. It's just a gathering of some young talents so that everyone can get to know each other. Most of them are from Yuyan City. Young Master Yun will come, right?" After saying that, Xueqing narrowed her eyes at Mei Mao and looked at Yun Nuoxing charmingly. She was rather provocative. "You dare to shock me? This little girl?" Yun Nuoxing could not help but laugh in his heart as he rolled his eyes. He looked at Chung Tianxing's dark face, and then at Xueqing's hopeful little face. After pondering for a long time, he finally nodded and said, "All right, then I'll be waiting for young Master's arrival tomorrow." Xueqing covered her mouth and smiled, causing Chung Tianxing's face to darken even more. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. Chapter 109. After exiting the Serene Flame Pavilion, Yun Nuoxing greeted the two of them and went straight back to the inn. Yuyin had already fallen asleep, with a strand of sparkling hair hanging from the corner of her mouth. She was still hugging two dolls in her arms, and her blanket had been kicked to the side. He could not help but laugh at her terrible sleeping posture. He walked softly to the bedside, picked up the blanket, and gently covered her with it. He took a stool and sat on the balcony. He subconsciously crossed his legs, and an ancient book appeared in his hands. It was the Encyclopedia of Plants in the God Realm that the patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Hui, had given him. Although the title of the book was An Encyclopedia of Plants, when Yun Nuoxing opened it one day, what he saw was not what he had seen before. The cover of the book was still the same, but the content had changed to something related to talismans, which made him stunned for a long time. The other time, when he opened the book, he saw something about magical formations. It seemed that this book was not the encyclopedia he knew. The talismans and magical formations were very profound and difficult to understand. However, when he accidentally opened the book, it became an encyclopedia of plants, just like what he was reading now. Now that I think about it, Uncle Chin might not be a simple person. Looking at the plants written in the book, Yun Nuoxing could not help but laugh bitterly. He gently closed the book and stared at the starry sky for a long time before slowly closing his eyes. That night, Yun Nuoxing had a dream. In the dream, he stood at the edge of the sky, his red and black wings flapping gently. His evil red and black eyes stared at the sky and earth that were dyed red with blood. A nauseating smell floated in the air. There was only a very faint trace of grief and unwillingness in his eyes. His face was as hard as iron, and there was not a trace of emotion in his heart. He suddenly waved his hand, and a huge fiery red light fell from the sky and landed directly on the earth. It bloomed with the most brilliant light and illuminated the entire world. The huge fireball illuminated half of the starry sky, and the light of the stars dimmed. The sound of the sky collapsing and the earth cracking resounded in his ears. What occupied his line of sight was a field of white, and nothing could be seen clearly. Out of habit, he used his arm to cover his eyes. When the strong light faded, he moved his arm away. However, what he saw was not the ruins of the earth. Instead, he was staring at a towering tree that had appeared out of nowhere. Shock flashed across his eyes. He had seen this towering ancient tree once before. On the day he descended from the desert, the only memory that remained in his mind was this towering tree that he could not see clearly. Big brother, you said that the world tree blossoms once every era and will wither after one night. You said that for this rare sight, it will definitely return on this day. You still remember? Big brother, why didn't you come back this time? The world flower has already withered. This time, the flower that bloomed was white like an ice crystal. It's a pity that you didn't see it. Big brother, no matter if it's in this life, the next life, or eternity, I will definitely find you. In his daze, Yun Nuoxing saw a red-haired girl in a plain white dress walking around him. Her ethereal voice made the air much more cheerful. However, he could not see the girl's face. His instincts told him that she was a 13 or 14-year-old child. The slightly familiar voice stunned him. Just as Yun Nuoxing was about to ask for the girl's name, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The temperature on the surface of his body rose rapidly. A huge fire suddenly appeared in front of him. The entire city was ablaze at this moment. Endless flames descended from the sky. The scorching air burned his windpipe painfully. A huge black dragon roared in the sky. The flames that descended from the sky were spat out by it. The sudden situation gave Yun Nuoxing a fright, and before he could react, his body staggered, and he was suddenly pushed to the ground. Yun Nuoxing turned around in shock. However, he saw a group of angry gazes. It was as if they wanted to jump out and turn into flames to burn him to ashes. Lunatic! Demon, kill him! Chase him out of our city! It's you! You caused everyone's death! It's you! It's you! Voices filled with resentment, hatred, and disdain rushed into his mind like a tide. The various emotions in the voices suppressed him to the point that he could not breathe. No, it's not like that. I was just, he unconsciously wanted to open his mouth and explain himself. His movements were practiced to the point of seeming natural, but only endless curses responded to him, and his tiny and miserable voice was stirred into nothingness. I didn't, it wasn't me. Yun Nuoxing curled up his body in pain. His hands covered his ears tightly, but his mouth kept muttering. However, his explanation seemed so pale and powerless, so helpless, and no one around him stood up to defend him. This is the despicable nature of humans. This time, don't you understand? An illusory voice suddenly sounded. It was so cold that it seemed to come from the underworld. It contained anger that was not inferior to the people around him. However, the source of the anger did not come from him. It came from the people around him. Yun Nuoshing opened his eyes abruptly and moaned softly. Large droplets of sweat slid down his forehead. The cold moonlight shone on his handsome face that was slightly pale. A dream. It's just a dream. It seems that the blood sacrifice array I saw today made me lose control of my sleep. Yun Nuoshing patted his heart, which was still in shock, and heaved a sigh of relief. He looked up at the night sky. The cool moonlight calmed him down a little. World tree, world tree, world tree. He kept muttering the name that the little girl said, afraid that this only clue would be cut off at some point. It was still late at night. Yun Nuoshing murmured and casually wiped his sweat with his sleeve. He was just about to stand up when he was attracted by a dark red light. He lowered his head and saw that the book on his knees had been flipped open. The plants on it had long disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a dark red evil array. Seeing this array, he could not help but sit up straight. He gently stroked the page with his palm and felt a shocking chill. There seemed to be a terrifying demonic power contained within it. Demonic! Speaking of which, the array I saw in the Hidden Flame Pavilion was also a little evil, but Yun Nuoshing hesitantly turned back to look at the 3 people sleeping soundly on the bed. He took a deep breath and lowered his head to continue looking at the array. At the same time, his eyes were gradually dyed with a dreamlike color. The moment his evil spirit eye opened, his vision changed a few times. The evil array was also completely exposed to him. At this moment, he could clearly see strands of demonic aura seeping out from the array. The thousands of strands of energy lines were slowly wriggling. A wave of demonic aura rose from the book and rushed towards Yun Nuoshing's forehead. In the manor in the east of Hidden Flame City, Jin Jinwang looked indifferently at the woman cultivating behind him. After a while, he casually closed the door of the secret chamber. Divine King, how is Jining? Outside the secret chamber, seeing Jin Jinwang come out, Yao Hua and the others immediately surrounded him. Their eyes flickered with worry as they asked, "She's fine. This time, her injuries have healed. She can still break through another layer." Jin Jinwang shook his head. Then his eyes suddenly became sharp, causing Yao Hua and the others to shiver. He whispered, "How come you returned with serious injuries after going out for a while? I asked you to gather some information in the city. Why did you start fighting all of a sudden?" Yao Hua bitterly smiled. "There have been a lot of foreign experts in Hidden Flame City recently. We were just sitting in the restaurant. I don't know where that bastard came from, but he came and challenged us. We originally wanted to ignore him, but who knew that the bastard would fight and throw all 9 of us out? Littling suffered the heaviest blow, so he threw all 9 of you out by himself. TSK, TSK, TSK. Hearing this, the beautiful woman could not help but shake her head and let out a long sigh. "Divine King, that person is a half-immortal expert. It's already not bad that we were able to escape." Mu Ling bitterly smiled. If not for Yao Hua, it would not have been a small matter. During this period of time, Hidden Flame City will not be too peaceful. What you said is only a small example. There will be an endless stream of experts coming. Be it young or old, it's fine. During this period of time, be it young or old, don't be so ostentatious when you go out. Jin Jinwang solemnly said. "Yes." The 8 bitterly smiled. "However, the matter of injuring my disciple cannot be forgotten." Jin Jinwang suddenly changed the topic and sneered. Divine King, what do you mean? Yao Hua hurriedly raised his head. Could it be that he was going to do it himself? Of course. You have to go and take revenge. Seeing his hopeful expression, how could Jin Jinwang not know what he was thinking? He rolled his eyes, causing the others to bitterly smile again. They had already been thrown back. How could they take revenge? Seeing their bitter frowns, Jin Jinwang raised his eyebrows and mysteriously smiled. However, if you can't beat them, you can call. Oh, who's that? Dealing with small fries below the immortal realm is not a big problem for her. Divine King is going to call Green Oil Chicken to come out. The 8 bitterly smiled. Tomorrow, there will be a banquet held by young people at the Gathering Fate Pavilion. If you are interested, you can go and have a look, get to know some people, and fight a few battles. Jin Wang meaningfully said. The 8 solemnly nodded. Just as they were about to turn around, their expressions suddenly changed. They abruptly turned their heads and looked at the city in the distance. What a powerful demonic aura! A cry of surprise came from the beautiful woman's mouth. Then, she looked at Jin Wang and saw a trace of seriousness in each other's eyes. When did such an expert come to Yuan City? Why didn't we hear anything about it? Jin Wang said in a low voice. There were many people in Yuan City now. Any particularly powerful person who entered the city would be reported to him immediately. I don't know. This demonic aura is too powerful. It's not a demonic cultivator, but a demonic god. The silver-robed man's low voice contained a trace of shock. Let's go and take a look. Jin Wang slightly narrowed his eyes and grinned at the silver-robed man. Let's go. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The silver-robed man rolled his eyes. The 2 figures flickered and flew towards the city. Seeing the 2 disappear into the night sky, Yao Hua was a little embarrassed. He wiped his forehead and turned his head to look at the beautiful woman. He bitterly smiled and said, Divine King, is it really okay not to stop them? Those 2 old urchins will be fine. Don't worry. The beautiful woman shook her head and yawned. She turned around and walked towards the room, causing everyone to bitterly smile. Remember to take revenge. The expert you mentioned will probably go to the Gathering Fate Pavilion tomorrow. If you see UXIN, remember to say hello. The red-robed man also said hello and walked into the room. The 8 bitterly smiled. What was going on? Chapter 110. In the room, Yin Nuoxing's eyes were tightly closed. After a long while, his long eyelashes trembled, and a ray of dark light shot out from his eyes. He looked at the ancient book in front of him that was closed without any movement. Only then did he raise his head, and a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. A dream? At this moment, Yun Nuoxing's robe, which had been blown up by the demon Qi, slowly fell down. After sensing that her body did not feel any discomfort, she let out a sigh of relief. She raised the ancient book and gently flipped it open, but she did not see the array from before. It doesn't seem like... After waiting for a long time and seeing no reaction, Yun Nuoxing's face was slightly blank. Thinking back, she could see the demonic array flickering in her mind. She quickly flipped through the ancient book from beginning to end, but she did not see anything special. However, under the evil spirit, the ancient book emitted bits of light. At the very least, she did see talismans and arrays in the ancient book. There was no need to doubt it. Staring at the ancient book floating in front of her for a long time, Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the ancient book. This time, there was nothing strange about the ancient book. The pitch-black light continued to shine for a while, then completely disappeared. It became the same as before, extremely inconspicuous. Her fingers slowly stroked the ancient book that had returned to normal. Yun Nuoxing rubbed her forehead. After a while, she bitterly laughed and softly muttered, "Forget it, I'll ask Uncle Qin when I meet him in the future." Letting out another sigh, Yun Nuoxing was just about to adjust her breathing and cultivate when she suddenly raised her head and hurriedly turned around. The sound of wind breaking and a familiar aura surged from the sky. Following that, a golden figure appeared on the balcony. Looking at Yun Nuoxing, he was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, "You haven't rested yet?" Her body stiffened for a moment before she slowly turned back. What appeared on her face was that delicate and pretty face. However, there was a stiff smile on her face, causing the two of them to be stunned. "Senior Divine King, what are you trying to do by barging into my room in the middle of the night?" Xin couldn't help but smile sweetly, which made Jin Wang and the silver-robed man's body stiffen, and their faces turn pale. "Cough, it's good that you're here. Did you feel that something was wrong just now?" Jin Wang's face reddened as he hurriedly waved his hand and asked, "A powerful aura, such as devil chi or something?" Upon hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was taken aback. Then, her expression turned solemn. Could it be that the array she had just come into contact with wasn't a dream? The memory of that terrifying demonic chi fluctuation was still fresh in his mind. An expert at the level of the Gold God King was very sensitive to such powerful energy fluctuations. Yun Nuoxing shook her head and said half-truthfully, "No, I just woke up and walked out. I saw the two seniors." Jin Wang was taken aback. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "Then it's fine. Rest early. If there's anything, come find us in the east of the city. Oh, right, there's a gathering at the Jiuyuan Pavilion in the north of the city tomorrow. You should go and take a look." After he finished speaking, he looked at Yun Nuoxing suspiciously. This was the place where the devil chi had dissipated. Only this place had life. Could it be that that person had already left? Yun Nuoxing smiled and nodded. Jin Wang and the silver-robed man waved their hands. It wasn't good for them to stay any longer. They hurriedly jumped down from the balcony, and the former couldn't help but laugh again. After the two of them left, Yun Nuoxing's face flickered, and it was replaced by an unusually solemn expression. She raised her palm slightly, and with a thought, many blue spots of light appeared on her palm. Then they slowly turned black and gradually turned into an energy matrix that intertwined with each other. In just a short moment, the demonic black array appeared in Yun Nuoxing's palm. It was only the size of a palm, but a monstrous demonic aura surged out. The surge of energy gave him a fright. "Disperse!" The disappearance of the origin energy in his body caused him to be even more shocked, and an icy cold word came out from his throat. He suddenly clenched his fist, and the formation instantly shrunk back into his body, transforming into surging origin energy that returned to his limbs and bones. What a terrifying consumption! Feeling the enormous energy in her body recovering, Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh of relief. She wiped the cold sweat on her forehead, raised her right hand, and stared at it in a daze. After a moment, she sighed. "Forget it. I'll see what use it has in the future." Yun Nuoxing murmured a few times in his heart. His hands formed a cultivation seal, and his 6 wings slowly spread out. His body trembled slightly, and a majestic wind element lifted his body off the ground. His mood quickly calmed down, and he quickly entered a cultivation state. The next day, the 2 fiery red stars broke through the restraints of the horizon and leaped out. In an instant, the warm sunlight shone on the earth. On the balcony, the 6 wings behind the youth slowly retracted. The fierce wind also calmed down. Her pitch-black eyes suddenly opened. She took off the black robe on her body and changed into a dark black casual outfit. She put on the windbreaker that she hadn't worn in a long time. Her straight, ink-black hair spread out. That free and easy feeling that carried a hint of arrogance was the Yun Nuoshing that Yuan and the others were familiar with. Turning her head to look at the three girls who were sleeping soundly, Yun Nuoshing couldn't help but smile. The arrogance that she had just gathered dissipated into nothingness. "I'm going out," she muttered to herself. When she turned her head again, she saw that cold, arrogant, and calm face of hers. Looking at the balcony, she took a step forward and jumped down. In the room, a pair of beautiful May Mouse slowly opened her eyes. Looking at the black figure falling down, she smiled and murmured, "Be careful, idiot." In Yuyan City, other than the divine flame that was tightly sealed in the sky, the most famous thing was not the Yuyan Pavilion, but the vast forest in the north of the city. Or rather, the classical and unique manor in the forest and the small pavilion in the manor. For many people in Yuyan City and even the God Realm, they had only heard of the name Ju Yuan Pavilion, but had never seen it or set foot in it. It was like a legend, filled with mystery. Since ancient times, the Ju Yuan Pavilion had been a household name since the ancient era. It was not only in the Serene Flame Pavilion, but also in the Ganyuan region and the Ultimate Plain region. It was said that its traces could be found all over the realm of the gods. It was also said that only those who were determined could find it and see its true appearance. It was said that only those with a story could enter Ju Yuan Pavilion. However, the definition of this story was very vague. It seemed that because of this legend, Ju Yuan Pavilion gradually became a mysterious and sacred place. Those who were qualified to enter the manor where Ju Yuan Pavilion was located were all people of high status. Ordinary people could not even set foot in it. Perhaps this was something that the founder of Ju Yuan Pavilion did not expect. After a short, long journey, Yun Nuoshing slowly walked in the bamboo forest. Looking at the beautiful scenery in front of her, it was as if she was dealing with an otherworldly scenery. Her heart was at peace. Surrounded by green bamboos, a small bridge overflowing water, and a fresh mist floated in the air. It was intoxicating. It was hard to imagine that such a pure land lived in seclusion in the bustling Yuyan city. It was somewhat ethereal and mysterious. It made her involuntarily think of the time she spent in the Qin family. It was short and beautiful. In Ju Yuan Mountain Villa, there were scattered groups of people walking on the small path. Some of them were gathered together to drink wine and have fun. They were all people of high status. However, not many of them revealed their auras. Perhaps, if you met anyone in Ju Yuan Mountain Villa, their status would be more noble than you could imagine. Adjusting her collar, Yun Nuoshing looked at the gate of the villa hidden in the thick mist. She lifted her feet slightly and walked slowly towards it. She walked slowly along the small path in the bamboo forest that was paved with bluestones. The bamboo, leaves that fell with the wind slid down her body. After a while, a wide and exquisite lake appeared at the end of the bamboo forest. The lake was surrounded by bamboo forest, and it was peaceful and peaceful. Above the lake, there was a long pavilion. There were actually many figures in the pavilion. Even from afar, she could see the people dancing on the pavilion. They seemed to be very happy. Standing at the exit of the bamboo forest, Yun Nuoshing's eyes flickered a few times. She carefully observed the exquisite lakeside. The pavilion in front of her was only one of them. There were a few other pavilions on the other side of the lake. However, there was no one there, causing the entire lakeside to be very quiet. Only in front of her could she hear the occasional sound of chatter and laughter. Lifting her feet, Yun Nuoshing looked at the pavilion in front of her that had more than 10 people. She then looked at the surroundings in a daze. He was looking for Xueqing. Although he was invited here, he didn't know what to do. He stepped onto an empty maple hallway and walked to the pavilion. He looked around and saw that there was no one around. Only the pavilion in the distance was occupied. Only then did he sit down with satisfaction. "Brother, can you sit here?" Just as she sat down and was about to take out the ancient book, a gentle laughter sounded. It caused Yun Nuoxing to be stunned. She slowly turned her head around and saw figures slowly approaching from behind. It was a young man dressed in black. His face was well-defined, and the lines were beautiful. His long hair draped over his shoulders. His gentle voice was very clear and delicate. What surprised Yun Nuoxing even more was his appearance. He was as handsome as a demon. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was beautiful. He was even more beautiful than a woman. With a somewhat surprised gaze, Yun Nuoxing looked at the young man, who was somewhat similar to her. She tilted her head and said indifferently, "I didn't reserve the entire pavilion. If you want to sit, then sit. You don't have to ask me." Hearing this, the young man looked at the pair of black eyes with some surprise. It seemed that he didn't expect Yun Nuoxing to be so easy to talk to. After a long while, he smiled. There was even a trace of redness on his cheeks. He directly walked to the latter's side and sat down. Bewitching man. Yun Nuoxing cursed in her heart. She turned her head and stared at the calm lake. Since someone had come, she didn't intend to take out the strange book. "Brother, why didn't you go to that pavilion? Why did you choose this empty pavilion?" The young man looked at Yun Nuoxing with interest and asked with a smile. "Quiet." Yun Nuoxing glanced at him. She then turned her head and looked at the spacious pavilion where more than a dozen people were standing. She didn't recognize any of them and said, "What's the meaning of sitting among a group of people you don't know? You too. Why did you choose this pavilion where there is no one?" Hearing the question, the young man smiled and said, "I'm the same as you. There are no acquaintances. There are too many people here." This made Yun Nuoxing a little surprised. She unconsciously glanced at him. The latter also looked over and smiled sweetly. This made him curse Bewitching Man again. In the Juyuan Pavilion, it's fate to gather together. The world of cultivators is ever-changing. No one can say for sure when one will die. Quietly coming to this world, splashing water in the eternal river, quietly disappearing. Fate comes and goes. Countless life and death parting, joys and sorrows of separation and reunions, repeatedly meeting and parting, is the essence of life. The young man seemed to be talking to himself, which made Yun Nuoxing more and more surprised. He thought that he was the only one who would think about these questions. "Brother, do you think what I said is right?" In the end, the young man raised his head and smiled. His eyes were shining when he looked at Yun Nuoxing, which made him shudder and nod gently. Seeing this, the young man's smile became more and more brilliant. He stretched out his fair hand and said with a smile, "Morong Shuege, may I know your name?" Looking at the hand that was as white as her own, Yun Nuoxing also smiled. She also stretched out her hand and shook it. She said softly, "Yun Nuoxing." Chapter 111. Suddenly, a series of footsteps sounded behind them, accompanied by a few rough and echoing laughter, which instantly broke the tranquility of this place. It pierced into the ears of Yun Nuoxing and Morong Shuege like a piercing devil's voice, making their faces change slightly. The laughter and footsteps only lasted for a moment, and then stopped abruptly behind them. Seeing Yun Nuoxing and Morong Shuege sitting quietly in the pavilion with their backs to them, the leader of the crowd could not help but frown slightly and shouted, "Get out of here! This place is reserved by me." Raising their eyebrows, Yun Nuoxing and Morong Shuege looked back at the same time. As expected, they saw a large group of handsome men and beautiful women. The leader of the group, who spoke, looked very young, about 20 years old. His long hair was hanging down casually, and he was wearing a luxurious purple and gold robe. His handsome face was like jade, with a faint arrogance. His thin lips were slightly pursed, and there was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. At first glance, he looked very kind, but his indifferent temperament made the two feel very disgusted. While the young man was talking, the group of people behind him had already sat down casually and looked at the three of them with interest. Yun Nuoxing's eyes were as calm as water. She just took a glance, and then withdrew her gaze, still staring at the calm lake, as if she did not see this person. Morong Shuigu just smiled faintly and said nothing. "I told you to get out of here. Didn't you hear me?" Seeing that the two of them ignored him, the young man's voice was low and cold, and there was a surge of anger in his heart. He was ignored in such a place with so many people. He, who was used to being superior, had never been treated like this before. "May I ask who you are, sir?" Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly and folded her hands together. "This place belongs to Juyuan Villa. If the owner asks us to leave, we will leave at once. But you, we don't know each other, nor are we your servants. It's impolite to yell at each other. Didn't your mother teach you?" Morong Shuigu touched her long hair and smiled faintly. The two of them echoed each other and stirred an uproar from the surrounding crowd. It also caused the expression of the young man in front of them to become gloomy. However, he gradually calmed down under his fury. Everyone in the Juyuan Mountain Villa had a noble status. If they did not possess great strength, it was likely that they had some great background behind them. Some thoughts flashed through his mind. The young man suppressed the surging killing intent in his heart and slowly glanced at Yun Nuoxing and Morong Shuigu, and then said in a very calm voice, "I was rude. Chung family. Chung, how should I address you two young masters?" "Chung," Yun Nuoxing murmured in her heart. Although she guessed that these people were not simple, she did not expect them to be from Yuyan City's Chung family. Chung family's third young master, level 11 mortal step. In Yuyan City, Chung family is the most powerful family besides Yuyan Pavilion. It is said that the three young masters have already reached level 10 mortal step. The eldest, Chung Lin, has already stepped into half-step immortal step, and the second young master seems to have reached level 12 mortal step. The three of them together can even fight against an immortal step expert. Morong Shuigu seemed to have seen through his doubts and secretly transmitted her voice to him. "Morong Shuigu, this is Yun Nuoxing. This is Master Chung. Are you done with your probing?" Morong Shuigu said faintly. As soon as Morong Shuiji's words fell, the people brought by Chung Hong could not help but burst into laughter. "Chung Hong, your name seems to be useless." The man in an ice blue robe could not help but pat his thigh and laugh out loud. His laughter made Chung Hong's mouth twitch, and killing intent surged in his eyes. Chi, the killing intent in his heart surged. At a certain moment, he took a step forward and swung his right hand. With a fierce gust of wind, it directly tore through the air and fiercely swung at Morong Shuiji's head. His ruthless attitude caused the people behind him to exclaim in surprise. Then they began to watch with interest. Buzz. Facing Chung Hong's extremely sudden and fierce attack, Morong Shuigu did not even raise her eyes. She gently raised her right hand and was about to stretch it out when the space in front of her suddenly trembled. A blue array suddenly enlarged, and then lightly collided with Chung Hong's right fist. Immediately, a low and deep sound burst out, and then a ripple of wind spread out, and the surrounding stone benches all exploded. As soon as the fist touched the array, it separated. Murong Shuigu and Cheng Hong did not move at all, and even their sitting posture did not change. On the other hand, Cheng Hong staggered back a dozen steps. In this short exchange, the difference in strength between the two sides was obvious. This is an array? This kid is an array master? The formation that appeared in the air without any warning caused a trace of shock to appear in the gazes of the people in the pavilion. It was not that the rare profession of a formation master did not exist in Yuan City, but there was no one at such a young age. Generally speaking, one had to comprehend the will of an element to become an array master. If one could comprehend the power of will at such a young age, it meant that one's comprehension and talent were even more terrifying. At Yun Nuoxing's age, anyone with a discerning eye knew that as long as he had enough time, he would definitely become a famous expert in the future, and even a god would not be a problem. Cheng Hong, who steadied himself, was also shocked. He did not think that these two people were array masters at all. Moreover, judging from the level of the array, their strength seemed to be much higher than his. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Murong Shuigu smiled and said nothing. However, she looked at Yun Nuoxing in surprise. That array was created by him. Yun Nuoxing turned his head, smiled at her, and then nodded. Murong Shuigu understood and grinned, saying, "In the future, think about your own strength before you make trouble. Those who came to the Ju Yuan Mountain Villa were all people of high status. If Yun Nuoxing wanted to obtain some peace during this period of time, he would have to display some of his skills. Since Cheng Hong had delivered himself to his doorstep, Yun Nuoxing would naturally not allow him to leave as he pleased. It would be a pity to let go of such a person who came to slap his face." As soon as he finished speaking, the array in front of him trembled. Under everyone's gaze, it gradually separated into two other arrays. In a flash, they came to Cheng Hong's side and surrounded him in a triangular formation. Cheng Hong paused and looked at Murong Shuigu. Murong Shuigu's eyes were also flashing with killing intent. "What do you want? This is Juyuan Villa. No one is allowed to die in the villa. You should know this rule." Feeling the killing intent in Murong Shuigu's eyes, Cheng Hong's face changed slightly and said, "Take 3 of our attacks. If you can take it, you can leave. If you can't, you can stay." Murong Shuigu turned around and sat down, saying lightly. The surrounding people looked at the 3 arrays that were about 10 feet in size. Their faces suddenly became dignified. The means of array masters were extremely terrifying. Although the array was just standing there, no one knew what it was used for. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Nuoxing also slowly turned around. His dark eyes looked at Cheng Hong indifferently and said lightly, "Should I go first or together?" When Cheng Hong saw Yun Nuoxing's indifferent look, he was also stunned for a long time. Immediately, anger surged in his heart. He looked at Murong Shuigu and sneered, "I can take 3 of your attacks. You don't have to take out a scapegoat. Otherwise, you'll get into trouble when you're killed." Murong Shuigu shrugged. Yun Nuoxing ignored Cheng Hong. He tilted his head and smiled at Murong Shuigu. "Let's fight. Let's fight." Murong Shuigu grinned and clenched his hands. Suddenly, his bones burst out with a crackling sound. His figure flashed, and he rushed toward Cheng Hong. "One attack," Yun Nuoxing murmured. He put his left hand's middle finger and thumb together and rubbed hard. An energy light beam shot out from one of the arrays. The vigorous energy made the surrounding people's faces change dramatically. Yuan power broke out from his body. Before Cheng Hong could think of anything, the energy light pillar had already reached his body. Soon after, an earth-shattering and frightening energy poured out like a torrential flood. Puqi, the dou qi that lingered over the surface of his body, was directly torn apart under the frightening energy of the energy light pillar. The concentrated energy landed on his chest. Immediately, a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out explosively in front of the many stunned gazes around him. The blood condensed into a blood mist in midair. Chung Hong's body was like a sandbag that had been hit hard. He flew backward stiffly. Before he could stop, a blurry figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was Murong Shuegu. One attack. Murong Shuegu said the same in different words. She clenched her fist and smashed it toward Chung Hong's waist. Pung! The muffled sound of flesh colliding caused everyone to tremble violently. Chung Hong's body flew out like a spinning top and smashed onto the ground, shattering all the stone benches along the way into powder. After flying back for more than 10 meters, he finally violently collided with a huge pillar of the long pavilion. Immediately, the entire long pavilion began to tremble slightly. The entire place was silent. Everyone's gazes were focused on Yun Nuoshing. It turned out that the person who had been sitting there without moving was the magic array master. At this moment, most people had labeled the smiling faces of the two as dangerous. One really could not judge a book by its cover in this Ju Yuan mountain villa. After sending Chung Hong flying with one attack, Yun Nuoshing did not stop there. She waved her hand gently, and the 3 magic arrays merged into one. Immediately, the light on the magic array surged. Another thick energy light beam violently shot toward the seriously injured Chung Hong. Murong Shueji's body flashed and rushed toward the former. 2 attacks. Seeing the actions of the two, horror flashed across Chung Hong's eyes. He cried out loudly, "Bing Xiao, save me!" His voice had just sounded when Murong Shueji's body flashed like a swallow. Just as her fist and energy light beam were about to strike, a clear and indifferent laughter suddenly sounded in the pavilion. "Ha! These 2 friends, why do you need to be so heavy-handed? You can't see blood in Ju Yuan Mountain Villa." As the laughter faded, an icy blue figure suddenly flashed out like a ghost. Then it appeared in front of Chung Hong. It stretched out both hands and made a grabbing motion in the air. Soon after, it spun violently. Murong Shueji's body slid past him and almost fell into the lake. The energy light beam also twisted and swept past her. Murong Shuegu stabilized her body. A cold look appeared on her elegant face. The tip of her foot touched the lake, and her body suddenly rushed toward the blue-clothed person who had appeared. Yun Nuoshing's mind also moved. The magic array split into 3. Dozens of dark chains shot out from it and rushed toward the blue-clothed person. Seeing Murong Shuegu and the chains rushing toward him, the blue-clothed person smiled faintly. His hands once again spun in the air. His palms stretched out and swept toward the chains. The chains suddenly changed their trajectory and were all pointed at Murong Shuegu. Yun Nuoshing was stunned for a moment. He suddenly grabbed the chain with his palm, and the chain rushed to Murong Shuegu and wrapped around her palm. With the help of her strength, the chain violently attacked the man in blue. The latter also understood and increased the strength in his hand. An ethereal aura slowly spread out. Seeing this, the blue-clothed person slightly exerted force with the tip of his foot. His body was half-turned, and his hands were grabbing at Murong Shuegu. Then, using the force of his body's rotation, he suddenly threw her out. This blue-clothed person seemed to be able to shift the attack. Moreover, he could grab Murong Shueji's body from a distance. Looking at his grabbing and pushing, it seemed gentle, but the power contained in it was strange and fierce. If it weren't for the chains circling around, Murong Shuegu would at least be forced to retreat. She might even be injured. In the air, Murong Shuegu was thrown out. It was very difficult for her to move. She was actually restrained. However, just when the blue-clothed person was about to throw her out, the chains suddenly became stiff and pulled Murong Shwego backward. A black shadow also flashed out strangely. 5 fingers suddenly clenched. Immediately, pieces of talismans condensed on the tip of the fist and blasted out fiercely. The fist collided with the strange power of the palm, bursting out layers of dull sounds. As the strong wind spread, the blue-clothed person actually retreated more than a dozen steps. Yun Nuoshing also took advantage of this force to retreat. She landed on the top of the pavilion. The chains also pulled Murong Shwego to stand there. After standing firm, Yun Nuoshing raised her head and looked at the blue-clothed person. Her dark eyes were still very calm. It's not a good habit to interfere in other people's business. Didn't anyone teach you that? Chapter 112. The blue-robed man who appeared in front of Chung Hong was very young. He looked about the same age as Murong Shwego. His ice-blue robe fluttered in the wind, giving him a sense of elegance. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and wisps of ethereal aura wrapped around his body. There was a trace of heroic spirit in his elegant face. This blue-robed man was the one who said that Chung Hong's name was useless. The battle here also attracted the attention of the people of Juyuan Mountain Villa. The sound of wind breaking rang out from all directions. Dozens of figures suddenly appeared by the lakeside. When they saw the man, they seemed to be a little surprised. Bing Ling, the divine son of ice and snow mountain villa. I heard that Bing Ling is not even 25 years old, but he is already a half-immortal. With such strength, there are few rivals among the younger generation. I didn't expect that even the people of Divine Prefecture would come. It seems that the matter of Purple Night Flame has really attracted a lot of attention. Hearing the whispers coming from the surroundings, Yun Nuoshing's heart moved. His slightly narrowed eyes slightly swept across the body of the blue-clothed man opposite him, seeing the strands of milky white icy cold aura circling around his body. He was a little surprised in his heart. Other than the immortal rank experts he had seen in the Red Star Academy, this person was probably the youngest half-immortal expert he had ever seen. Of course, Yao Hua and the others also had excellent cultivation talent. Although the 9 of them had not reached the immortal step, they were younger than the blue-robed man in front of him. No one could be sure whether they could reach the immortal step in a few years. If they really wanted to compare, their talent was actually not much weaker than the blue-robed man in front of him. But in any case, to reach the half-immortal step at such a young age, he was definitely a dragon among men. Just based on this point, Bing Ling had the right to be arrogant. While Yun Nuoshing was surprised by the blue-clothed man's strength, tempestuous waves arose in the blue-clothed man's heart as well. After the quick exchange of blows from before, he was able to know that the strength of this extremely young youth before him wasn't inferior to him. This caused him to feel slightly displeased in his heart. Since he was young, he'd received the full support of his seniors, and it could even be said that they'd taught him everything in order to allow him to attain his current height. It was all for the sake of allowing him to pass through the mortal rank as soon as possible, so that he could officially step into the immortal rank. Only by reaching the celestial level would one's path of cultivation officially begin. Reaching the half-celestial level before the age of 25 was the thing he was most proud of. Looking at the ice and snow mountain villa, many people at this age were still struggling in the mortal level. Their future potential was far inferior to his. However, the pride in his heart was beaten down by someone today. Not to mention the black-clothed youth. The demonic youth's strength wasn't much weaker than his. If it weren't for his special technique, he was afraid that he would have been played to death by the 2 of them. Such a comparison made him feel very frustrated. Of course, this feeling of frustration only lasted for a moment before disappearing without a trace. No matter what, he was able to step into the half-immortal step before the age of 25, and even reached the immortal rank. This was enough to prove his excellence. Haha, this friend is too serious. If I didn't do anything, I'm afraid that Cheng Hong would have been killed by you. You can't see blood in the Ju Yuan Mountain Villa. I think you know that, Bing Ling said with a smile as he waved his sleeve gently, cupping his hands in salute to Yun Nuoxing. And Yun Nuoxing, then why didn't you stop us at the beginning? Why are you stopping us now? Yun Nuoxing didn't express his opinion. He looked at Morong Shuige and said, "Are you okay?" Morong Shuige shook her head and said lightly, "Unfortunately, I should have used my full strength in that punch just now. I didn't kill him." Yun Nuoxing nodded and looked at Bing Ling again, saying, "Or you can represent the Ju Yuan Mountain Villa, so you came to stop us?" After a pause, he said, "If not, then please step aside." Seeing Yun Nuoxing pressuring him, Bing Ling's eyes turned cold. A wisp of cold and ethereal chi flowed slowly, but the smile on his face became brighter. "Friend, it's just a small conflict. It's fate that we can meet in the Ju Yuan Mountain Villa. This is just a small matter. Please let it go for my sake, okay?" Yun Nuoxing's eyes swept over Cheng Hong, who was struggling to get up and glaring at him, and Morong Shuige with hatred. Killing intent rose in his heart. This person's cultivation was higher than his. Although he wasn't very strong, he was indeed a dangerous person. Moreover, he was a member of the Chung family in Yuyan City. Now that they had enmity with each other, if they let him go, it would be a big trouble. He had already experienced it once in Divine Weapon City. But if he wanted to take Cheng Hong's life now, Bing Ling in front of him would definitely intervene. Moreover, there was also the Ju Yuan Mountain Villa. He had never heard that this mysterious villa had an owner, but he had always been afraid of it. If he took action forcefully, he didn't know what the consequences would be. Fate can also be divided into evil and good. After a long sigh, Yun Nuoxing raised his head and said lightly, "Who are you to me? Why do I have to give you face for anything I do?" "So, Your Excellency, you have to take action?" Seeing that Yun Nuoxing didn't give him any face, the smile on Bing Ling's face completely disappeared. He looked at Yun Nuoxing with cold and calm eyes. "Don't be impulsive. Ju Yuan Mountain Villa can't see blood. This rule has existed since ancient times. No one knows what will happen if someone dies here. There have been a few cases before, and those people all ended very miserably." Morong Shuige gently pulled Yun Nuoxing, shook her head, and said lightly, looking at Morong Shuige, who was smiling faintly. Yun Nuoxing sighed and nodded. He said lightly to Cheng Hong, "You're lucky. Next time, you'd better consider whether you have the ability to cause trouble." Hearing the same words, the corner of Cheng Hong's eyes twitched rapidly. He gritted his teeth, and the hatred in his eyes became even more intense. "Hee, thank you, Brother Morong, for resolving the trouble." Bing Ling saw this, and his smile returned. He cupped his hands and smiled at Morong Shuige. However, Morong Shuige just glanced at him indifferently, sneered in a low voice, and then withdrew her gaze. "We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go first," Morong Shuige said softly to Yun Nuoxing. Then she tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and floated backward, landing in the bamboo forest. "Okay," Yun Nuoxing nodded and followed. "Master Bing, are we letting them go just like that?" Looking at Yun Nuoxing and Morong Shuige's figures, Cheng Hong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said to Bing Ling angrily, "What else can we do? Yun Nuoxing's formation is very difficult to deal with. And that Morong Shuige, I'm not sure about her strength, but I don't think she's much weaker than me. If the two of them work together, they won't even be afraid of a half-immortal." The smile on Bing Ling's face slowly disappeared. He said coldly, "You can't fight in Ju Yuan Mountain Villa, but they can't stay in there. Your family is in Yuyan City. when they leave Ju Yuan Mountain Villa. Then, after he finished speaking, he waved his hand in front of him. Cheng Hong's expression froze. He clenched his teeth and nodded fiercely. Let's find out their background first. As long as they're still in Yuan City, it won't be a problem. Most of the people who come here are here for the Purple Night Flame. If the Cheng family can't deal with them, we'll deal with them when the experts of Icy Snow Mountain Villa come. Bingling smiled coldly. He waved his hand in the direction where Yun Nuoxing and Murong Shuegu disappeared. He murmured in his heart, although Master told us not to cause trouble, they came to us themselves. Yun Nuoxing and Murong Shuegu landed in the bamboo forest. When they turned around and saw that the lake was hidden in the bamboo forest, their footsteps gradually slowed down. They looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Young Master Yun, a clear and beautiful voice sounded out from behind him. Yun Nuoxing turned his head around, only to see a fairy-like beauty, dressed in white, slowly walking towards him. The long sword at her slender waist gently swayed. Xueqing. Seeing her, Yun Nuoxing finally breathed a sigh of relief. He took 2 steps forward and said with a smile, I've been waiting for you at Ju Yuan Mountain Villa for a long time. I thought you abandoned me without a word. Who abandoned you? Xueqing muttered softly. Mei Mao glanced at Murong Shuegu and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to come so early, but it seems like I was right to come late. I've made friends in such a short time. Yun Nuoxing shrugged and pulled Murong Shuegu over. He said, This is Xueqing, and this is Murong Shuegu. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's actually a man. The last sentence was obviously directed at Xueqing. Murong? Hearing this name, Xueqing seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Murong Shuegu in surprise. Murong Shuegu blinked at her, and his mouth moved. Then he nodded. What's wrong with Murong? Seeing her enlightened look, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but be stunned. He turned around and saw Murong Shuegu looking at him with a smile. His smile was more beautiful than a woman's. He shuddered and scolded, Vixen, you came at just the right time. It's my fault for not telling you the time when I told you. The main event is just about to begin, Xueqing said softly as she led Yun Nuoxing and Murong Shuegu on a winding path. You're familiar with this place? Seeing that Xueqing seemed to know the way, Yun Nuoxing was slightly surprised. She didn't seem to be from Yuan City, but walking here felt like she was taking a stroll in the back garden. I've been to Ju Yuan Mountain Villa in Yuan City a few times. Xueqing turned around and smiled. To be honest, young Master Yun, even my Ice Snow Mountain Villa covets the Purple Night Flame. Wait, Xueqing, you're from the Ice Snow Mountain Villa? Yun Nuoxing's footsteps paused. His body stiffened as he looked at Xueqing in astonishment. He remembered that Bingling was also from the Ice Snow Mountain Villa. Were the two of them the same? Yes, what's wrong? Xueqing nodded. Is there someone called Bingling in your Ice Snow Mountain Villa? Yun Nuoxing asked with a strange expression. He's the godson of Ice Snow Mountain Villa. Xueqing seemed to have thought of something and suddenly laughed. Yun Nuoxing was confused. After a while, he said, So, the one confronting the god's son is young Master Yun. You saw it? Yun Nuoxing scratched his head and felt a little unnatural. He had gotten into a fight with the god's son of Ice Snow Mountain Villa, and now he was talking to another disciple. How could he explain this relationship? Yes, young Master Yun, don't worry. Even if you cripple him, I will pretend that I didn't see it. As if she knew what he was thinking, Xueqing waved her hand and said. Hearing her fierce words, Yun Nuoxing was slightly stunned. He was about to ask, but seeing that she didn't seem to want to talk about it, He closed his mouth and followed her silently. Shui good. You know Shui Qing? Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but ask Morong Shui Gu through telepathy. Snow Fairy's name is quite famous in the Divine Prefecture, even in Yuyan City, because of her appearance many times. She's also a little famous here. Don't you know? Morong Shui Gu glanced at Shui Qing and whispered through telepathy. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Seeing him shake his head, Morong Shui Gu smiled and said through telepathy, "You'll know. By then, we won't have to explain. But I want to know now." Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. It was really hard for him to be so mysterious. His heart was like being scratched by a cat, and his soul of gossip was burning fiercely. However, the two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding and kept quiet, leaving him anxious. Chapter 113. Just as Yun Nuoxing was unable to hold back her thirst for gossip, Shui Qing led the two of them out of the bamboo forest. The scenery before their eyes changed, as if the stars had changed. What appeared before their eyes was a huge lake. 8 sandalwood corridors extended from the lakeside, sticking close to the surface of the lake and extending to the small island in the middle of the lake. The 8 corridors gathered together and surrounded the small island, as if 8 giant dragons had trapped it. A small mountain stood on the small island. It was an ordinary small mountain that was less than 1,000 feet tall. A mahogany pavilion stood on the peak of the mountain. That was the highest point in the Ju Yuan Mountain Villa, and one could see the entire mountain villa with a single glance. One could also see the Yuyan city outside the bamboo forest. However, very few people were able to reach it. It smells so good. It smells like wood. His nose twitched a few times. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath and then exhaled a long breath before saying, "Is that so? I smelled it the first time I came here." Shui Qing smiled and said, "This is the heart of Ju Yuan Mountain Villa, Ju Yuan Lake. On top of the small mountain in the middle of the lake is the legendary Ju Yuan Pavilion. The wood fragrance that young Master Yun smelled came from this pavilion. No one knows how long it has existed, but it still emits a fragrance that makes people feel at ease. It's a pity that I've been here many times, but I've never been able to step on it." She shook her head regretfully. "Why? I don't see anything strange about it. Isn't it just climbing a mountain?" Yun Nuoxing tilted her head and asked curiously. Seeing her fearless look, Shui Qing and Morong Shui Gu smiled bitterly and shook their heads. The latter sighed and said, "It's not that easy. Rumor has it that only those with stories can set foot on that sacred place. However, countless years have passed, and no one can say what that story means." In other words, Yun Nuoxing scratched her head and stuck her tongue out. She looked at the two of them in a daze. Young Master Yun will know when he makes a trip up there," Shui Qing said mysteriously as she shrugged. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes and looked at the heart-gathering lake. The 8 long corridors were empty, but there were many people gathered at the lakeside. However, to his surprise, there wasn't much noise here. There weren't any demonic sounds that he had imagined. It was as if the crowd was speaking softly. "Let's go take a look." Shui Qing turned her head to the side and smiled at Yun Nuoxing. Her handsome face was charming, and Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but take a few more glances before nodding. In less than a minute, they arrived at the lakeside. Only when they were close to the crowd could they hear what they were saying. Yun Nuoxing, who had been looking around, suddenly froze in her tracks. Shui Qing and Yun Ruoyan, who had been walking forward, turned back and realized that one person was missing. They were stunned as well. Sweeping their gazes, they saw his stiff body and hurriedly jogged back to him, calling out softly, "Young Master Yun, young master, Ah. Hearing the call, Yun Nuoshing came back to his senses. Seeing the two of them looking at him worriedly, he blushed and coughed dryly. He turned his gaze to the other side and said with an embarrassed smile, "Can I go over there a little bit?" Xu followed his gaze, but couldn't find the person he was looking at. She asked curiously, "Did you meet someone you know?" About that. Someone I know. I guess you can say that." I know. Yun Nuoshing laughed dryly. After stuttering for a while, she turned around and walked over. Xueqing and Murong Shuegu looked at each other and quickly followed her. After walking for a distance, the two of them stopped. Their footsteps slowed down along with Yun Nuoshing. They also saw that in front of them, not far from a sandalwood corridor, 9 young people were gathered together. Their expressions seemed a little gloomy. The people around them kept a distance from them. They seemed to be afraid and in awe. Divine King is a liar. He said that Yusin would come to Ju Yuan Mountain Villa. I even came up with a script. Now, it's going to rot in my stomach. The young man in a bright white robe sighed and said while shaking his head, "When Sister Yusin sees you, she won't even listen to you and will slap you out." The girl in a bright green robe rolled her eyes at him and muttered, "I think Yusin knows that boss is here. She will take a detour or turn a blind eye." The sturdy man in a silver blue robe nodded. His eyebrows were knitted together. "Boss, you should go and apologize to Sister Goddess. Although I don't expect you to have any good karma with her, don't let it turn into an ill-fated relationship." Her fiery red hair draped over her shoulders. Her small face was calm. She looked at the young man calmly and couldn't help but shake her head. Yes, I agree." The others nodded in agreement. As for these 9 people, Yun Nuoshing said that he was familiar with them. He had met them a few times, chatted with them, fought with them, and played with them. Other than a certain person who didn't see eye to eye, he could chat with them. If he said that he didn't know them. After all, radish, green vegetables, and chicken stew knew Yusin, and not him, Yun Nuoshing. Therefore, it was a little tricky now. Should he go up and say hello or turn around and leave? Yun Nuoshing sighed in distress. Seeing that Mu Ling and the others were looking for him, looking for Yusin, it seemed like they had something to do. But now, what should he do? Seeing the 9 people, Xueqing frowned and muttered, "The people from the 9 Elements Shrine, they really came too." Yun Nuoshing was stunned. He looked at her and moved his mouth close to her ear like a thief. "You know them?" The hot wind blowing by her ear made Xueqing's delicate body tremble. However, it wasn't obvious, and Yun Nuoshing didn't see it. Her beautiful face blushed, and she nodded. She shyly glared at him and spoke in an even softer voice, "The little divine king of the 9 Elements Shrine, not to mention the 4 main regions. Who doesn't know him in the entire divine continent? It's expected that the people from the 9 Elements Shrine would come. The news of the Purple Night Flame has spread far and wide. We're not afraid that they won't come. If they don't come, our chances will be even smaller. We can compete with anyone but the 9 Elements Shrine. If we provoke one of them, the 9 Elements Shrine will jump out." Murong Shuegu also smiled bitterly. It seemed that there was no stronger alliance than these 9 forces in the world, especially the people from the Light Shrine. That Yao Hua, we don't know how strong he is now. If he can reach the speed of light, the winner of this competition for the Purple Night Flame should be the 9 Elements Shrine. Xueqing shook her head and said in a deep voice, "There will always be people who dare to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. The temptation of the Purple Night Flame is very great. In addition to increasing one's strength, this divine flame also comes with a domain. However, we don't know the specific effects. After all, the ones that we really need to guard against are not those behemoths. The rogue cultivators are the most powerful variables in this game. If they snatch something and go deep into the mountains and forests, who can find them except for the divination masters? Morong Shuege nodded. Yun Nuoxing looked at the two in astonishment. When he stood with Jin Wang and the others, he didn't think about this. Today, when Xue Qing and Morong Shuege saw the people from the Nine Elements Shrine, they looked dignified, as if they had seen a god. This made him speechless. Did they have such a great influence? Sigh. Just as the three of them were frowning, Yao Hua's group of 9 sighed heavily at the same time. Their loud sighs startled the surrounding people, and they hastily retreated a few steps. They didn't know what had happened, but the 3 of them were startled. While the crowd was retreating, Yun Nuoxing and the other 2 didn't move. Instead, they moved forward and entered the line of sight of Yao Hua and the other 8 people. They also looked around curiously, but sighed and took a step back. Finally, they fixed their eyes on the 3 people and raised their eyebrows slightly. Immediately, Yao Hua lifted his foot and walked towards them. The other 8 people also seemed to have seen something and followed him. Seeing the 9 people walking towards them together, Yun Nuoxing looked a little unnatural. She pretended to look into the distance and quietly took a step back, hiding behind Morong Shuege. She kept looking around, but didn't turn around. When the crowd saw Yao Hua and the other 8 people walking, they quickly made way for them. In this way, Yun Nuoxing and the other 2 who didn't move stood out, making the latter break out in cold sweat. After a while, Yao Hua and the other 8 people stood half a foot in front of Xue Qing. He looked at the latter with his dark eyes, and the latter stared back at him indifferently. Xue Fairy, I didn't expect to see you here today. I wonder how Xue Ming King is doing recently. The Divine King asked us to send his regards. Oh, by the way, I want to beat up your divine son. You have any objections? Yao Hua suddenly grinned and blabbered. Yun Nuoxing was stunned. The atmosphere wasn't like this just a moment ago. Thank you for your concern, Divine King and Divine Son. My master is in good health and has been meeting with old friends in Ganyuan Domain. My master said that if I see you, I should greet you properly. Xue Qing shook her head with a faint smile and said, Also, although Bingling and I are both from Ice Mountain Manor, he is not from my family. If you want to beat him up, you don't have to ask me. Although the conversation was calm, there was a hint of tit for tat. Yun Nuoxing was a little embarrassed. Did they have a good relationship or bad relationship? Or did they have no relationship at all? Yao Hua asked about Xue Ming King's whereabouts the moment he opened his mouth, and Xue Qing also brushed it off casually. What's the relationship between you 2? Yun Nuoxing wiped the sweat off her forehead and couldn't help but transmit her voice to Xue Qing. Nothing special. My master knows the Divine King of 9 Deities' Palace, but we young people don't have any friendship. Xue Qing smiled and transmitted her voice back. Young Master Morong, may I know who the friend behind you is? Yao Hua looked at Morong Shuege and smiled faintly. Yun Nuoxing's face stiffened and turned pale. What the hell? Why did she mention him for no reason? Poking Morong Shuege with her palm, Yun Nuoxing pretended that her throat was itchy and coughed softly. Hearing this cough, Morong Shuege rolled her eyes and seemed to know what it meant. She nodded slightly and flicked Yun Nuoxing's back with her finger behind her back. Then she smiled and said, This is young Master Yun. We just met him. As he was not familiar with Juyuan Mountain Manor, he asked us for directions. So we brought him along. Young Master Yun. Hearing this, Yao Hua, Mu Ling, and the others all murmured softly. Then they frowned slightly. In this Yuyan city, There seemed to be no force with the surname Yun, nor was there any expert with the surname Yun. Seeing the silence of the 9 people, Yun Nuoshing suddenly shuddered. She hurriedly grabbed Xue Qing's wrist and pointed at it randomly. "Fairy, Xue, is that Bingling? I want to settle the score with him." Then, without waiting for the others to reply, she ran away. Xue Qing and Mu Ling, who turned around in surprise, saw her running away. They looked at each other in astonishment, not knowing what had happened. After a while, they nodded at Yao Hua and the others. "Then we'll leave first. See you later." Then they hurriedly chased after Yun Nuoshing. The wood spirit was also puzzled as she looked at the black figure running away. She looked at the black figure with long, black hair fluttering in the wind and his windbreaker fluttering in the wind, giving off a free and easy feeling. She was also a little flustered. A fiery red figure from her memories suddenly appeared in front of her and gradually merged with the figure in front of her. Her beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she couldn't help but mutter, "Little sister, you XN? Hey, hey, hey!" Where? Hearing this murmur, Yao Hua suddenly turned around. Seeing her astonished expression, he hurriedly followed her gaze. However, Yun Nuoshing had already disappeared into the crowd. Even if she appeared in his line of sight, he might not be able to recognize her. "Sister Mu Ling, did you see wrongly?" Looking in the direction Mu Ling was looking for, Hua Ji also shook her head. She didn't see the fiery red figure in her memory. Hearing this, Mu Ling frowned. The image of Yun Nuoshing's black figure running away was imprinted in her mind. After comparing it with the fiery red figure, she also shook her head and said with a bitter smile, "And I saw wrongly. It seems that I miss her a little. It's only been a few days since I last saw her. After all, she's the first friend I made in my life. In various ways." Huaji nodded and said in agreement. Back then, the God King said to follow Sister UXN on a trip, but you refused, Shui Xia said faintly. Her porcelain doll-like little face looked at the two of them with disdain. "Oh, little Xia wants to travel with Sister UXIN. Do you want me to tell the Water God King?" Mu Ling raised her eyebrows and smiled evilly. Shui Xia fiercely shivered, and her little head shrank back. Her petite body quickly hid behind Lei Ming, and her entire person disappeared from the wood spirit's line of sight. Following that, a weak voice sounded out. "Actually, I also really miss UX," and the 9 people smiled bitterly. What the hell was this?